Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stack in Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On rare occasions, a character in a picture or play will become so identified with one star that the audience simply can't imagine anyone else in the part. Now, that's the way it is with Mr. Belvedere and Clifton Webb. It all began in a delightful comedy called Sitting Pretty. And the public admired Mr. Belvedere and Clifton Webb to such a fabulous extent that a sequel was immediately demanded. 20th Century Fox came through a few months ago with a second hit, Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. You'll hear it tonight with Clifton Webb as the versatile and ubiquitous Lynn Belvedere, and starring with Mr. Webb are Robert Stack and Colleen Gray. Colleen Gray, as a co-ed, is quite typical of the standard of beauty among American college girls. You know, there's one thing these girls seem to learn long before they go to college, and that's the best way to take care of a beautiful complexion. Like the screen stars, the smart co-eds depend on Lux Toilet Soap care. Once again, you meet the famous Mr. Belvedere as the curtain rises on the first act of tonight's play, starring Clifton Webb in the title role, Colleen Gray as Ellen, and Robert Stack as Bill. On a bright autumn morning, a visitor pauses at the gates of Clemens University. Then, with an air of mixed boredom and determination, he starts across the campus.
And they just announced it, Avery. The tickets for the Wabash game. They're on sale now.
Watch where you're going, Joe. You bump right into the statue.
Say, who is this statue anyway?
Who is it? That's Mr. Lux Lux.
Who?
Mr. Lux Lux. Can't you read what it says there? Lux Metis, Lux Orbis.
Yeah, but what's it mean?
Search me. Maybe he's the guy who invented the soap they advertised on the radio.
Lux Mentis, Lux Orbis.
Huh? Oh.
The light of the mind is the light of the world.
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
The point is well taken. Can either of you adolescents direct me to the office of the dean?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Straight ahead to the library and 2 blocks right.
Thank you.
Well, who's that guy?
New prop, I guess. Come on, Joe, let's get our ticket.
Come in, sir, come in. Well. So you are Lynn Belvedere.
That is correct, Dean Gibbs.
I can't tell you how happy my wife will be to learn that I've met you. She read your book, you know. Said it was a work of art.
Yes, it is.
Now, just what can I do for you, Mr. Belvedere?
You may register me in this university.
But what on earth for?
$10,000.
I don't follow.
Dr. Gibbs, my novel, Hummingbird Hill, has just won the Morehouse Award, consisting of a gold medal and $10,000 in cash.
Well, surely the money doesn't mean anything to you.
Money is the root of all evil. I respect it. The less I have of it, the more I respect it. And at the moment, I have the greatest respect for it.
But you must have made a fortune on your book.
I also lost a fortune in libel suits. I am, in legal terms, a pauper.
But what has all this to do with postgraduate work here at Clemens?
Not postgraduate work. I wish to register as a freshman.
A freshman? But, Mr. Belvedere...
Unfortunately, the Morehouse Award stipulates that the recipient hold a college degree.
And you don't?
My formal education was limited to 2 revolting weeks in kindergarten.
Why, you're not serious.
I am grim.
But good heavens, man, who taught you?
The most exacting person I've ever met. Myself.
Well, this is simply phenomenal.
Yes, it is.
And you want to spend the next 4 years here so that you may claim this literary prize?
1 year.
I beg your pardon?
1 year.
But that's impossible. You're 6 weeks late already, and you expect to complete a 4-year course in 1 year?
I intend, Dr. Gibbs, not expect.
But it's never been done before.
I've never been here before.
Mr. Belvedere, if you don't mind, I suggest we call on President Keating immediately.
Thank you.
This appears
appears to be a very special case, Mr. Belvedere. Oh, a very special case.
It certainly is, President Keating.
And I am going to make an exception.
That is as it should be.
But Dr. Keating, he doesn't even hold a high school diploma.
Therefore, Dean Gibbs, you will arrange entrance examinations as soon as Mr. Belvedere is prepared for them.
Would February be too soon?
February? By February, I should be entering my sophomore year.
Your what?
Dean Gibbs, I shall be grateful if your staff examines me at the earliest possible moment. Shall we say this afternoon?
This afternoon?
You heard him, Dean Gibbs, this afternoon. These grades, Mr. Belvedere, astonishing. Simply astonishing.
Yes, aren't they?
And his IQ, President Keating, the highest I've ever seen.
Naturally. I am a genius.
And that very fact compels me to suspect your motive, Mr. Belvedere, in joining us here.
Mr. Belvedere, this attempt of yours to complete 4 years' schooling in less than one, well, it could disguise an ulterior motive, you know.
A subterfuge is a strategy employed by idlers and parasites. I have never been either.
Then you won't object if we stipulate a condition?
Which is?
That if you should attempt to use this university for a publicity stunt, to exploit your novel or yourself, if there is any notoriety or sensationalism during your stay here, it shall become my unpleasant duty to expel you.
Condition accepted.
Then allow me to welcome you officially to Clemens University.
Thank you, President Keating.
But Avery, I'm not kidding. He's there in our room now. An old guy. Gee whiz, I thought maybe it was your father or something come to visit you.
But what old guy? Who is he?
I don't know. I was kind of scared to ask him. He gives you such a funny look.
Well, we'll see about that right now. Hey, what's going on here?
It's quite obvious, young man. I have been assigned to this dormitory, and I am unpacking my clothing.
Yeah, we'll shut that window.
I am merely ventilating my 840 cubic feet.
You what?
You see, Avery, I told you.
You shut up.
Young man, this room contains 2,520 cubic feet. Since there are 3 beds in the room, each of us is entitled to breathe 840 cubic feet of air and no more. Fresh air.
Gee whiz, can't you see I got a cold in my head?
A physiological impossibility, young man. Disease cannot exist in a vacuum.
Shut up. I saw you yesterday on the campus, didn't I, by Mr. Lux? Now, who are you?
Gentlemen, an exceedingly unkind fate has thrown us together.
You mean you're going to be our roommate?
Regrettably, yes.
You're a student?
That is correct, my nasal neophyte.
What class?
I am a freshman.
Oh. A freshman? Well, you don't say.
I'm a freshman, too. But Avery here, he's a sophomore.
What's your name?
Lynn Belvedere. You will address me as Mr. Belvedere.
Now, listen here, you're in college and you're a freshman, the lowest form of animal life. And while you're here, you're right under this thumb. What do you got to say about that?
It needs a manicure.
The code of the campus, understand?
Does the code of the campus permit me to make a suggestion?
Shoot.
Blow your nose.
Now, listen, you. My name is Avery Brubaker, and you refer to me at all times as Mr. Brubaker, see?
My name's Cornelius Whitaker, Mr. Belvedere. But on account of I'm a freshman, too, you can call me Corny.
Shut up. And you'll do everything I say or get pegged for the sophomore council.
Boing!
Am I to understand that this university supports an
Oh,
inquisition?
boy, does it. I can show you the scars.
Where's your dink?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, he means this, Mr. Belvedere. This little cap we gotta wear, see? It's a dink.
You get down to the co-op, Belvedere, and buy yourself a dink. You wear it at all times, see? And if you don't, boing!
You mean I am compelled to wear this obscene article?
Oh, you get used to him after a while.
You and Whitaker will share in cleaning up this joint, making my bed for me and calling me for classes. Any questions, Belvedere? Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm going to the library.
Oh, no, you're not. You're going to the co-op and buy yourself a dink. And when you've bought yourself a dink and put the dink on your head, then, mister, then maybe you can go to the library. You got me?
I've got you, Mr. Brubaker, and the possession revolts me. Good day.
Hello?
Yes, young lady?
Pardon me, but by any chance are you Lynn Belvedere, the author of Hummingbird Hill?
I am the author of Hummingbird Hill, but not by chance.
I've been looking everywhere for you. I heard you were registered, and I just had to see you.
I'm sorry, young lady. I do not give autographs.
Oh, I don't want an autograph. I'm Ellen Baker, and I'm on the Daily Lion. That's a college newspaper. And I want to interview you.
About what?
Well, what you think of college and how it feels to be a freshman at your age and, well, just about everything.
Miss Baker, since my arrival here, certain circumstances make it impossible for me to grant any interviews.
But it's vitally important to me. Why, an interview with a celebrity like you might give me my start as a writer.
I admire your ambition, Miss Baker, but my answer is irrevocably no. Now, would you be so kind as to tell me where the Student Employment Bureau is located?
Well, it's right across the street from the co-op, but if you're...
Thank you, Miss Baker.
Yes, this is the Student Employment Bureau, all right. But since the two of you came in practically together, well, ladies first. Hi, Ellen.
Hello, Bill.
Why, ladies first?
Just common courtesy, the usual thing.
For your information, young man, woman has never been first in the entire tragic history of the human race.
Huh?
It was not Adam who sprang from Eve's rib, nor did Mrs. Noah captain the ark. Neither can the distaff side claim Mr. Einstein, nor Mr. Tchaikovsky, nor Mr. Lincoln.
What about Madame Curie?
Monsieur Curie's story has never been told. Therefore, Miss Baker, you will kindly step aside.
Okay, mister, what can I do for you?
I am seeking part-time employment during the college year.
What's your name?
Lynn Belvedere.
Now, exactly why do you need employment?
In order that I won't starve to death.
Well, that's a pretty good reason. What can you do?
Everything.
Well, most of the better jobs are all filled by now. Let's see now. There's an opening for a soda jerk.
There still is.
Would you like to be a babysitter?
I've been all through that.
I'm afraid that's all there is, Mr. Belvedere. Except assistant hasher at the Tri-Gam House. But I wouldn't recommend that to my worst enemy.
Tell me, what is a Tri-Gam House?
Oh, that's a sorority. The Gamma 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 sorority.
Girls, Mr. Belvedere. Lots of them. They've got the best Norwegian cook in the world, but outside of that, oh, brother.
And what are the functions of an assistant hasher?
Oh, waiting on table, helping clean up the place. You get 3 meals a day and $50 a month. Say, my mother's a house mother there, so if you want the job, it's yours.
I accept the position.
I'm warning you. This is the slap-happiest bunch of dames on the whole campus.
In that case, there will be some changes made.
Okay. Here, just take this car to the Tri-Gam House and ask for my mother, Mrs. Chase. She'll take care of you.
Thank you.
What can I do for you, Ellen?
Oh, nothing special. I was just showing Mr. Belvedere where the Employment Bureau was located.
It's obvious, Mr. Chase, that Miss Baker is slightly less than delighted to see you and is using me for strategic withdrawal. Good day.
He's quite a character, isn't he?
So are you. Now, why did you come here?
Well, because a friend of mine needs a babysitter for afternoons.
Okay, what address?
41 Burnham Street.
Hey, that's where you live, isn't it?
Well, it's an apartment house.
Ellen, look, 4 weeks. That's a long time to be brushed off.
I haven't been brushing you off, Bill. It's just that...
Oh, sure, I know. Between classes and all the work in the newspaper, you just haven't a minute to spare. Why do you think I put you on the staff?
Because being a good editor, you know I can write.
Sure, and your big blue eyes had nothing to do with it. Oh, well, what's your friend's name? The one with the baby.
Mrs. David Ashley.
Well, tell her we can't promise anything. You know, people are beginning to find out that there are easier ways of making money than having junior vivisect them.
Don't you like children?
Crazy about them. Especially with their straitjackets on.
Oh, I'll tell her. Thanks, Bill. Hiya, Pop. You waiting to see somebody?
I am waiting to see Mrs. Chase.
Oh. Well, just barge right in the living room and spread out. I'll tell her you're here.
Thank you.
Mrs. Chase! Hey, there's a man in the door! Don't mind me. I'm just practicing.
For an execution, you have been mutilating the entire composition.
Oh, I have. Well, I suppose you can play better?
That is correct. Allow me.
Why, that's beautiful.
Yes, it is.
Beethoven?
I beg your pardon?
Beethoven?
No, Belvedere.
No, Well, you play like Rubinstein.
Rubinstein plays like me.
Oh, how do you do? I'm Mrs. Chase, the house mother.
How do you do? May I say that this house which you're mothering is on the brink of chaos?
Isn't it just so?
Mrs. Chase, I am Lynn Belvedere.
Oh, but of course. You must be the father of one of my girls.
In that unlikely event, madam, I think you would recall my face. Your son sent me here. He gave me this card.
My son? You, Assistant Hasher? Oh, but that's silly.
I am in need of substance, madam. I chose this position.
Oh, you're just teasing me, Mr. Belvedere. You're not really a student. You don't really want to hash here.
If you will outline my duties, yes, really.
Oh. Well, I feel it only fair to tell you the job offers very little opportunity.
With 20 undisciplined females in the house, I shall make my own opportunity.
Oh, yes. Well, if you'll just follow me, I'll introduce you to our cook.
Thank you.
And this is Mr. Belvedere, Martha. He's our new assistant hasher. Martha is our treasure, Mr. Belvedere. How do you do?
Megetra, tak, Martha.
Men kan snacka norsk.
Selvsagt. Utmerket.
Why, Mr. Belvedere, you speak Norwegian.
I speak 11 tongues fluently, including the Indian Sign Language.
Won't that be nice for Martha?
Hiya.
Oh, Avery, I'm so glad you're here. I want you to meet your new assistant.
Assistant? To him?
Well, howdy doody, Bellevue, old boy. So you're going to be my little helper.
Oh, you two know each other?
Unfortunately, yes. And I regret to inform you that I have just resigned.
What? Mr. Belvedere.
My dear Martha, I'm sorry our association was so short-lived. Given a little more time, I could have brought you to full flower as a cook.
If he quits, Mrs. Chase, they quit too. Oh, Martha, no. No, you can't. Come, Mr. Belvedere, we get new job together. You can't quit, either of you. If anyone is going to quit around here, it'll
But gee whiz, Mrs. Chase. What have I done?
One moment, please. I recognize that Mr. Brubaker is inviting a proposal for compromise. Very well, Mr. Brubaker. During our working hours, we shall observe an armed truce. In the event of any aggression, I shall retain the veto power over your trigamma destiny. Agreed?
Huh? Well, yeah, I guess so.
Splendid. Fetch me a white jacket, Mr. Brubaker, and hop to it.
Huh? Yes, sir.
Tell me, Martha, come here. What is for dessert this evening?
Can pineapple.
Spare the can opener, Martha. The dessert will be my contribution.
You make? Oh, it's good.
And tonight, Mrs. Chase, we shall dine buffet. That is all. You may go now.
Boy, we sure lucky to have Martha. Hey, look, everybody. Look what's coming in for dessert. What is it? Crepe Suzette?
Crepe Belvedere.
Crepe what?
That plate is not for you, Miss Auchincloss. Kindly be good enough to serve Mrs. Chase.
Oh, but I always wait on myself, Mr. Belvedere.
You are an elder, Mrs. Chase. Therefore, you will be seated, and Miss Auchincloss will serve you.
Oh, well.
Hey, get a load of this dessert. Was this stuff dreamy?
Miss Norman, appreciation of good cuisine should be demonstrated without benefit of dialogue or sound effects.
Sorry, Mr. Belvedere. Well, I, for one, don't need lessons in manners from a hasher.
Possibly not, Miss Auchincloss, but your appearance warrants comment.
Oh, such as?
Since you ask, I should advise you to make no claims which you cannot later prove.
Well, really?
I'm referring to your eyelashes, Miss Auchincloss. Obviously artificial.
Hey, have you got a minute?
Why, Bill.
Young ladies, please.
We can only stay a minute, Mom. I'd like to have you meet Ellen Baker. Ellen, this is my mother.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? Why, you must be new. I haven't seen you before, have I?
I guess not, Mrs. Chase. You see, I transferred here from Stanford for my senior year.
Oh, your home is in California.
Just outside of Burlingame.
Burlingame. Oh, of course. The Bakers of Burlingame. Oh, I danced once with Nedbury Baker.
I'm not-
Of course, I was much younger then.
You see, my family-
The Nedbury Bakers. Well. Now, you two must stay and have coffee with me.
I'm sorry, Mom. We've got to blow.
But you will have dinner with us, Miss Baker, next week, maybe.
Thanks, I'd love to.
Oh, splendid. Well, good night, Miss Baker.
Bill, what's this Medbury Baker business about?
Don't mind my mother. She's got bruises from jumping to conclusions.
Oh, girls, did you see who that was Ellen Medbury Baker from Burlingame. Oh, wonderful family. Very distinguished. You know, you girls ought to Russia. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Belvedere. You were about to say something.
Yes, I, too, have a word for the young ladies. Now, then, as we conclude our first meal, I wish to comment on my observations. Miss Atkins, Miss Smith, Miss Harris.
Yes.
You have dined tonight with shirt tails out hanging. Sloppiness is definitely passé, even at Wellesley. Miss Willis, the Johnson twins.
Yes?
You were several minutes late. Henceforth, hours for meals will be rigidly enforced as follows. Breakfast, 7 to 8 a.m., lunch, 12 to 1 p.m., dinner, 7 to 8 p.m. 1 second late, no admittance. We shall now synchronize our watches. Are you ready? It is now precisely 8:02. Check?
Check.
Thank you. Good night, young ladies.
Thanks for the walk, Bill. It was so nice meeting your mother.
But why can't I come up? Come on, be nice. Invite me.
But I told you, Bill, I have to babysit. That friend of mine.
Mrs. Ashley, huh? But when do I see you again?
Do you want to? I wasn't very good company.
Oh, under my guidance, you'll improve. Tomorrow night? 7?
Okay, Bill. Tomorrow night.
And just be sure your friend gets someone else to hold hands with her little monster.
Yes, I'll tell her, Bill. Good night.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. And now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with news about the stars.
You know, Barbara Stanwyck amazes me. Such a straightforward person in real life, but what a ruthless character on the screen.
It takes an actress of Barbara's caliber to play the high-tension role she has in her new picture, Thelma Jordan.
What a thriller Hal Wallace has just turned out for Paramount. Or perhaps I should say chiller. Thelma Jordan certainly made my blood run cold.
Well, that's what top-notch melodrama should do, Libby. And does when it's played by experts like Barbara and her co-star, Wendell Corey.
Oh, yes. Wendell certainly gives a great performance as a career man ruined by a scheming woman.
And Barbara, you know, what zest and vitality she brings to every picture she makes.
A great deal of glamour, too.
Yes, John. With her dark, smooth beauty, Barbara Stanwyck is glamour in person. One of her greatest charms, of course, is her creamy complexion. A lovely Lux complexion.
Everyone knows that Barbara's been a Lux girl for years.
Yes, indeed. She's really devoted to Lux toilet soap. And for all over Lux loveliness, she's delighted with the new bath-size cake.
This fine new product of Lever Brothers Company has made a hit in Hollywood. That's because it's luxurious enough to please Hollywood's loveliest stars.
That generous new cake makes a perfect beauty bath. Gives you lots of creamy lather and leaves a lovely, clinging fragrance on the skin.
The Lux soap perfume is blended by experts. It's made of costly ingredients brought from all parts of the world.
It always reminds me of a springtime bouquet.
No wonder screen stars, lovely women everywhere, are enthusiastic about the new bath-size Lux toilet soap. The whole family will enjoy this generous satin smooth cake. Get the bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Remember, this is the fragrant white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars recommend. Now, our producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Act Two of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb as Mr. Belvedere, Robert Stack as Bill, and Colleen Gray as Ellen. Well, several days have gone by, and Mr. Belvedere has adapted himself to life in Clemens College. Or perhaps it should be stated that Clemens College has adapted itself to life with Mr. Belvedere. That is up till now, for Mr. Belvedere has received an urgent message to report to the office of Dean Gibbs.
I have been waiting for you, Mr. Belvedere, for almost an hour.
Then let's not dally, Dr. Gibbs.
Mr. Belvedere, have you seen this? Today's issue of the Daily Lion?
I gave that alleged newspaper the casual glance it deserves, nothing more.
You have openly violated your agreement with President Keating.
That is not true. I did not say those things for publication.
Famous author debunks college traditions. Thinks dinks stink. Female students concentrate on nothing but men. Athletes are subsidized. Mr. Belvedere.
My pithy observations, Dean Gibbs, were recorded by Miss Baker without my consent or knowledge.
Without your consent?
Definitely. Therefore, I intend to bring suit for libel, not only against this aspiring young lady, but against the university.
Well, now, Mr. Belvedere, let's not lose our heads.
Mine is securely seated, sir.
But surely there must be a more sensible way of remedying
There
this.
is. Miss Baker and the editors of this absurd publication must be severely reprimanded.
But we can't do that.
Why not?
Well, this is a liberal university. The faculty can't tell students what to write. There'd be a revolt.
In that event, I shall relieve the faculty of this burden and take the matters into my own hands. Good afternoon.
But Mr. Belvedere.
Yes?
Oh, good afternoon. I would like to
I'm
see...
sorry, but Mrs. Ashley isn't home.
Mrs. Ashley. But I'm calling on Miss Ellen Baker.
Oh, that's her maiden name.
How do you do, little boy?
Was Mrs. Ashley expecting you?
Oh, yes. Yes, she's expecting me.
Well, I'm just the babysitter. I don't know whether I should...
play with me?
I should be delighted. Don't point that thing, little boy. Firearms are not for children. Put it down.
But it's just a make-believe... Mommy! Hello, darling. You been a good boy for Mrs. Hall?
Just as good as gold, Mrs. Ashley.
With a little training, you can make a very fine gangster out of him.
Mr. Belvedere, what are you doing here?
Nothing half so fascinating as what you're doing, Miss Baker.
He said you were expecting him.
It's all right, Mrs. Hall. Just take Davy to his room, will you?
Come along, honey.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Daddy?
Davy, this man is not your daddy. Now run along. Isn't it a little presumptuous of you to come here uninvited?
Isn't it equally presumptuous of you to write an article about me without my consent?
Just because I was enterprising enough to pick up information about
What you wrote was not information, it was gossip. And in no less bad taste than if I were to write about your private, peccadillos.
Don't you dare call Davy a peccadillo. His father and I...
I am not the seat of judgment, Miss Baker. I am here merely to warn you that your future flights into journalism must not be taken at the expense of my name and reputation.
Mr. Belvedere, the truth is... Well, I've simply got to write about you again in detail.
And you expect me to consent?
You must consent. It means everything to me and Davy. When I first got the idea to write an article about you for the college paper, I saw possibilities way beyond that.
So you wrote to several national periodicals, huh? This reply from Look magazine is most interesting. It mentions the sum of $500.
You looked at that telegram on my desk?
Naturally.
Why, you're an unethical eavesdropper.
Yes, I am.
Let me write it. I'll write the best story you ever saw. Please, Mr. Belvedere, it's the start of a career for me.
And the definite end of one for me. Consent denied.
All right, I'll do it anyway. And you can't stop me. You're a public figure, and I don't need your permission.
Miss Baker, I shouldn't if I were you.
The least you could do is to give me a little time to explain what this means to me.
Miss Baker, I am still a freshman at Clemens University. As such, I am compelled to attend the sophomore freshman track meet at 4 o'clock. Good day.
The score is now tied. 42 points for the sophomores, 42 points for the freshmen. Next and final event, the pole vault.
Gee, Mr. Belvedere, how can you just sit here and read a book? Didn't you hear what he said? The score's all tied.
I must ask you again, Cornelius, not to interrupt me. Furthermore, the month of November is an extremely unlikely time for young men to go flitting about in union suits. In any event, Cornelius...
Yes?
Get lost.
Now on the field, pole vaulting for the sophomores, Avery Brubaker.
Look at him, Mr. Belvedere. That's him. That's Avery out there.
Catching another cold, no doubt.
And he cleared it. Brubaker goes 12 feet 3 inches for the sophomores.
Oh, no, we're dead, Mr. Belvedere. We're cooked.
Kindly stop jiggling.
You don't understand why Galloway can't come near 12 feet.
Who is Galloway?
He's our entry, the freshman entry in the pole vault. Oh, gee, Mr. Belvedere, how can you be so calm and peaceful when these two dinks are in the balance?
I beg your pardon?
Holy smoke, don't you know? If we lose this pole vault to the Sops, we've lost the meet, and we're stuck with these dinks till next June.
And if we win?
Well, we get rid of our dinks right now.
Cornelius, into each life some rain must fall. Mr. Brubaker is about to get drenched.
Hey, where are you going? Mr. Belvedere, hey!
Now vaulting for the freshman, Al Galloway in his third and final jump. The bar remains at 12 feet 3. Hey, hold everything. There's a substitute entry for the freshman. place in Galloway is Lynn Belvedere.
I don't get this, Mr. Belvedere. You mean to say you're going to jump without even changing your clothes or anything?
I shall roll up my trousers. Young man, at what height did Mr. Brubaker clear the bar?
12'3". Well, that's a new high for him.
Kindly tell the officials to set the bar at 14 feet.
14 feet? Okay, Mr. Belvedere.
Hiya, Mr. Belvedere.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brubaker.
You know, there are easier ways of committing suicide. A guy your age. You'll break your back going up and your legs coming down.
All set.
Gangway, please.
He made it. Belvedere clears the bar at 14 feet. The new test for the freshman. The freshman win.
Hey, Mr. Belvedere, what a jump.
Thank you.
Do you realize it was just 4 inches off the record set in 1922 by a guy named... Now, wait a minute. It's right here in the record book. By a guy named Lynn Belvedere.
That is correct. Here, have a dink.
Thanks for such a wonderful evening, Bill. I don't know when I've had such a nice time.
I don't know when I did either. Ellen, can't we just sit here for a while?
You sound much too serious, Bill.
About you? I'm very serious.
And there's something I'd better tell you, Bill. Oh, no, not here in the car. You'd better come upstairs with me.
Yeah, but when I called for you, you met me down here. You said the paint on the floor hadn't dried.
Well, I'm sure it's dry by now. Let's go up and find out.
Say, this is all right. Now, don't blame me for hiding out here.
Just sit down, Bill. There's someone I want you to meet.
Here we go again, the mysterious Miss Baker.
Mrs. Hall.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Ashley.
Davy asleep?
Oh, yes. He's been fine.
Here's your money. Thanks again for coming.
Anytime, Mrs. Ashley. Good night.
Oh, hello.
How do you do?
Are you the one I'm supposed to meet?
I hardly think so. Good night.
Come here, Bill. He's in here.
He?
Shh. He's asleep.
Hey, what is this?
Remember the Mrs. Ashley, the one who needed a babysitter?
Say, he's kind of cute.
I think so. But then all mothers are prejudiced.
Mothers?
Let's go into the living room before he wakes up.
Oh, Ellen, I had no idea you...
He's mine, Bill. And here's a picture of his father.
Air Corps, huh?
20th Air Force, Bomber Group. He was killed 2 weeks before the Japanese surrender.
That's awful tough.
It makes a difference, doesn't it?
Why, no, but why have you kept it such a secret?
I've just tried to keep Davy separate from my college life. That's why I came here. At the last school, it was no secret, and, well, it took too many explanations.
Like now, huh?
I just thought you ought to know.
Oh, he's a swell kid, Ellen.
Bill, let's be honest. The fact that I'm a widow with a baby, it's just too much to take, isn't it?
Oh, you just sort of floored me, that's all. Look, I better run along. I still have some studying to do. See you in class tomorrow, huh?
Sure. See you in class tomorrow. Good night, Bill.
Now, take these groceries over to the cashier, Mr. Brubaker. Charge them to the Trigam House. I'll go to the meat department and pick up the turkey.
Yes, Mr. Belvedere.
And please stop sniffling.
Gee whiz, Mr. Belvedere, ever since you became a sophomore, you've been picking on me.
This will all seem mere bagatelle, Mr. Brubaker, when next week I become a junior.
Gosh, how fast things can change a fellow's life.
Hi.
Hiya, Butch.
Well, my name's Davy. Are you my daddy?
Me?
Hi, Daddy.
Oh, now, wait a minute. If you're looking for your old man, well...
Hello, Avery.
Oh, hi, Ellen. Hey, get a load of this kid.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mommy.
Bobby? For Pete's sakes, Ellen, is that yours?
Yes, that's mine. Come on, Davy.
Mr. Belvedere. Hey, Mr. Belvedere. Ellen Baker's here. She's just going out of the store.
I have eyes, Mr. Brubaker.
Yeah, but she's got a kid. Ellen Baker's got a kid. That's him with her.
See no evil, Mr. Brubaker.
Yeah, but Yes, sir, Mr. Belvedere.
Why, Bill. Come in. Sit down.
Ellen, I've wanted to talk to you for days.
You don't have to explain, Bill. I understand.
No, I don't think you do.
Bill, you don't have to go through all this. You're doing it because you're nice and you feel you ought to.
You're never more wrong.
I don't blame you. I told you before. I'm a widow and I have a child. I know how you feel.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that was the way I felt. You see, you came at me kind of fast the other night. Well, it's taken me until now to get up enough gumption to face the competition. Davy and your husband.
Bill, I loved my husband. He was a wonderful person. I married him on leave. I guess we wrote more words and letters than we ever got a chance to say to each other in person. He was killed before Davy was born.
You don't have to tell me all this.
But I do. I'm proud I married him, Bill. I'm sorry he didn't get to see his son, but there's no competition.
Ellen, I love you. Don't you see? I want to build a home. Perfect timing. That'll be my mother.
Your mother? Hello? Oh, hello, Mrs. Chase. Oh, fine, thank you.
She wants you to have dinner at the Tri-Gam
Dinner?
House.
Tonight? I'd love to. 7? Yes, I'll be there, Mrs. Chase. Thank you.
I'll drop by after dinner and we'll give her the big news, huh?
You were pretty sure of yourself, weren't you, chum?
No, ma'am. I was pretty sure of you.
Martha is so grateful you gave her the day off, Mr. Belvedere. And so am I. Oh, that turkey. I declare I've never tasted turkey like that before.
I've never prepared it for you like that before.
Mrs. Chase.
Yes, Avery?
Mrs. Chase, don't you have to be a single girl to be a member of a sorority? I mean, you can't have a family and belong, can you?
Well, of course not.
Then how come they're all rushing Ellen Baker, having her here for dinner and everything? Why, she's even got a little boy.
She's what?
The dishes, Mr. Brubaker.
A little boy.
Mrs. Chase, there's no cause for alarms and excursions. Many women have a son, yourself included. It requires no particular talent.
But she said nothing about it to me. Neither did Bill. But if there's a child, there must be a husband.
Not necessarily. Miss Baker is a relict. Relict means widow, madam.
That's what she says.
Speak no evil, Mr. Brubaker. What Mrs. Ashley says or does is no concern of yours. Those dishes are.
Well, it's of grave concern to me. Did you say Mrs. Ashley?
Yes. Ellen Baker Ashley, and she's no relation to the Ashleys of Newport, madam.
Oh. Excuse me, I'd better join the girls. And I do think I should have been told, Miss Baker. After all, I am Bill's mother.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Chase. It's just that Bill asked me not to say anything until he gets here. Naturally, he wanted to be present when we told you about our engagement.
Engagement?
Well, yes. Isn't that what you're upset about?
Oh, this only makes matters worse, Mrs. Ashley.
Oh. Oh, I see. So Mr. Belvedere's been talking to you. You've heard about my little boy.
Yes, I have. And I must say that I'm surprised.
Yes, I'm sure you are.
Please, Mrs. Ashley, let me make myself perfectly clear.
You've made yourself clear. You and Mr. Belvedere. Good night, Mrs. Chase.
Ellen, it's Bill. Ellen, what happened?
Bill, please.
When I stopped by the Tri-Gam House to pick you up, you were gone.
Ask your mother what happened.
I did ask her. I can't get anything out of her except my poor boy and that unfortunate girl. What did my mother tell you?
Everything that Mr. Belvedere told her. When she got through,
Now, come on, honey. Calm down. You're all excited.
That's right. Stick up for your mother. She's 100% right, and I'm 100% wrong.
Ellen, this is you and me. Let's leave mothers and kids out of it.
Don't call Davy kids. You hate kids. You called him a little monster once.
I never... But that was before I met the little... Oh, you're being very, very unfair.
Something told me not to get involved with a man who has a mother.
Everybody has a mother. You can't help
Not
it.
when she listens to people like Mr. Belvedere. Well, this'll fix him. When I'm through with this article...
What article?
Bill, get out, please. I want to finish it and mail it to Look magazine tonight.
But you can't do that. He'll be expelled and you'll be expelled.
I simply won't argue with a man who's emotionally upset.
I'm emotionally upset. Holy smoke. You women don't make sense. You don't think straight. You don't even... Oh, gosh, honey, what are we fighting about?
I told you before. Ask your mother and ask Mr. Belvedere.
All right, I will. Good night.
Who is it?
Bill Chase. I want to talk to Mr. Belvedere. Open this door, I'll break it down.
Who does that guy think he is, Mr. Belvedere? Talking to you like that.
Yeah, the nerve.
Are you going to open this door or not?
The door is unlocked, Mr. Chase.
I ought to let you have it.
I wouldn't wave your fists at me, Mr. Chase. I think it only fair to mention that during my Japanese period, I taught judo at Tokyo University.
Who told you to go sticking your snoot into other people's business?
I find your language insulting and obscure.
I'm talking about Ellen and me. You filled my mother with a lot of nonsense about Ellen. And now she's called the whole thing off.
Mr. Chase, if you are under the delusion that I have come between you and this young lady, that is not true.
Oh, fine. Great. You've ruined my life. You've ruined Ellen's life.
Young man, unless I am mistaken, and I never am.
Yeah, that's right.
He never is.
Shut up.
You have agitated your metabolism to a point where your behavior is quite adolescent.
Adolescent?
It is true that you have a problem. Miss Baker is an attractive, intelligent, albeit overly ambitious young lady who has a baby.
That's none of your...
Your mother is a kindly, well-meaning, albeit overly possessive woman who has a son.
Is that your business?
The fact that you have failed to reconcile the 2 points of view to your advantage is your problem, Mr. Chase, not mine. Indeed, I view the whole matter with complete indifference.
I don't want to hear any more out of you. It doesn't matter so much anyway, because you won't be around here much longer.
And what do you mean by that?
Just wait. Wait until Ellen drops her bombshell on you. Tonight.
Gee, what a crisis.
What's he talking about anyway? Ellen's going to drop a bombshell. Here? Tonight?
Not here, Mr. Brubaker. In the mailbox, I fear.
Mr. Belvedere, where are you going?
There's no time to lose.
But you can't go out, not in your pajamas.
If you'll kindly hand me my top coat.
You'll catch your death of cold.
Apparently, Cornelius, you have never read Admiral Byrd's story. I am the only member of the expedition who didn't.
But, Mr. Belvedere, you can't go around the streets running around like that. It's 11 o'clock at night and Pajamarito week isn't until April.
I have no time in this emergency to take cognizance of false modesty.
But where are you going?
I am calling on Miss Ellen Baker. Good night, gentlemen.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a few moments, we'll bring you the third act of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. Our guest tonight is Miss Helene Stanley, a brand new starlet at 20th Century Fox. I can see, Helene, why you passed your screen test so easily. Red hair and a lovely Lux complexion. That's a winning combination.
Thank you very much, Mr. Keeley. But of course, a screen test is only the beginning. I'm so grateful for the acting experience I've already had.
You specialized in singing and dancing roles, haven't you?
Yes, and that's why I spend so much time on the set of Dancing in the Dark. It's a behind-the-scenes story of studio life.
With William Powell being his debonair self as a famous actor.
Isn't he wonderful? And Mark Stevens is a romantic lead.
Yes, Dancing in the Dark is a happy experience altogether. Betsy Drake is a most engaging young songstress.
Yes, and isn't she a joy to look at?
And it's easy to see she's a Lux girl.
Indeed she is, Mr. Kennedy. Betsy Drake has one of the loveliest complexions I've ever seen. And I know she depends on Lux Soap facials to keep it that way.
Like other Hollywood stars, she finds it's a beauty care that works. You know, actually 3 out of 4 complexions became softer, smoother, in a short time with Lux Soap Care. Recent tests by skin specialists proved it.
It's such an easy, effective care. I know I wouldn't be without it.
Thanks, Miss Helene Stanley. I'm sure lovely women everywhere agree that Lux Toilet Soap gives delicate skin gentle, protecting care it needs. If you haven't tried it, why not begin your Lux Soap facials tomorrow?
Remember, Lux Toilet Soap is the fragrant white beauty soap 9 out of 10 famous screen stars use. Here's our producer, Mr. William Keeling.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mr. Belvedere Goes to College, starring Clifton Webb as Mr. Belvedere, Colleen Gray as Ellen, and Robert Stack as Bill. 30 minutes ago, Mr. Belvedere left the dormitory at Clemens College and hastened to Ellen Baker's apartment. Now, there'd be nothing very unusual about that were it not for the fact that it's late at night and Mr. Belvedere's attire consists of pajamas, bedroom slippers, and a top coat. Obviously, Mr. Belvedere is very anxious to see Ellen, but Ellen hasn't the slightest desire to see him. She's refused to open the door, whereupon the very determined Mr. Belvedere has commenced an ascent up the fire escape.
All right, brother. Now start climbing down that fire escape.
I beg your pardon?
We just happen to be police officers, mister, so get down here and start explaining.
As you wish, gentlemen, but I assure you this is a mistake.
Yeah, and you made it. Look at him, Al. In pajamas, yes. Stick out your mitts, brother, and no false moves.
Stop calling me brother. I can conceive of no circumstance in which you and I could be remotely related.
Come on, let's get him out of here.
No, but you can't do this to me. I'm a student at the university.
Get him, Al, a student. How long you been going to school, Jack? 20 years?
There's a young lady in this apartment house who knows me very well.
Yeah, and I suppose you was calling on her, huh?
Exactly.
In pajamas? Okay, wise guy. What's her name?
Ellen Baker. That is Mrs. David Ashley. And if you don't believe me, why don't you ask her? 3rd floor, apartment D. Well?
Let's take him up, Al. If this lady don't know him, this could develop into a very interesting case. Okay, college boy, start moving.
Sorry to disturb you, lady, but we found this mug on the fire escape. He said he had to see you.
How about it, mister? You know this guy?
Know him?
Well, Miss Baker, kindly identify me. We may have had our differences, but I know I may rely on your innate sense of fair play.
Officers, I never saw this man before in my life.
That does it, Jack.
Boy, are you under arrest?
May I inquire on what charge?
Peeping Tom.
Peeping Tom?
Good night, officers, and thank you very much.
Peeping Tom, huh? Okay, what's your name?
John J. Doe.
A wise guy, huh? Okay, Mr. Doe. We'll just dump you in the drunk tank and refresh your memory. Take the handcuffs off him, Al.
That will not be necessary. Here you are.
Hey, you didn't lock the handcuffs. Of course I locked them. The guy's a Houdini.
I taught Mr. Houdini.
Frisk him. Find out who he is. Yes, Sarge. Sure.
Sergeant, you will long remember this dank, turgid night to your regret.
You sure this guy ain't top-heavy?
You will discover that I'm no more sane and much more sane than you are. To wit, I know that you have the legal right to hold me for 48 hours. I also know that I have the right to make one telephone call.
Yeah, who do you think's running this joint?
You are, sir, and I suggest you enjoy it while you may.
You don't scare me, Pop. All right, there's the phone booth. Make your legal call.
Number, please.
Operator, this is Lynn Belvedere. I want to call Washington, D.C., person to person, and reverse the charges.
With whom do you wish to speak, please?
Mr. J. Edgar Hoover.
Hey, Sarge, did you hear him? J. Edgar Hoover. I heard him. Throw him in the drunk tank. Hey, you. Belvy. Sarge, look at him. He's standing on his head.
You should try it sometime. Yoga. Very refreshing. Well, Sergeant, has my call from Washington come through?
Not yet, and don't give us any more of that stuff. We called the local FBI, see? Nobody ever heard of you.
They shall.
In the meantime, there's some people here to see you.
Show them in, please.
Outside. This tank ain't no parlor, mister.
That is quite apparent. Adieu, classmates.
So long, chum, and thanks for showing us how to pick the lock.
You showed them what?
You'll find out, Sergeant. You'll find out.
There he is, Mr. Brubaker. There's Mr. Belvedere.
You okay, Mr. Belvedere?
I was the one who brought Mrs. Chase and everyone, Mr. Belvedere.
In time, I shall determine whether to thank you or not, Cornelius.
Well, Mr. Belvedere, this here young lady has explained everything. About knowing you, that is.
Good evening, Ellen.
Good evening.
So we'll call it all a mistake, Mr. Belvedere, and drop the whole thing? Okay?
On the contrary, I shall fight my arrest through to the highest authority, and I demand a hearing, and now.
Gee, another crisis.
But she dropped the charges.
Miss Baker, why did you drop the charge?
Because I couldn't sleep.
That was your conscience. I slept perfectly.
Yeah, he sleeps upside down.
I just can't stand here, Sergeant, and swear I've never seen him before. Because I have seen him before. But I hope I never see him again. And that goes for one or two other people here, too.
Well, if you'd only listen to me, Ellen, I could...
Mr. Belvedere, I wish you could do something to bring them together. Ellen won't speak to Bill, and Bill won't speak to me. Oh, please.
What is in that envelope, young lady?
The article I wrote about you for Look magazine.
Why haven't you mailed it?
Because I just finished it.
I won't let her mail it, that's why.
Just try and stop me.
You'd be foolish to try, Mr. Chase. Let her blast my college career and her own. Let her go on to a shabby success, dragging her ill-fed offspring behind her.
There'll be nothing shabby about Ellen's success. And Davy's no ill-fed offspring. He's a darn fine little...
Yes, I'm sure
You
he is.
keep out of this, Mother.
Oh,
Mr.
Bill.
Chase, be wary of women who are hag-ridden with emotion and ambition.
I am not. I am not hag-ridden with ambition. I'm just tired.
Oh, Ellen.
On guard, Mr. Chase. One does not reason with an emotional young woman.
I'm not emotional. All I want to do is graduate from college and keep Davy and have a home and...
Yes?
Oh, all right. Here, take your old story.
Thank you.
Look, would you parties mind continuing this outside my police station?
Hello? Yep. Huh? Yeah, he's right here. It's for you, Mr. Belvedere. From Washington.
Thank you. Hello? Hello, Edgar. Yes, there was some trouble, but I've taken care of it myself. Oh, no, I don't think it'll be necessary. Oh, and you too. Well, well, thanks for calling, Edgar. Goodbye. Any questions, Sergeant?
Oh, no, sir. No questions, sir. Would you like a squad car to drive you home, maybe?
Thank you, but I shall walk home to the dormitory with Cornelius.
Gee whiz, J. Edgar Hoover. Oh, thanks, Mr. Belvedere. I'll enjoy the walk very much.
Good night, everyone. Come along, Cornelius.
Right,
Come again, Mr. Belvedere. Come again.
Now, my instructions are quite simple, Cornelius, but you will kindly repeat them.
Oh, sure, Mr. Belvedere. I take this envelope that Miss Baker gave you to the all-night drugstore, and I buy some stamps, and I mail it. Gee whiz, Mr. Belvedere, you'd think I was dumb or something.
Far from it, Cornelius.
But, well, there's one thing I don't get. I thought all this was because you didn't want the magazine to print...
Never mind that, Cornelius. And if you know what's good for you, remember that in a few short weeks, I shall be a senior.
Oh, I won't tell anybody, Mr. Belvedere. Gee, not even J. Edgar Hoover.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the closing chapter in the 75th commencement exercises of Clemens University. The presentation of the diploma to a man who has singularly distinguished himself in the outside world as well as in our own academic world.
Well, they finally got around you,
Not
Mr.
only
Belvedere.
as an
The most boring ceremony I've had the misfortune to witness since they gave me the Morehouse Award.
Well, I wouldn't trade my diploma for
As
anything.
valedictorian, the only man in the long history of Clemens to have earned his degree in 1 year, Mr. Lynn Belvedere.
Mr. Belvedere, congratulations. You are not only a great scholar, but a man of principle. And I want to thank you for keeping your bargain.
Bargain, President Keating?
About the publicity and notoriety, I mean.
Oh, not at all, President Keating.
And now, it gives me great pleasure to hand you your diploma.
Thank you, Dean Gibbs. And it gives me great pleasure to present you with this.
But But, Mr. Belvedere, a copy of Look magazine.
The cover. Look what it says. Mr. Belvedere Goes to College by Ellen Baker Ashley.
I kept my word, sir. Remember, you just graduated me.
And a picture of us, here, on the stage, handing you your diploma. Why, Mr. Belvedere, this just happened. This is impossible.
Yes. Yes, it is.
We certainly don't need any cheerleaders to let our stars know how much we like Mr. Belvedere Goes to College. And now it's curtain call time for Clifton Webb, Colleen Gray, and Robert Stagg. Clifton, as Mr. Belvedere, you've certainly done it again.
Yes, I find it most depressing.
Depressing? Depressing to be famous?
Well, there should be a certain dash to success. Now, after some 30 years in the theater, I find it depressing to achieve notoriety as a babysitter and a pole vaulter.
Oh, you don't like this fame, then, huh?
I love it.
You know, I'm sure the audience wants to know about the future of Mr. Belvedere.
Well, Mr. Belvedere is never predictable. Only one thing is certain about his future. It'll never be dull.
He always has something new, just like Lux soap. I've used Lux soap for years as a complexion care, and now they've brought out the new bath size. Don't you think the new bath size of Lux soap is grand, Mr. Webb?
My dear, don't be naive. Who do you think invented the new bath size?
You mean it was Mr. Belvedere?
That is correct.
I'm sure Mr. Belvedere already knows, but you might tell the rest of us about next week's play, Bill.
Well, next week's play is tuneful, it's amusing, it's romantic. And as for the stars, 3 of your favorites, Robert Cummings, Anne Blythe, and William Bendix. The play is a gay musical story for the whole family. The Universal International picture, I'll Be Yours.
That's a very entertaining prospect, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and come again.
Great Plays. The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Scandal by Richard Brinsley Sheridan, another great play in the development of the history of drama. It was in Wren's Drury Lane Theatre 161 years ago in London, England, that the premiere performance of Sheridan's The School for Scandal was presented before a brilliant audience. Throughout the years, the greatest men and women in the history of the stage wove their magic spells within those walls. John Phillips Kemble, Thomas Betterton, Peg Woffington, David Garrick, and Sarah Siddons were among the immortals who glorified that stage. After the retirement of David Garrick in the year 1776, Sheridan, the author of this afternoon's play, took over the duties of managing the Drury Lane with his father-in-law Thomas Lenty, the composer, and Dr. Ford. From the outset, Sheridan's first season was remarkable, due in large part to the production of his School for Scandal. Once again, we invite you to be our guest at a great play, The School for Scandal, which was first presented on Saturday afternoon, May 8th, 1777, at the Drury Lane Theatre, London, England. Sheridan begins his comedy at Lady Sneerwell's house, where she and her contemporaries indulge in the gentle art of gossiping. Their chief topic is scandal about their neighbors. The not-too-harmonious marriage of Sir Peter and Lady Teazle comes under their observation, and also the mode of life and the loves of the brothers Charles and Joseph Surface. It so happens that Joseph Surface is allied by mutual self-interest to Lady Sneerwell, but his real interest is Maria, ward of Sir Peter, whose money rather than her person appeals to him. To further his schemes, he flatters and plays the gallant to Lady Teazle. Charles Surface, on the other hand, is ardently attached to Maria and seeks nothing but her hand in marriage. The first scene in this afternoon's production of The School for Scandal is a room in Sir Peter Teasel's house. Sir Peter, a newlywed, bemoans his state of matrimony.
When an old bachelor marries a young wife, what is he to expect? Well, 'tis now 6 months since Lady Teasel made me the happiest of men, and I've been the most miserable dog ever since. We tiffed a little going to church and fairly quarreled before the bells had done ringing. And I was more than once nearly choked with gall during the honeymoon, and had lost all comfort in life before my friends had done wishing me joy. And yet I chose with caution a girl bred wholly in the country who never knew luxury beyond one silk gown or dissipation above the annual gala or a race ball. Yet she now plays all her part in all the extravagant fopperies of fashion in the town with as ready a grace as if she never had seen a bush or a green plot outside of Grosvenor Square. She dissipates me fortune and contradicts all me humours. And yet the worst of it is, I love her, or I should never bear all this. However, I'll never be weak enough to own it.
Oh, Sir Peter, your servant. How is it with you, sir?
Oh, very bad, Master Rowley, very bad.
Nay, I'm sure, Sir Peter, your lady can't be the cause of your uneasiness.
Why, has anybody told you she was dead?
Come, Sir Peter, you love her. Notwithstanding your tempers don't exactly agree.
But the fault is entirely hers, Master Rowley. I am myself the sweetest-tempered man alive and hate a teasing temper, and so I tell her 100 times a day.
Indeed.
And what is very extraordinary, in all our disputes, she is always in the wrong. Then, to complete my vexation, Maria, my ward, whom I ought to have the power of a father over, is determined to turn rebel too, and absolutely refuses Joseph, the man I've long resolved on her for a husband, meaning, I suppose, to bestow herself on his profligate brother Charles.
You know, Sir Peter, I have always taken the liberty to differ with you on the subject of these two young gentlemen. I only wish you may not be deceived in your opinion of the elder. For Charles, my life on't, he will retrieve his errors, yes.
Ah, you're wrong, Master Rowley. In their father's death, you know I acted as a kind of guardian to them both. Joseph is indeed a model for the young men of the age, but for the other, take my word for it, if he had any grain of virtue by descent, he's dissipated it with the rest of his inheritance.
I'm sorry to find you so violent against the young man. I came hither with news that will surprise you. Sir Oliver is arrived and at this moment in town.
How? You astonish me. Sir Oliver arrived? It is 16 years since we met. Pray, does he know that I'm married?
Yes, and will soon wish you joy.
What? As we drink health to a friend in consumption. No, Oliver will laugh at me. But, Master Rowley, don't drop a word that Lady Teasel and I ever disagree.
Oh, by no means. But you must be very careful not to differ while he is in the house with
Gad,
you.
so we must, and that's impossible. Ah, Master Rowley, when an old bachelor marries a young wife, he deserves... No, the crime carries its punishment along with it.
A room in Sir Peter Teasel's house.
Lady Teasel, I'll not bear it.
Sir Peter, you may bear it or not as you please. But I ought to have my own way in everything. And what's more, I will, too.
Very well, man, very well. So as a husband is to have no influence, no authority.
Authority? No, to be sure. If you wanted authority over me, you should have adopted me and not married me. I'm sure you were old enough.
Old enough? Aye, there it is. Well, Lady Teasel, though my life may be made unhappy by your temper, I'll not be ruined by your extravagance.
My extravagance? Oh, I'm sure I'm not more extravagant than a woman of fashion ought to be.
Slife, to spend as much to furnish your dressing room with flowers in winter as would suffice to turn the Pantheon into a greenhouse and give a fete champetre at Christmas.
And am I to blame, Sir Peter, because flowers are dear in cold weather? Oh, you should find fault with the climate, not with me.
Bones, madam, if you'd been born to this, I shouldn't wonder at your talking thus. But you forget what your situation was when I married you.
No, I don't. 'Twas a very disagreeable one, or I should never have married you.
Oh, yes, madam. You were then in a somewhat humbler style, the daughter of a plain country squire. I recollect, Lady Teazle, when I saw you first sitting at your tambour in a pretty figured linen gown with a bunch of keys at your side.
Oh, yes, I remember it well. And a curious life I led. My daily occupation to inspect the dairy, make extracts from the family receipt book, and comb my Aunt Deborah's lapdog.
Ah, yes, madam, 'twas so indeed.
And then, my evening amusements, to draw patterns for ruffles, to play Pope Joan with the curate, or to be stuck down to an old spinet to strum my father to sleep after a fox chase.
I'm glad you have so good a memory. Yes, madam, these were the recreations I took you from. But now you must have your coach vis-a-vis and 3-parted footman before your chair, with no recollection, I suppose, that you were content to ride double behind the butler on a docked coach horse.
No, I swear I never did that.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You did.
I did not. I deny the butler and the coach horse.
Yes, you did, madam, and what's more, his name was Dobbin, and he was blind in one eye. This, madam, was your situation, and what have I done for you? I've made you a woman of fashion, of fortune, of rank. In short, I've made you my wife.
Well, then, and there's but one thing more you can make me to add to the obligation. That is...
My widow, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you, madam, but don't flatter yourself, for though your ill conduct may disturb my peace of mind, it shall never break my heart, I promise you. However, I'm equally obliged to you for the hint.
Oh, then why will you endeavor to make yourself so disagreeable to me and thwart me in every little elegant expense?
Life, madam, I say, had you any of these little elegant expenses when you married me?
Lord, Sir Peter, would you have me to be out of the fashion?
Oh, fashion, indeed. What had you to do with fashion before you married me?
For my part, I should think you'd like to have your wife thought a woman of taste.
Aye, there it is again, taste. Zounds, madam, you had no taste when you married me.
That's very true indeed, Sir Peter. And after having married you, I should never pretend to taste again, I allow. Oh, but now, Sir Peter, since we finished our daily jangle, I presume I may go to my engagement at Lady Sneerwell's.
Aye, a charming set of acquaintances you've made there.
No, Sir Peter, they're all people of rank and fortune, and remarkably tenacious of reputation.
Yes, egad, they're tenacious of reputation with a vengeance. For they don't choose anybody should have a character but themselves.
Oh, what, would you restrain the freedom of speech?
No, they've made you just as bad as any of the society.
Oh, I believe I do bear a part with a tolerable grace.
Grace indeed.
But, Sir Peter, you know you promised to come to Lady Sneerwell's, too.
Well, I'll call in just to look after my own character.
Well, then, indeed, you must make haste after me, or you'll be too late. So goodbye to you.
So I've gained much by my intended expostulation. Yet with what a charming air she contradicts everything I say, and how pleasantly she shows her contempt for my authority. Well, though I can't make her love me, there's a great satisfaction in quarreling with her. And I think she never appears to such advantage as when she's doing everything in her power to plague me.
From here we go into one of the famous scandal scenes from which the play takes its name. A room in Lady Sneerwell's house. Lady Sneerwell, Mrs. Candor, Crabtree, Sir Benjamin Backbite, Joseph Surface, Lady Teazle, and Maria are vividly talking.
Now I'll die. But you're so scandalous, I'll forswear your society.
What's the matter, Mrs. Cantor?
They'll not allow our friend, Miss Vermillion, to be handsome.
Oh, surely she's a pretty woman.
I'm very glad you think so, Ma'am.
She has charming fresh color.
Yes, when it's fresh put on.
Oh, fie. I'll swear her color is natural. I have seen it come and go.
Oh, I dare swear you have, ma'am. It goes off at night and comes again in the morning.
Oh, true, ma'am. It not only comes and goes, but what's more again, her maid can fetch and carry it.
Sir Peter Teazle. Ladies, you're most obedient. Mercy on me, here's the whole set.
Oh, I'm rejoiced you're come, Sir Peter. They've been so censorious.
Oh, that must be very distressing to you, Mrs. Candor, I dare swear.
Well, I will never join in ridiculing a friend. And so I constantly tell my cousin Ogle, and you all know what pretensions she has to be critical on beauty.
Oh, to be sure. She has herself the oddest countenance that ever was seen. 'Tis a collection of features from all the different counties of the globe.
Oh, she has indeed. An Irish front.
Caledonian locks.
A Dutch nose.
Austrian lips.
Oh, complexion of a Spaniard.
And teeth a la Chenois.
Mercy on my life, a person I dine with twice a week.
Go. You are a couple of provoking toads.
Oh, nay, but I vow you shall not carry the laugh off so. Forgive me leave to say that Mrs. Oldos...
Madam, I beg your pardon. There's no stopping these good gentlemen's tongues. But when I tell you, Mrs. Candor, that the lady they are abusing is a particular friend of mine, I hope you'll not take her part.
Well said, Sir Peter. But you are a cruel creature. Too phlegmatic yourself for a jest, and too peevish to allow wit in others.
Ah, madam, true wit is more nearly allied to good nature than your ladyship is aware of.
True, Sir Peter. I believe they are so near akin that they can never be united.
Yes, or rather, madam, suppose the man and wife, because one seldom sees them together.
Come, ladies. Shall we sit down to cards?
Your ladyship must excuse me. I'm called away by particular business, but I leave my character behind me.
You better take it with you, Sir Peter, for it'll be damnably mauled here.
Well, certainly, Lady Teasel, that lord of yours is a strange being. I could tell you some stories of him that would make you laugh heartily if he were not your husband.
Oh, now, pray don't mind that. Come, do let's hear them.
Maria, I see you have no satisfaction in this society.
How is it possible I should?
But can you, Maria, feel thus for others and be unkind to me alone? Is hope to be denied the tenderest passion?
Why will you distress me by renewing this subject?
Ah, Maria, you would not treat me thus and oppose your guardian Sir Peter's will, but that I see my profligate brother Charles is still a favoured rival.
Ungenerously urged.
Nay, but Maria, do not leave me with a frown. Cancel I fears, Lady Teasel. You must not. No, you shall not. For though I have the greatest regard for Lady Teasel,
Lady Teasel?
Yet were Sir Peter to suspect...
What is this, pray? Child, you are wanted in the next room. What is all this, pray?
Oh, the most unlucky circumstance in nature. Maria has somehow suspected the tender concern I have for your happiness, and threatened to acquaint Sir Peter with her suspicions. And I was just endeavouring to reason with her when you came in.
Indeed. Do you usually reason on your knees?
Oh, she is a child, and I thought a little bombast... But, Lady Teasel, when are you going to give me your judgment on my library as you promised?
No, I begin to think it would be imprudent. I have so many of my country prejudices left that though Sir Peter's ill humour may vex me ever so, it never shall provoke me to...
The only revenge in your power. Well, I applaud your moderation.
Oh, you are an insinuating wretch. But we shall be missed. Let us join the company.
But we had best not return together.
Well, don't stay, for Maria shan't come to hear any more of your reasoning, I promise you.
A room in Sir Peter Teasel's house. Rowley and Sir Oliver Surface are waiting on Sir Peter Teasel.
So my old friend is married, eh? A young wife out of the country.
But you must not rally him on the subject, Sir Oliver. 'Tis a tender point, I assure you.
Poor Peter. But you say he has entirely given up Charles, never sees him, eh?
His prejudice against him is astonishing, and I am sure greatly increased by a jealousy of him with Lady Teasel, which he has industriously been led into by a scandalous society in the neighbourhood who have contributed not a little to Charles' ill name.
I know. There are a set of malicious, prattling, prudent gossips, both male and female, who murder characters to kill time. But I'm not to be prejudiced against my nephew by such, I promise you. No. If Charles has done nothing...
Oh, here comes Sir Peter.
Yes, so he does. Mercy on me. One may read husband at his face at this distance.
Ah, Sir Oliver, my old friend.
Thank you, Sir Peter. But what? I find you married, eh, my old boy? Well, it can't be helped. And so I wish you joy with all my heart.
Thank you, Sir Oliver. Yes, I have entered into the happy state, but we'll not talk about that now.
True, Sir Peter. Old friends should not begin on grievances at first meeting. No.
Take care, Sir Oliver.
Oh, yes. Well, so one of my nephews is a wild rogue, eh?
Wild, my friend. I grieve for your disappointment there. However, his brother will make you amends. Joseph is indeed what a youth should be. Everybody in the world speaks well of him.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Huh?
If he salutes me with a scrap of morality in his mouth, I shall be sick directly. But before I form my judgment of either of them, I intend to make a trial of their hearts. And my friend Rowley and I have planned something for the purpose.
Yes, Sir Peter. I have below a friendly Jew whom I have brought for Sir Oliver to question relative to Charles' affairs.
Well, pray let us have him in.
Did you ring, sir? Desire Mr. Moses to walk upstairs.
Very good, sir.
But pray, why should this Moses speak the truth?
Oh, I have convinced him that he has no chance of recovering certain sums advanced to Charles, but through the bounty of Sir Oliver, so that you may depend on his fidelity to his own interest. Here he comes. Oh, Moses, this is Sir Oliver.
Sir, I understand you have lately had great dealings with my nephew, Charles.
Oh, yes, Sir Oliver. I have done all I could for him, but he was ruined before he came to me for assistance.
That was unlucky. Yes, I suppose you have done all in your power for him, eh, honest Moses?
Yes, he knows that. This very evening I was to have brought him a gentleman from the city who does not know him and will, I believe, advance him some money.
What, one Charles has never had money from before?
Yes, a Mr. Premium of Crutchet Friars, formerly a broker.
Egad, Sir Oliver, a thought strikes me.
Huh?
Charles, you say, does not know Mr. Premium.
Not at all, no.
Sir Oliver,
Yeah?
go with my friend Moses and represent Premium, and then I'll answer for it you will see your nephew in all his glory.
Well, this is taking Charles rather at a disadvantage, to be sure. However, Moses, you understand Sir Peter and will be faithful?
You may depend upon me. This is near the time I was to have gone.
Well, but how must I talk? There's certainly some mode of treatment that I ought to know.
Oh, there's not much to learn. The great point, as I take it, is to be exorbitant enough in your demands.
Yes, that's a very great point.
I'll answer for it I'll not be wanting in that. I'll ask him 8 or 10% on the loan at least.
What? If you ask him no more than that, you'll be discovered immediately.
How much, then?
Well, that depends upon the circumstances. If he appears not very anxious for the supply, you should require only 40 or 50%. But if you find him in great distress and want the money very bad, you may ask double.
A good honest trade you're learning, Sir Oliver.
Truly, I think so, and not unprofitable. Moses shall give me further instructions as we go together.
Oh, you won't have much time, for your nephew lives hard by.
Oh, never fear. My tutor appears so able that though Charles lived on the next street, it'd be my own fault if I'm not a complete rogue before I turn the corner.
A room in Sir Peter's house.
Lud, Sir Peter, I hope you haven't been quarreling with Maria. Well, it's not using me well to be so ill-humored when I'm not by.
Ah, Lady Teasel, you might have the power to make me good-humored at all times.
I'm sure I wish I had. But I want you to be in a charming sweet temper at this moment. And let me have £200.
£200? What? Aren't I to be in a good humor without paying for it? Ah, you shall have it. But seal me a bond for the repayment.
Oh, no, there. My note of hand will do as well.
And you shall not longer reproach me with not giving you an independent settlement. I mean shortly to surprise you. But shall we live always thus?
If you please. I'm sure I don't care how soon we leave off quarreling. Provided you alone, you were tired first.
Well, then let our future contest be who shall be most obliging.
I assure you, Sir Peter, good nature becomes you. You look now as you did before we were married, when you used to walk with me under the elms and tell me stories of what a gallant you were in your youth and chuck me under the chin.
Yes, and you were as kind and attentive as...
So I was, and would always take your part when my acquaintance used to abuse you and turn you into ridicule.
Indeed?
Aye, and when my cousin Sophie has called you a stiff, peevish old bachelor, laughed at me for thinking of marrying one who might be my father, I've always defended you and said that you'd make a very good sort of a husband.
And you prophesied right, and we shall now be the happiest couple in...
And never differ again.
Never differ again.
No, never.
never. Though at the same time, my dear Lady Teasel, you must watch your temper very seriously. For in all our little quarrels, my dear, if you recollect, my love, you always began first.
I beg your pardon, my dear Sir Peter. Indeed, you always gave the provocation.
Now, see, my little angel, take care. Contradicting isn't the way to keep friends.
Then don't you begin it, my love.
There, now, you're going on. You don't perceive, my life, that you're just doing the very thing which you know always makes me angry.
Well, you know, if you will be angry without any reason...
There, now, you
dear.
want to quarrel again.
No, I'm sure I don't, but if you will be so peevish...
There, now, who begins first?
Why, you, to be sure. I said nothing, and there's no bearing your
No,
temper.
no, madam, there's the fault's in your own temper.
Ah, you're just what my cousin Sophie said you would
Your cousin Sophie is a forward, impertinent gypsy.
You're a great big bear, I'm sure, to abuse my relation.
Now may all the plagues of marriage be doubled on me if I ever try to be friends with you anymore.
So much the better.
No, madam, 'tis evident you never cared a pin for me, and I was a madman to marry you.
And I'm sure I was a fool to marry you, an old dangling bachelor who was single at 50, only because he never could meet with anyone who'd have him.
Aye, madam, but you were pleased enough to listen to me. You never had such an offer before.
No? Didn't I refuse the Tivy Terrier, who everybody said would have been a better match, for his estate is just as good as yours, and he's broke his neck since we've been married.
Now I've done with you, madam. You're an unfeeling, ungrateful... But there's an end of everything. I believe you capable of everything that is bad. Yes, madam, I now believe the reports relative to you and Charles, madam.
Take care, Sir Peter. I'll not be suspected without cause, I promise you.
Very well, madam. Very well. A separate maintenance as soon as you please. Yes, madam, or a divorce. I'll make an example of myself for the benefit of all old bachelors. Let us separate, madam.
Agreed. And now, my dear Sir Peter, we're of a mind once more. We may be the happiest couple and never differ again. You know. Well, you're going to be in a passion, I see, and I shall only interrupt you, so bye-bye.
Oh, plagues and tortures. Can't I make her angry either? Oh, I'm the most miserable fellow. But I'll not bear her presuming to keep her temper. No. She may break my heart, but she shan't keep her temper.
A room in Charles Surface's house where Charles, Careless, and other friends are having a merry time.
For heavens, it's true. There's the great degeneracy of the age. Many of our acquaintance have taste, spirit, and politeness, but plague on it, they won't drink.
So indeed, Charles. They give in to all the substantial luxuries of the table and abstain from nothing but wine and wit. Now then, Charles, be honest and give us your real favorite.
Why, I have withheld her only in compassion to you. If I toast her, you must give a round of her peers, which is impossible on earth.
Oh, then we'll find some canonized vestals or heathen goddesses that will do, I warrant.
Here then, bumpers, your rogues, bumpers. Mariah!
Mr. Premium and Mr. Moses.
Moses! So honest Moses! Walk in, pray, Mr. Premium. That's this gentleman's name, isn't it, Moses?
Yes, yes.
Sit down, Mr. Premium. Sit down, Moses.
Oh, come, Harry. The dice are in the next room. Charles, you'll join us when you finish your business with the gentlemen?
I will.
Sir Charles, this is Mr. Premium, a gentleman of the strictest honor and secrecy. Mr. Premium, this is...
Sir, my friend Moses is a very honest fellow, but a little slow at expression. Mr. Premium, I am an extravagant young fellow who wants to borrow money. You, I take it, to be a prudent old fellow who has got money to lend. I'm blockheaded enough to give 50% sooner than not have it. And you, I presume, are rogue enough to take 100 if you can get it.
Exceeding frank, upon my word. I see, sir, you're not a man of many compliments. However, you're mistaken in one thing. I have no money to lend, but I believe I could procure some from a friend.
Mr. Premium, these are trifles. I know money isn't to be bought without paying for it.
Well, but what security could you give? You have no land, I suppose?
Not a molehill nor a twig.
Nor any stock, I presume.
Nothing but livestock. But pray, Mr. Premium, are you acquainted with any of my connections?
Why, to say the truth, I am.
Then you must know that I have a devilish rich uncle in the East Indies, Sir Oliver Surface, from whom I have great expectations.
That you have a wealthy uncle, I have heard, but how your expectations will turn out is more, I believe, than you can tell.
Oh, no, there can be no doubt. They tell me I'm a prodigious favorite, and that he talks of leaving me everything.
Indeed. This is the first I've heard of it.
Yes, 'tis just so. Moses knows it's true, don't you, Moses?
Oh, yes, I'll swear to it.
Now, I propose, Mr. Premium, if it's agreeable to you, a post-orbit on Sir Oliver's life. Though at the same time, the old fellow has been so liberal to me that I should be very sorry to hear that anything had happened to him.
No more than I should, I assure you. But the bond you mentioned happens to be just the worst security you could offer me.
Huh?
For I might live to 100 and never see the principal.
Oh, yes, you would. The moment Sir Oliver dies, you know, you come down on me for the money.
Then I believe I should be the most unwelcome dun you ever had in your life.
What? I suppose you're afraid that Sir Oliver is too good a life.
No, indeed I'm not, though I've heard he's as hale and healthy a man as any of his years in Christendom.
Well, there again, you're misinformed. Oh, no. The climate has hurt him considerably. Poor Uncle Oliver, yes, he breaks a pace, I'm told. And he's so much altered lately that his nearest relations wouldn't know him.
No! So much altered lately that his nearest relations would not know him. Hey, gad, Moses.
Oh, you're glad to hear that, little premium.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Yeah, you know that mends your charm.
But I'm told Sir Oliver is coming over. Nay, some say he's actually arrived.
Oh, sure, I must know better than you whether he's come or not.
Very true, as you say. You must know better than I. Though I have it from pretty good authority, haven't I, most?
Yes, most undoubted.
But, sir, as I understand now, you want a few hundreds immediately. Is there nothing you could dispose of?
Not much indeed, unless you have a mind of the family pictures. I've got a room full of ancestors above, and egad, you shall have them at a bargain.
Oh, what the devil, sure. Well, you wouldn't sell your forefathers, would you?
Every man of them to the best bidder.
What, your great-uncles and aunts?
I am my great-grandfathers and grandmothers, too.
Oh, come, Charles, what keeps you?
I can't come yet. Little Premium here may buy all my ancestors.
Oh, burn your ancestors.
No, he may do that afterwards, if he please. Stay careless, we want you. Egad, you shall be auctioneer.
Oh, have with you, if that's the case. I can handle the hammer as well as the dice box. Going.
Oh, the prophet.
Come, Moses, you shall be appraiser if we want one. Oh, gad's life, Little Premium, you don't seem to like the business.
Oh, yes, I do vastly. Yes, I think it a rare joke to sell one's family by auction. Oh, the prophet.
Well, to be sure, when a man wants money, where the plague should he get assistance if he can't make free with his own relations?
Never.
A picture room in Charles Surface's house.
Walk in, gentlemen, pray walk in. Here they are, the family of the Surfaces up to the conquest.
And in my opinion, a goodly collection.
Aye, these are done in the true spirit of portrait painting. All stiff and awkward as the originals, and like nothing in human nature besides.
Yes, we shall never see such figures of men again.
I hope not. But come, get your pulpit, Mr. Auctioneer. Oh, yeah. Here's an old gouty chair of my grandfather that will answer the purpose.
This will do. Oh, but Charles, I haven't a hammer. And what's an auctioneer without his hammer?
Oh, gad, that's true. Well, what parchment have we here? Oh, our genealogy in full. Oh. Here, Careless, you shall have no common bit of mahogany. Here's a family tree for you, you rogue. This shall be a hammer.
What an unnatural rogue, an ex post facto parasite.
Yes. Here's a list of your generation, indeed. Oh, faith, Charles, this is the most convenient thing you could have found for the business. For 'twill not only serve as a hammer, but a catalogue into the bargain. Come, begin. Going.
Bravo, Careless. Well, here's my great-uncle, Sir Richard Revlin, a marvelous good general in his day, I assure you. He served in all the Duke of Marlborough's wars and got that cut over his eye at the Battle of Malplaquet.
Bid him speak.
Well, what do you bid?
Bid him speak. Bid him speak.
Mr. Premium would have you speak.
Well, then, he shall have him for £10.
Heaven deliver me his famous Uncle Richard for £10. Very well, sir. I take him at that.
Careless, knock down Uncle Richard.
Going.
Uncle Richard, £10.
Here now is a maiden sister of his, my great-aunt Deborah, and esteemed a very formidable likeness. There she is, you see, a shepherdess feeding her flock. You shall have her for £5.10. The sheep are worth the money.
Oh, poor Deborah, a woman who set such a value on herself. £5.10, she's mine.
Knock down Aunt Deborah.
Going.
Aunt Deborah and a flock of sheep, £5.10.
This now is the grandfather of my mother's, a learned judge. What do you rate him at, Moses?
4 guineas.
4 guineas? Gad's life, you don't bid him the price of his wig. Mr. Premium, do let us knock his lordship down at 15.
Oh, by all means.
Gone.
And there are 2 brothers of his, William and Walter Blunt Esquires, both members of Parliament.
I'll take them at your own price for the honour of Parliament, sir.
Well said, Little Premium. I'll knock them down at 40.
Here's a jolly fellow. I don't know what his relations were, but he was mayor of Norwich. Take him at £8.
No. 6 will do for the mayor.
Oh, come, make it guineas. And I'll throw you the 2 aldermen there into the bargain.
They're mine.
Careless, knock down the mayor and the alderman. Gone. Oh, but plague on it, we'll be all day retailing in this manner. Do let us deal wholesale. What say you, little premium? Give me £300 for the rest of the family in the lump.
Aye, that'll be the best way.
Well, anything to accommodate you. They are mine. But there is one portrait which you have always passed over.
Oh, what? That ill-looking little fellow over the settee?
Yes, sir, I mean that. Though I don't think him so ill-looking a little fellow by any means.
What, that? Oh, that's my Uncle Oliver. It was done before he went to India.
Your Uncle Oliver? Oh, gad, Charles, then you'll never be friends. Oh, that now to me is as stern-a-looking rogue as ever I saw. An unforgiving eye. And a damned disinheriting countenance. Don't you think so, little premium?
Upon my soul, sir, I do not. I think it is as honest a looking face as any in the room, dead or alive. But I suppose Uncle Oliver goes with the rest of the lumber.
No, hang it. I'll not part with poor Noll. The old fellow's been very good to me. Gad, I'll keep his picture while I've a room to put it in.
The rogue's my nephew, after all. But, sir, I have somehow taken a fancy to that picture.
I'm sorry for it, for you'll certainly not have it. Uns, man, haven't you got enough of them?
I forgive him everything. But, sir, I'll give you as much for that as for all the rest.
Don't tease me, Master Broker. I tell you, I'll not part with it, and there's an end of it.
Oh, like his father, the dog is. Well, I've done. Yeah, you know. Here is a draft for your sum. There.
Why, 'tis for £800.
You will not let Sir Oliver go?
Zounds, no, I tell you once more.
Then never mind the difference. We'll balance that another time. But give me your hand in the bargain. You are an honest fellow, Charles.
Oh,
I beg pardon, sir, for being sorry. Come on, stop.
Yes, this is a whimsical old fellow. But harky premium, you'll prepare lodgings for these gentlemen.
Yes. I'll send for them in a day or two.
But hold, do now send a genteel conveyance for them.
I will. For all but Oliver.
Aye, all but the little nabob.
You're fixed on that?
Peremptorily.
A dear extravagant road. Good day.
Why, this is the oddest genius of the sort I ever met with.
Egad, he's the prince of brokers, I think. I wonder how the devil Moses got acquainted with so honest a fellow. Go, Careless. Say I'll join the company in a few moments.
Oh, I will.
So, this was an odd old fellow indeed. Let me see. 2/3 of these 530-odd pounds are mine by right. For heaven, I find one's ancestors are more valuable relations than I took them for. Ladies and gentlemen, your most obedient and very grateful servant.
A library in Joseph Surface's house. The walls are lined with books. In one corner of the room, slightly beyond the closet door, stands a screen hung with maps. Joseph Surface is looking through one of the windows when a servant enters.
No letter from Lady Teasle?
No, sir.
I'm surprised she has not sent if she is prevented from coming. Sir Peter certainly does not suspect me. Yet I wish I may not lose the heiress Maria through the scrape I've drawn myself into with a wife.
Sir, I believe that must be Lady Teasle.
Hold, look out of the window, see whether it is or not before you go to the door.
It is her ladyship, sir. She always leaves the chair at the milliner's in the next street.
Stay. Draw that screen before the window.
Yes, sir.
That will do. I have a difficult hand to play in this affair. Lady Teasle has lately suspected my views on Maria, but she must by no means be let into that secret. At least till I have her more in my power.
What sentiment and soliloquy now.
Lady Teasle.
Have you been very impatient? Oh, Lord, I vow I couldn't come before.
Oh, madam, punctuality is a species of constancy very unfashionable in a lady of quality.
Upon my word, you ought to pity me. Do you know Sir Peter is grown so ill-natured to me of late, and so jealous of Charles, too. Oh, I'm sure I wish he would let Maria marry him, and then perhaps he'd be convinced, don't you, Mr. Surface?
Indeed, I do not. Oh, certainly I do. For then my dear Lady Teasle would also be convinced how wrong her suspicions were of my having any design on the silly girl.
Well, I'm inclined to believe you. But isn't it provoking to have the most ill-natured things said of one, and all without any foundation, too? That's what vexes me.
Ah, madam, to be sure, that is the provoking circumstance, without foundation. For when a scandalous story is believed against one, there certainly is no comfort like the consciousness of having deserved it.
No, to be sure, then I'd forgive their malice. But to attack me, who am really so innocent, And then Sir Peter, too, to have him so peevish and so suspicious.
But, my dear Lady Teazle, 'tis your own fault if you suffer it. When a husband entertains a groundless suspicion of his wife, she owes it to the honor of her sex to endeavor to outwit him.
Oh, indeed. So that if he suspects me without cause, it follows that the best way of curing his jealousy is to give him reason for it.
Undoubtedly, for your husband should never be deceived in you. And in that case, it becomes you to be frail in compliment to his discernment.
To be sure, what you say is very reasonable. And when the consciousness of my innocence...
Ah, my dear madam, there is the great mistake. Why, what makes you thoughtless in your conduct? The consciousness of your own innocence. What makes you impatient of Sir Peter's suspicions? Why, the consciousness of your own innocence.
It is very true.
Now, my dear Lady Teazle, if you would but once make a trifling faux pas, you can't conceive how cautious you would grow.
Do you think so?
Oh, I'm sure on't. And then you would find all scandal would cease at once. For, in short, your character at present is like a person in a plethora, absolutely dying from too much health.
So then I perceive your prescription is that I must sin in my own defense and part with my virtue to preserve my reputation.
Exactly so, upon my credit, ma'am.
Well, certainly this is the oddest doctrine and the newest receipt for avoiding calumny.
An infallible one, believe me. Prudence, like experience, must be paid for.
Why, if my understanding were once convinced...
Oh, certainly, madam, your understanding should be convinced. Oh, yes. Heaven forbid I should persuade you to do anything you thought wrong. No, I have too much honor to desire it.
Don't you think we may as well leave honor out of the argument?
Oh, the ill effects of your country education, I see, still remain with you.
I doubt they do, indeed. And I will fairly own to you that if I could be persuaded to do wrong, it would be by Sir Peter's ill usage, sooner than your honorable logic, after all.
Then by this hand, which he is unworthy of, I... Death, William, you blockhead, what do you want?
I beg your pardon, sir, but I thought you would not choose Sir Peter to come up without announcing him.
Sir Peter! Where's the devil?
I'm ruined.
Sir, wasn't
I'm
I who let him
undone.
in?
What will become of me? Now, Mr. Logic... Oh, mercy, sir, he's on the stairs. I'll get behind the screen.
Yes.
And if I'm ever so improved...
Give me that book.
Yes, sir.
And leave me.
Ever improving himself. Mr. Service.
Oh, my dear Sir Peter, I beg your pardon. I have been dozing over a stupid book. You haven't been here, I believe, since I fitted up this room.
Oh, it is very neat indeed. And you can make even your screen a source of knowledge, I perceive, with maps.
Oh, yes, I find great use in that screen.
Yes, I dare say you must, certainly when you want to find anything in a hurry.
To hide anything in a hurry,
Joseph, there is a subject, my dear friend, on which I wish to unburden my mind to you. A point of the greatest moment to my peace. In short, my good friend, Lady Teazle's conduct of late has made me very unhappy.
Indeed, I am very sorry to hear it.
And what's worse, I've pretty good authority to suppose she has formed an attachment to another.
Indeed, you astonish me.
And between ourselves, I think I've discovered the person.
How you alarm me exceedingly.
Oh, my dear friend, I knew you would sympathize with me.
Yes, believe me, Sir Peter, such a discovery would hurt me just as much as it would you.
I'm convinced of it, but have you no guess who I mean?
I haven't the most distant idea.
Then what say you to Charles?
My brother? Impossible.
Oh, my dear friend, you judge others by yourself.
Yet I can't think but Lady Teazle herself has too much principle.
Aye, but what is principle against the flattery of a handsome, lively young man?
Aye, that's very true.
And then you know the difference of our ages makes it very improbable that she should have any great affection for me. And if she were to be frail and I were to make it public, why, the town would only laugh at me.
That's true, to be sure. They would laugh. No, you must never make it public.
But then again, that the nephew of my old friend Sir Oliver should be the person to attempt such a wrong.
Oh, 'tis not to be credited. There may be a man capable of such baseness, to be sure. But for my part, till you can give me more positive proofs, I cannot but doubt it. However, if it should be proved on him, he is no longer a brother of mine.
Oh, what a difference there is between you.
Yet I cannot suspect Lady Teazle's honor.
I'm sure I wish to think well of her and to remove all ground of quarrel between us. She has lately reproached me for more than once having made no settlement on her. And now we seem to differ on our ideas of expense. I have resolved that she shall have her own way and be her own mistress in that respect. And Here, my friend, are the drafts of 2 deeds. By one, she will enjoy 800 a year, independent, while I live, and by the other, the bulk of my fortune at my death.
Oh, this conduct, Sir Peter, is indeed truly generous. I wish it may not corrupt my pupil.
And now, my dear friend, if you please, we will talk over the situation of your hopes with Maria.
Oh, pray, Sir Peter, now oblige me. I am really too much affected by the subject we have been speaking of to bestow a thought on my own concerns. Well, sir.
Your brother, sir, is speaking to a gentleman in the street and says he knows you are within.
Death, blockhead, I'm out for the day.
Stay, hold. A thought has struck me. You shall be at home.
Oh, well, let him up. Yes, sir. Don't interrupt Sir Peter, however.
Now, my good friend, oblige me, I entreat you. Before Charles comes, let me conceal myself somewhere. Then do you tax him on the point we've been talking, and his answer may satisfy me at once.
Oh, fie, Sir Peter, would you have me join in so mean a trick?
Nay, you tell me you are sure he is innocent. Come, you shall not refuse me. But here, behind the screen will be...
But
hey, what the devil? There seems to be one listener here already. I'll swear I stole a petticoat.
Well, this is ridiculous enough. I'll tell you, Sir Peter, though I hold a man of intrigue to be a most despicable character, it does not follow that one has to be an absolute Joseph either. Harky, 'tis a little French milliner, a silly rogue that plagues me.
Gad, she's overheard all I've been saying of my wife.
Oh, 'twill never go no any farther, you may depend upon it. She can't speak a word of English.
No, then faith, let her hear it out. Here's a closet. Will do as
well. Well, go in there.
Sly rogue. Sly rogue.
Oh, a narrow escape indeed, and a curious situation I'm in to part man and wife in this manner.
Good night, dear Lord.
Keep close, my angel.
Joseph, tax him home.
Back, my dear friend.
Couldn't you lock the Peter in?
Be still, my life.
I saw the little mariner won't rib.
In, my dear Sir Peter. Oh, forget, I wish I had a key to the door.
Hello, brother. Joseph. Hello, brother. What has been the matter? What, have you had a Jew or a wench with you?
Neither, brother, I assure you.
Well, what made Sir Peter steal off? I thought he'd been with you.
He was, brother, but hearing you were coming, he did not choose to stay.
What, was the old gentleman afraid I want to borrow money from him?
No, sir. But I'm sorry to find, Charles, you have lately given that worthy man grounds for great uneasiness.
How so, pray?
To be plain with you, brother, he thinks you are endeavoring to gain Lady Teazle's affections from him.
Who? I? Oh, Lord. Oh, not I, upon my word. So the old fellow's found out that he's got a young wife, has he?
This is no subject to jest on, brother. He who can laugh...
Then seriously, I never had the least idea of what you charge me with, upon my honor.
Well, it will give Sir Peter great satisfaction to hear this.
Brother, do you know now that you surprise me exceedingly by naming me with Lady Teazle? For in faith I always understood you were her favorite.
For shame, Charles, this is no jest.
Egad, I'm serious. But don't you remember one day when I called here...
Hey, prithee, Charles.
And... found you together.
Found, sir, I insist.
And then there was another time when your
I
servant...
beg your pardon, but Sir Peter has overheard all we have been saying.
What?
I knew you would clear yourself, or I should not have consented.
How, Sir Peter? Where is he?
Softly. There.
Oh, for heaven, I'll have him out. Sir Peter, come forth.
No.
I say, Sir Peter, come into court. What, my old guardian? What, turned inquisitor and take evidence incog? Oh, fie.
Give me your hand, Charles. I believe I've suspected you wrongly. What I've heard has given me great satisfaction.
Egad, then, it was lucky you didn't hear any more, wasn't it, Joseph?
You would have retorted on him?
Aye, that was a joke.
Yes, I know his honor too well.
But you might as well have suspected him as me in this matter, for all that.
Sir, Lady Sneerwell is below and says she will come up.
Gentlemen, here's a person come on particular business.
Well, you can see him in another room.
They must not be left together. I'll send Lady Sneerwell away and return directly. Sir Peter, not a word of the French milliner.
Aye, no, not for the world. Oh, Charles, if you'd associated more with your brother, one might indeed hope for your reformation. He is a man of sentiment.
Oh, sure. He is too moral by half and so apprehensive of his good name, as he calls it, that I suppose he'd as soon as let a priest into his house as a wench.
Now, come, you wrong him. No, Joseph is no rake, but he is no such saint either, in that respect. And I have a great mind to tell him.
Oh, hang him. He's a very anchorite.
You must not abuse him. He may chance to hear of it again, I promise you.
What, you won't tell him?
Egad, I will tell him. Aki, Have you a mind to have a good laugh at Joseph?
Huh? I should like it of all things.
Then, i' faith, we will. He had a girl with him when I called.
What?
Joseph? Oh, you jest. A little French milliner.
Huh?
And the best of the jest is she's in the room now.
The devil she is where?
Behind the screen.
Odds life, let's unveil her.
No, he's coming. You shan't indeed.
Oh, egad, we'll have a peep at the little milliner.
Not for the world. Joseph will never forgive me.
I'll stand by you.
Odds, he's here.
Lady Teasel, by all that's wonderful.
Lady Teasel, by all that's horrible. Lady Teasel, by all that's damnable.
Sir Peter, this is one of the smartest French milliners I ever saw. Egad, you seem all to have been diverting yourselves here at hide and seek, and I don't see who is out of the secret. Shall I beg your ladyship to inform me? Not a word. Brother, will you be pleased to explain this matter? What, is morality dumb too? Sir Peter, though I found you in the dark, perhaps you are not so now. All mute? Well, though I can make nothing of the affair, I suppose you perfectly understand each other, so I leave you to yourselves. Oh, brother, I'm sorry to find you've given that worthy man grounds for so much uneasiness. Sir Peter, there's nothing in the world so noble as a man of sentiment.
Sir Peter, notwithstanding, I confess that appearances are against me. I make no doubt, but I shall explain everything to your satisfaction.
If you please, sir.
The fact is, sir, that the Lady Teasel, knowing my pretensions to your ward, Maria, I say, sir, Lady Teasel being apprehensive of the jealousy of your temper, and knowing my friendship to the family will...
A very clear account upon my word. And I dare swear the lady will vouch for every article of it.
For not one word of it, Sir Peter. There is not one syllable of truth in what this gentleman has told you.
I believe you upon my soul, madam.
Stepman, will you betray me?
Good Mr. Hypocrite, by your leave, I'll speak for myself.
I let her alone, sir. You'll find she'll make out a better story than you, without prompting.
Hear me, Sir Peter. I came here on no matter relating to your ward, and even ignorant of this gentleman's pretensions to her. But I came, seduced by his insidious arguments, at least to listen to his pretended passion, if not to sacrifice your honor to his baseness.
Now I believe the truth is coming indeed.
The woman's mad.
No, sir. She has recovered her senses. Sir Peter, I do not expect you to credit me, but the tenderness you express for me has penetrated so to my heart that had I left the place without the shame of this discovery, my future life should have spoken the sincerity of my gratitude. As for that smooth-tongued hypocrite who would have seduced the wife of his too credulous friend, I behold him now in a light so truly despicable that I shall never again respect myself for having listened to him.
Notwithstanding all this, Sir Peter, heaven knows that
you are a villain, and so I leave you to your conscience.
You are too rash, Sir Peter. You shall hear me. The man who shuts out conviction by refusing...
Oh, damn your sentiments!
The last act opens in Sir Peter Teasel's house, where Sir Benjamin Backbite and Mrs. Candor are waiting to see Lady Teasel.
Oh, dear Sir Benjamin, you've heard, I suppose.
Oh, it is of Lady Teasel and Mr. Surface.
And Sir Peter's discovery.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I never was so surprised in my life. I'm sorry for all parties indeed.
Oh, no. I really don't pity Sir Peter at all. He was so extravagantly partial to Mr. Surface.
Mr. Surface?
Yes.
Why, it was with Charles Lady Teasel was detected.
Oh, no, I tell you.
Oh, but here comes Lady Sneerwell.
So, my dear Mrs. Candor, here's a sad affair of our friend Lady Teasel.
Aye, my friend, who would have thought?
No, but everybody says that Mr. Surface...
Ah, there, you see, I told you that Mr. Surface was the man.
No, indeed, the assignation was with Charles.
With Charles? You alarm me, Mrs. Candor.
Yes, he was the lover.
Well, I'll not dispute with you, Mrs. Candor, but I hope that Sir Peter's wound will not...
Sir Peter's wound? I didn't hear a word of their fighting.
Nor I a syllable.
Oh, no, what? No mention of the duel? Sir, says Sir Peter, you are a most ungrateful fellow.
Aye, to Charles.
No, to Mr. Surface. A most ungrateful fellow. And I insist on immediate satisfaction.
Aye, that must have been to Charles.
Oh, gad's life, ma'am, not at all. Giving me immediate satisfaction. Then, madam, they began to fight with swords.
With pistols, nephew, pistols. I have it from undoubted authority.
Oh, Mr. Crabtree, then it is all true.
Too true indeed, madam. And Sir Peter is dangerously wounded.
Oh, by a thrust in second, quite through his left side.
By a bullet lodged in the thorax.
Oh, who comes here?
The physician, dependent.
It must be the physician, and now we shall know.
Well, doctor,
What hopes?
How's your patient?
Now, Doctor, isn't it a wound with a small sword?
A bullet lodged in the thorax.
Doctor, a wound with a small sword and a bullet in the thorax. Oh, are you mad, good people?
Then you are not the doctor?
I am, sir. I must thank you for the degree.
But really, sir, you must have heard of his accident. His wound.
On my word, for a person in that situation, he's the most imprudent man alive, for here he comes. Why, man, what do you out of bed with a small sword through your body and a bullet lodged in your thorax?
Why, what is all this?
Well.
We rejoice, Sir Peter, that the story of the duel was not true, and sincerely sorry for your other misfortune.
I insist on your leaving my house directly.
Oh, well, we're going, and depend on it, we'll make the best report of it we can.
Leave my house.
And tell how hardly you've been treated.
Leave my house.
And how patiently you bear it.
Fiends, vipers, and furies. Oh, that their own venom would choke them.
They are very provoking indeed, Sir Peter.
I heard high words. What has ruffled you, sir?
Oh, what signifies asking? Do I ever pass a day without my vexations?
Well, Sir Peter, I've seen both my nephews in the manner we proposed.
Yes, a precious scuffle they are.
Yes, and Sir Oliver is convinced that your judgment was right, Sir Peter.
Yes, I find Joseph is indeed the man. Oh, he's a model for young men of the age. But how's this, Sir Peter? You don't join us in Joseph's praise, as I expected.
Sir Oliver, we live in a damned wicked world, and the fewer we praise, the better.
What? Do you say so, Sir Peter, who were never mistaken in your life?
Plague on you both. I see by your sneering you've heard of the whole affair. Oh, I shall go mad among you.
Then to fret you no longer, Sir Peter. We are indeed acquainted with it all.
And does Sir Oliver know all this?
Every circumstance.
What, of the closet and the screen, huh?
Yes, and the little French milliner.
Oh.
Oh, egad, Sir Peter, I should like to have seen your face when the screen was thrown down.
Yes, my face when the screen was thrown down. Ha, ha, ha. I must never show my head again.
Without affectation, Sir Peter, you may despise the ridicule of fools. But I see Lady Teazle going towards the next room.
Perhaps my being here prevents her coming to you. Well, I'll leave honest Rowley to mediate between you.
Yes, she looks this way. What a remarkably elegant turn of the head she has. Rowley, I'll go to her.
Certainly.
Though when it's known that we are reconciled, people will laugh at me 10 times more.
Let them laugh and retort their malice only by showing them you are happy in spite of it.
In faith, so I will. And if I'm not mistaken, we may yet be the happiest couple in the country.
Nay, Sir Peter. He who once lays aside suspicion...
Old Master Rowley, if you have any regard for me, never let me hear you utter anything like a sentiment. I've had enough of them to serve me for the rest of my life.
A library in Joseph Surface's house. Joseph mistakes his uncle, Sir Oliver Surface, for Stanley, a poor relation of the Surface family, and is trying to get him to leave the room.
Dad's life, Mr. Stanley. Why have you come back to plague me at this time?
Sir, I hear your Uncle Oliver is expected here.
Sir, it is impossible for you to stay now, so I must beg that
No, Sir Oliver and I must be acquainted.
Zounds,
Hey,
sir,
hey, brother. Zounds, brother, don't hurt little Premium.
So, he's been with you too, has he?
To be sure he has. Joseph, you've not been borrowing money too, have you?
Borrowing, no, but brother, you know we expect Sir Oliver here every moment.
Gad, that's true. Noel mustn't find the little broker here to be sure.
Yet Mr. Stanley insists.
Stanley, but no, his name's Premium.
No, Sir Stanley.
No, Premium.
Well, no matter which, but he...
Aye, Stanley or Premium, 'tis the same thing.
Death. Here's Sir Oliver at the door. I beg Mr. Stanley to...
And I beg Mr. Premium.
Gentlemen,
out with
You're
him.
so violent. My old friend Sir Oliver, eh? What in the name of wonder are all the dutiful nephews assault their uncle at his first visit?
Oh, indeed, Sir Oliver, 'twas well we came in to rescue you.
Truly it was, for I perceive, Sir Oliver, the character of old Stanley was no protection to you.
Nor of Premium either.
Charles. Joseph. It is now complete.
Very.
Sir Peter, my friend, and Rowley too. Look on that elder nephew of mine, Joseph. You know how gladly I would have regarded half my fortune as held in trust for him. Judge then my disappointment in discovering him to be destitute of truth, charity, and gratitude.
Sir Oliver, I should be more surprised at this declaration if I had not myself found him to be mean, treacherous, and hypocritical.
And if the gentleman pleads not guilty to these, pray let him call me to his character.
Then I believe we need add no more. If he knows himself, he will consider it as the most perfect punishment that he has known to the world.
If they talk this way to honesty, what will they say to me by and by?
As for that prodigal, his brother there...
Now comes my turn. The family pictures will ruin me.
Mr. Oliver, Uncle, will you hear? Will you honor me with a hearing?
I suppose you could undertake to justify yourself.
I trust I could.
Sure. Leave us, sir.
I will, sir. But a man who refuses to listen to one...
Moral to the last.
Well, Charles... And you could justify yourself, too, I suppose.
Not that I know of, Sir Oliver.
What? Little Premium has been let too much into the secret, I suppose.
True, sir. But they were family secrets and shouldn't be mentioned again, you know.
Sir Peter, do you know the rogue bargained with me for all his ancestors? Sold me judges and generals by the foot and made an ounce as cheap as broken china?
To be sure, Sir Oliver, I did make a little free with the family canvas, and that's the truth on it. For I don't appear to be mortified at the exposure of my follies. It's because I feel at this moment the warmest satisfaction at seeing you, my liberal benefactor.
Charles, I believe you. Give me your hand again.
Sir.
The ill-looking little fellow over the settee has made your peace.
Then, sir, my gratitude to the original is still increased.
Yet I believe, Sir Oliver, Maria is one whom Charles is still more anxious to be reconciled to.
Oh, I have heard of his attachment there, and with the young lady's pardon, if I construe right, that blush...
See, Sir Oliver, there needs no persuasion now to reconcile your nephew and Maria.
That's as it should be. And again, we'll have the wedding tomorrow morning.
Thank you, dear uncle.
What, you rogue? Don't you ask the girl's consent first?
Oh, I've done that a long time, a minute ago, and she has looked yes.
For shame, Charles. I protest. Sir Peter, there's been not a word.
Well, then, the fewer the better. May your love for each other never know abatement.
And may you live as happily together as Lady Teasel and I intend to do.
You have been listening to another great play, The School for Scandal by Richard Brinsley Sheridan. The radio adaptation was by Blevins Davis. The play was produced by Charles Warburton. The cast of characters included Sir Peter Teasel, Louis Hector, Sir Oliver Surface, Charles Webster, Sir Benjamin Backbite, Kenneth Tresida, Sir Joseph Surface, Alfred Shirley, Charles Surface, Burford Hamden, Careless, William Shelley, Crabtree, Harry Neville, Rowley, William Podmore, Moses, Joseph Granby, Tripp, John McGovern, Sir Peter's servant, Fred Barron, Lady Teasel, Selina Royal, Lady Snareswell, Jacqueline DeWitt, Mrs. Candor, Jean Owen, Maria, Lorraine Wing. The orchestra was directed by Joseph Honte. Next week at this same hour, another great play will be presented, The Silver King by Henry Arthur Jones and Henry Herman. Jack Costello speaking. This has been an NBC educational feature presented by the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City.
The campuses of Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, and Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York, the National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Good Housekeeping Magazine, presents, transcribed, the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight, Trinity College is out to challenge the varsity scholars from Syracuse University, the school that provided the final winning team in last season's exciting College Quiz Bowl. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hi there, everybody. Well, it's good to be back. Tonight we start another season of intercollegiate competitions, and it's going to be a real old-fashioned battle of the brains, so let's get the game underway. First, we go to Hartford, Connecticut, where Jim Strong of station WTIC in Hartford is on hand to serve as referee for the Trinity College team. Are you with us, Jim?
I sure am, Alan, and here also are four bright Trinity men who intend to make that Syracuse reign a short one. It's a pleasure to introduce Bill Nichtel from South Orange, New Jersey.
John Talk from South Ozone Park, Queens, New York.
Bennett Dyke from Hartford, Connecticut.
Joseph Kelly from Thomaston, Connecticut.
All right, there you have the varsity scholars from Trinity College. Now let's move way upstate in New York, where Bob Whitney of station WSYR Syracuse is standing by to act as referee for the Syracuse University team. You know, it was Syracuse on top last year when our season ended, so How does that winning team look tonight, Bob?
They look just fine, Alan, and mighty eager to roll up another high score in tonight's game. Here's another championship Syracuse team to say hello.
Sally Kotorski, Buffalo, New York.
Charles Samuels, Brooklyn, New York.
Arlene Yard, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Bob Chaseman, Syracuse, New York.
And so we've met both teams. Now, before Roger Tuttle explains our rules, may I point out that we recognize the fact that here in the College Quiz Bowl, we put the emphasis on a quick recall of specific facts, and thus point up only one of the objectives of college education. But we're also trying to give you an opportunity to meet a few of the many remarkable, well-rounded personalities to be found on every American campus. Okay, now how about those rules, Roger?
Right, Alan, and here they are. Alan Ludden asks a toss-up question worth 10 points. And the first team to signal it knows the answer gets a chance to answer. When Trinity College signals, you'll hear... And when Syracuse University signals, you'll hear... And by means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here in New York City and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if a team gives a wrong answer to the toss-up question, the other team is given a chance to answer it. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question worth a stated number of points. The team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl.
Thank you, Roger Tuttle. Now remember, teams, you may interrupt a toss-up question before I've finished asking it, but if you do, and if your answer is wrong, your team will be penalized 5 points. I will then repeat the question, giving the other team a free crack at it. Okay, those are the rules, and there's the opening whistle, so let's go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, why was it important that Pythias be punctual? Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. He was returning to save his friend Damien, who was condemned to death.
That's right. That's right. I'll take that for 10 points. If he had not been punctual, Damien would have been killed. Pythias and the legend of Pythias and Damien. Okay, you've got now a chance at a 30-point bonus, Trinity, by getting that 10-point toss-up. Here's your bonus. Now, any member and all members of the Trinity team may work together on this one. If Icarus and Eddie Rickenbacker were pursuing some joint activity, they'd probably be flying, you know? Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you can tell us what the following pairs of people would probably be doing together. First, and for 10 points, are Carol and Brunhilde. What would they probably be doing together?
Swinging. Riding a horse.
What?
Riding horse. Riding a horse.
That's right, riding a horse. Horseback riding, that's right. Eddie R. Carroll, of course, is the famous jockey, and Brunhilde spent a lot of her time on her beautiful horse Grave. Okay, 10 more points for Trinity. Hippomenes and Landy. What would they be doing? Hippomenes and Landy.
Running.
Right, foot racing. Hippomenes was a mythological youth who won the race when he gave him Atlanta, the run in Atlanta, and Landy is the Australian runner who topped Roger Bannister's record-breaking mile. Okay, 10 more points, Trinity, if you can tell me what possibly would Achille Campagnoni and Jack and the Beanstalk be doing?
Swinging an axe. Climbing.
Climbing? Did I hear climbing? Fine, who said that?
Richard Kelly, Alan.
Richard, why did you figure, who is Achille Campagnoni? Who is Achille Campagnoni?
Mountain climber.
That's right. He's the one who climbed K2, Mount Goodwin, Austin. Okay, you got then all of your bonus points, which means that we have 40 points for Trinity and no points for Syracuse. Okay, here we go with another toss-up question. And coming up is a 30-point bonus. On your toes. Senator Irving Ives has been described as a political Tiglon. For 10 points, tell us, if Senator Ives were a real Tiglon, what would his mother be? Okay. Trinity.
Joseph Kelly. A lion?
That's right, a lioness. That's okay. Joseph, what is a Tiglon?
The cross between a tiger and a lion.
That's right, for 10 points. And Trinity, you've got a chance now at a 30-point bonus. Here we go. Newspaper stories in the past week have dealt with various people who have been cleared, accused, and investigated. 10 points for each of the following questions dealing with these stories that you can answer correctly. Work as a team. First of all, for 10 points, what committee reported that the CIA is doing, quote, a creditable job? What committee? Anybody on the Trinity team? Current events. Okay, time is called. You lost the 10 points. All right, what subcommittee? Oh, I'll tell you. The committee was the Doolittle Committee, of course, which was appointed by Eisenhower to study the Central Intelligence Agency. All right? For 10 points now, what subcommittee called Captain Video up as a witness? Anybody on the Trinity team?
Was it the Senate subcommittee investigating... investigating the influence of television on juvenile delinquency.
All right, we'll accept that. Fine. Al Hodge, who plays Captain Video, was called up to be assured the committee that his television program would never lead a child astray. Okay, you'll get 10 more points now if you can tell us what is the name of the man accused by the Department of Justice of transmitting top secrets to the Netherlands.
John Tolman. Peterson.
That's right. John Sidney Peterson. Now, before we get along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Roger Tuttle?
Each week, Good Housekeeping magazine will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Wittnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Wittnauer family of fine watches, since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Well, those are the stakes. Now, with 19 and a half minutes to go, Trinity 70 points. Syracuse hasn't scratched yet, I'm sorry to say. We go back to a toss-up question and Alan.
All right, before we take a toss-up question, I want to check your lights and your signals. Syracuse, may I hear your signal? Right. Trinity, may I hear your signal? Okay, your lights are on top. Let's go. Now, here we go with a toss-up question. Coming up is a 30-point musical bonus. The following is the form in which a zoologist might express an aphorism well known to most children. 10 points if you can give us the popular, well-known version. Quote, the dipterous insect is invited to enter by the arachnid. Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
Won't you come into my parlor, said the spider to the fly.
Right, for 10 points, Syracuse. And here, Syracuse, is your 30-point musical bonus. We're going to play excerpts from 3 classical rhapsodies, each of which extols the virtue of a certain country. Now, you're going to get 10 points each time you identify the country. You may come in and tell me the country as soon as you want to. All right, music. Cut that, please. I've got the wrong musical bonus here. I'll switch. I'll keep the music on the stands and read the right musical bonus. Well... that doesn't spoil anything. Here's a popular musical bonus question, still worth 30 points. We're going to play 3 well-known songs, all mentioning a kind of time in their titles. You're going to get 10 points each time you give us the kind of time described. All right, now that one.
Arlene Yard.
All right, what was it, Sally?
It's a hot time.
Hot time, that's right. Well, you heard a little bit of it, all right? Now, tell me what kind of time is described in this title. What kind of time?
Last time I saw Paris.
Last time. That's right, for 10 points, Syracuse. Now, tell me, what kind of time is described in the title of this one?
Charles Samuels on this.
Anytime.
Anytime, right, for 10 points. Okay. You got 40 on that one, and I got mixed. I'll put this musical bonus back. It's coming up a little bit later. Here's a toss-up question worth 10 points. We got a 30-point bonus coming up. Score 70 Trinity, 40 Syracuse. Everybody knows that Tinker, Evers, and Chance were famous baseball players. Now, for 10 points, with what occupation do you associate Lowell, Gerald, and Schwartz? No takers? Syracuse.
Right.
Arlene Yard.
What was that? What was the answer, Arlene? What was the answer?
Toy making.
Can you take it, Trinity?
Joseph Kelly, Alan.
Writers? They are writers. They are poetry writers, but I'll accept occupation. Okay. All right, Trinity, by holding your knowledge there, you got a chance at a 30-point bonus. Now, you seem to be rather literary. This is a good one for you. I'm going to read you lines from 2 19th century poems dealing with the subject of death. You'll get 10 points if you can identify the title and author of either poem, and you'll get 30 points if you can so identify both poems. Is that clear? All right, first, for 10 points. Let there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. Author and title.
Go on, John. That was Crossing the Bar by Tennyson.
That's right. You've got 10 points. Now, you can parlay this into 30 points if you'll identify this one. Quote, "For sudden the worst turns the best to the grave, the black minutes at end." Try it. Try it. You know it.
Gray's Elegy in a Country Church here?
Nope, I'm sorry. That is Robert Browning's Prophecy. Robert Browning's Prophecy, but you get 10 points out of that. All right, we're going back to a toss-up question now. Here we go. 10 points for the correct answer. If you were minus a tibia and a fibula, would you have the most difficulty in sitting down, standing up, or lying? Trinity.
Joseph
Standing
Kelly.
up. Standing up.
Standing up, and that's right. That's right, Trinity, for 10 points. And you've got a 25-point bonus coming up. But just a minute, Joseph, is that you?
Yes.
Why? What is a tibia?
Tibia is one of the leg bones.
What's a fibula?
Must be the knee bone.
Well, it's one of the leg bones, the external side. That's right, though. Standing up was the question, was the answer I was looking for. But, oh, brother, have you got a Billy? Here is a bonus. 25 points, Trinity. Get to work together. Get your paper and pencil ready. You've got to come up with one answer, but you've got to work together on this, and you must answer in less than 40 seconds. 40 seconds. Mr. Ken McGregor has the clock. Now, here we go. I'll give you when the time starts. If the alphabet were assigned numerical value in ascending order, such as A equals 1, B equals 2, and so forth, how much would the word bonus equal? Okay, time. 40 seconds. 5. You can work aloud. 10. You can work aloud. 15. Don't distract them. 20. 25. 30. 35. 40. Time is called. Would you like to have the rundown on that? B equals 2, O equals 15, N equals 14, U equals 21, S equals 19. The total would be 71. That would have won you 25 points. Trinity, okay. What's the score? Trinity 100, Syracuse 40. Coming up is a 40-point bonus. 13 and a half minutes to go. Here is your 10-point toss-up. If you know your labor history, you know that there are various occupational diseases which are hazards of particular industries or jobs. For instance, miners are susceptible to silicosis. Now, 10 points if you know what occupation is threatened by caisson disease. Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman. That is, groundhogs are said to caisson.
I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Deep sea diving, working underground, known as the bend. That's right. 10 points for Trinity. For Syracuse, you got a 40-point bonus coming up, and that'll bring you within 10 points of Trinity. Here you go, Trinity. Syracuse, work as a team. Sometimes a small town is remembered primarily for one outstanding event that took place there. For 10 points apiece, tell us what events made the following places famous. Work as a team. Anybody on the team? Callender, Ontario. Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
The young quintuplets were born there.
Right. Philippi, Greece.
Bob Cheeseman. That's the Battle of Philippi in ancient Greek history. The Battle of Philippi Plain.
Who fought there? Who fought there?
The Greek, Sparta and...
What?
Sparta.
Who was defeated there? Tell me who was defeated there, and I'll take it. Who was defeated there? Anybody in the Trinity team?
Pompey.
Syracuse team.
Syracuse.
Sparta.
All right, no. The men's names. The men's names I want. Not Pompey. All right, I'm sorry, I will not credit you. It was Brutus and Cassius were defeated by Octavian or Augustus Caesar and Mark Antony. Battle 1440 A.D. Okay, you can still make 30 points on this. Here goes Johnston, Pennsylvania. Johnston, Pennsylvania for 10 points.
Sally Kotorski.
There was a flood there some time ago.
1889, but that's 10 points for you. Okay, you get this one and you got 10 more points. Shelby, Montana. Shelby, Montana.
Bob Cheeseman. Shelby, Montana, I believe, was where the a champion prize fight was held. That was...
I'll accept it. I'll accept it. A champion prize fight. Jack Dempsey defeated Gibbons there. That's right. A championship bout. Very important in sports history. And
I'm sorry, you've got to hold it, Alan, because that's the halftime whistle, which called for a 1-minute timeout.
Okay, with these 60 seconds we've got out, let's talk to our teams. First, I want to go up to Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut. Bennett Dyke, I understand you had a big day up there at Trinity College yesterday. Can you tell us something about it in about 30 seconds?
Well, I can try. We had President Eisenhower here to receive an honorary degree. And President Eisenhower is a great friend of President of Trinity, Albert C. Jacobs. And we had quite a celebration here. A lot of the town of Hartford was here. And about 300 members of the press and radio and TV.
Good. We read about it all over the paper, and President Eisenhower made a major address there, did he not?
Yeah.
All right, fine. It was a big day. It was a big day, and it was Wednesday, wasn't it? Wednesday, October 20th, that the day occurred. We are broadcasting, as you know, on Saturday. Okay? Thank you a lot, Bennett Dyke. Now moving up to Syracuse, and Sally Kotorski. Sally, what's the good word of Syracuse tonight?
Hi, Alan. We're all excited here about the return of the College Quiz Bowl. I know all of us were sorry to see it leave the air last year, and it's really been drummed up here in our campus paper, the Daily Orange. We've got quite a crowd here tonight.
Good. They're excited about it, huh?
You bet.
I'm glad to hear it, and we're glad to be back. Now, before I move along, and I think our whistle is just about to blow, let me point out that starting in their current issue, Good Housekeeping magazine will run a monthly page of Quiz Bowl questions. For a chance to match wits with our collegiate champions, see the November issue of Good Housekeeping. It's on the newsstands right now. You know, Good Housekeeping also awards the $500 weekly cash prize that goes to the college of the winning team here on our Radio Quiz Bowl game. Okay? There we go. Is it time for the whistle, Mr. McGregor? Let's hear it.
Right, that it is, Alan. And with a score, Trinity 100 even points, Syracuse only lagging by 20, 80 points. How about another toss-up question?
All right, how's our time? How much time we got, Ken?
We've got 8.5 minutes to go.
8.5 minutes to go with a 40-point bonus coming up. Here is a 10-point toss-up question. Now, wait a minute. Listen carefully. This is a geography toss-up that a smart grammar school student should be able to answer. But I want you to wait. There are two parts to this question. All right. Name the capital city of the state in the Union having the smallest population and the capital of the state having the smallest area. Trinity.
Bennett Dyke. Rhode Island, Providence has the smallest area, and Dover, Delaware has the smallest population.
Can you take it, Syracuse?
Bob Cheeseman.
That's correct on Rhode Island, but it's wrong. Nevada is the smallest population in the Union, and
the capital.
Carson City is the
That's
capital.
right, for 10 points. Syracuse, you've got a 40-point bonus coming up. All right, here we go. It's a quick 4-part bonus question of rather odd-sounding noises. Can you hear me? We got to move along. Rather odd-sounding noises from poetry and song. Poetry and song. For 10 points apiece, you are to identify the source of the following noises. Now, I will accept the name of the work or the author. First of all, for 10 points, the noise. Ba, ba, ba.
Go ahead, Bob.
That's Bob, Bob, Black Sheep, have you any wool? That's from the nursery.
No, Bob, no, Bob. That's ba, ba. I said ba, ba, ba. Quick.
Arlene Yard.
The Whiffenpoof song.
Right, for 10 points. Ba, ba, ba is the Whiffenpoof. All right, 10 more points. Listen. Titwillow, Titwillow, Titwillow.
Sally Kotorski.
That's William Schwank Gilbert, the Mikado.
Right, for 10 points. From the Mikado by Gilbert and Sullivan. All right, for 10 more points. Boomalay, 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 Boom.
Charles Samuels.
That's the Congo by Vachel Lindsay.
Right, for 10 points. 10 more points. To wit, to woo, to wit, to woo. What's it from? Quickly.
Bob Cheeseman, go ahead.
I believe that's from the Owl and the Pussycat.
No, that's from Love's Labor Lost by William Shakespeare. Okay, what's the score? 120 Syracuse, 100 Trinity. Back to a toss-up question with a musical bonus. With a musical bonus worth 30 points coming up next. Here we go. The Oldsmobile gets its name from auto magnate Robert E. Olds. For 10 points, can you tell us what product derives its name from Mr. Day, Mr. Voorhees, and Mr. Bradley? Mr. Day, Mr. Voorhees. Nobody, no takers? BVD. Okay, now the musical bonus question. Here I want you to identify. We have a 3-part musical bonus question here. Oh, I have another toss-up question. I beg your pardon. Nobody got that. Here we go. This is a musical toss-up, so hold on to your hats. It's a musical toss-up question. Careful, because this takes a bit of knowing. You ready? Signal as soon as you can identify the voices singing this duet.
Sister, there were never
Syracuse.
Charles Samuels.
That's Rosemary Clooney and Vera Ellen.
Oh, can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it?
Yes, we can. Rosemary Clooney and her sister.
Another bonus, another toss-up coming up. That is Peggy Lee singing with herself. Another popular record of sisters. All right, here we go with a toss-up question, and coming up yet is a musical bonus worth 30 points. In 405 A.D., St. Jerome made a Latin translation of the Bible for 10 points. By what name is this Syracuse.
Sally Kotorski.
The Vulgate.
Right, for 10 points. Here you go with a 30-point musical bonus, Syracuse. We're going to play excerpts from 3 classical rhapsodies, each of which extols a virtue of a certain country. 10 points every time you identify the country. First. Syracuse, it's yours. What is the country?
Sally.
Hungary.
That's right, the Hungarian Rhapsody by Liszt. All right. What country is rhapsodized in this rhapsody? Anybody on the Syracuse team? For 10 points. Okay, time is called.
Sally Kotorski.
Sally.
Romanian Rhapsody.
That's right, for 10 points. Romania. All right, what country is rhapsodized in this rhapsody? What country?
All right. Sally again.
Sally.
I'll guess on that. That's Spain.
That's right. That's Ravel's Rhapsody Espagnole. All right, 160 for Syracuse, 100 for Trinity. 4 minutes to go. Here we go with a toss-up question, and coming up is a 20-point bonus. Here's a relationship question for 10 points. Answer this one. Robert F. Kennedy is to Leverett Saltonstall as Joseph McCarthy is to whom? Syracuse.
Arlene Yar.
Alexander Wiley.
Right, for 10 points. Okay, Syracuse, it's your bonus question worth 20 points now. Now, I want you to pick the quickest thinker on your team. This is a one-man question. Who is the quickest thinker in your team, Syracuse?
Well, I'll pick Sally, but there are 4 quick thinkers.
All right, Sally, here's the problem. You are a bus driver taking your bus from New York to Cleveland with 5 stops en route. At the first stop, you pick up 8 passengers. At the second, drop 6. At the third, pick up 19. At the fourth, drop 3. And at the fifth, pick up 47. Okay, now, in 4 seconds, what is the name of the bus driver?
You.
What is the name of the bus driver? You. You. Well, what is your name?
Oh, Sally Kotorski.
I'll accept it. That's right, Sally. You are the bus driver. Your name. That's good. Okay, here we go. For 10 points, coming up now is a 30-point bonus question, 3-part bonus question. Here's your toss-up. A seagull soars for 10 points. What does a whirlybird do? Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman.
A whirlybird is a helicopter. It flies and the arms whirl above it.
That's right, for 10 points. You got a 30-point bonus, Syracuse. The following phases denote violations of the accepted rules in various sports. Now, for 10 points apiece, Syracuse, identify the sport concerned in each violation. First, 12 men on the field.
Go ahead, Sally.
Football.
Right, Sally, for 10 points. All right, Syracuse. Knocking 4 or more down. What sport? What sport? Knocking 4 or more down.
Charles Samuels.
Bowling.
Nope, I'm sorry. It's track in the hurdles. All right. What sport is mentioned in this violation? Turning on the stomach. In what sport is that a violation?
Bob Cheeseman.
Take a try at that. Wrestling?
Nope, I'm sorry. It's swimming in the backstroke race. All right, here we go with a 20-point bonus coming up. Here's your toss-up. American cheese originated in America. Now, for 10 points, where did India ink come from?
Bob
Syracuse. Syracuse. All right.
That's another American invention by a Mr.
Can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it,
Yes,
Trinity?
we can.
All right. Quick.
India?
Nope, I'm sorry. China or Japan? All right, another toss-up question. Coming up still is a 20-point bonus. For 10 points, tell us, by what name is October 24th, 1929, popularly known? Syracuse.
Bob Cheeseman.
That's the day the market crashed. Black Friday.
Can you take it, Trinity? Can you take it, Trinity? I have one answer.
Black Thursday.
Black Thursday, I'll accept it from you, Trinity. One answer on a team. One answer on a toss-up. All right, Black Thursday is the proper answer. You got a 20-point bonus. Trinity. This Holy Roman Emperor was noted by the color of his whiskers, or for the color of his whiskers.
Barbarossa.
What?
Barbarossa.
That's right, I'll accept it before I finish the question. 20 points. 20 points. We'll keep going. We've got another 25-point bonus coming up, and here's your 10-point toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, What did they do to Danny Deaver? Syracuse.
Sally Kotarski.
They hung him in the morning.
Right, for 10 points. 25 points for you, Syracuse. On September 21st, 1780, an historic meeting took place at Stony Point. 25 points, Syracuse, if you can name the principal characters in this meeting.
Want to do that, Sally?
Wait a minute. I think I may be wrong here. Benedict Arnold and Maitre Andre?
That's right, for 25 points. You've got 25 more points for Syracuse there, Sally. Here we go with another toss-up, and coming up with a 20-point bonus. For 10 points, identify the character who rather callously states, quote, "Duty is duty, mates. I give my vote death."
Oh, I'm sorry, Alan, but that's time's up.
Long John
Whistle?
Silver and Stevenson's Treasure Island.
All right. We'll let you get the answer in. The final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is 130 points for Trinity and 245 points for the winner, Syracuse University. To each member of the Trinity team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnauer wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnauer family of fine watches, since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Syracuse University will receive a $500 gift from Good Housekeeping magazine to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Syracuse will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of Barnard College here in New York City. Meanwhile, to try your hand at more of these questions, read the College Quiz Bowl page in the current issue of Good Housekeeping magazine. It's on the stands now. Here once again, your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
I want to congratulate Syracuse University, and I want to say thanks to those fine men from Trinity College for a wonderful job. Next week, Syracuse meets Barnard, and the following week we'll have varsity scholars from Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. So won't you be with us next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl? This is Alan Ludden saying goodbye now.
Your referees tonight were for Trinity College, Jim Strong, WTIC in Hartford, and for Syracuse University, Bob Whitney of station WSYR Syracuse. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network presentation, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, written by Nancy Fogue, and directed by Ken McGregor. This is Roger Tuttle speaking.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Laurence Olivier and Edna Best in Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And as a special guest, Mr. James Hilton, author of our play. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Thanksgiving comes but twice a year. Some of us will carve our turkeys this coming Thursday. Others will celebrate November 30th. I don't think the date matters very much. Canada celebrates Thanksgiving at still another time. Perhaps we really need more than one Thanksgiving Day to cover all the things we have to be thankful for. Freedom above all. Peace, good health, and those we love. Apropos of Thanksgiving, the Lux Radio Theater has received a letter which we value highly for its friendly spirit. It says in part, in addition to the big things in life, I'm thankful for many smaller things which add to the joy of living. Among these is the Lux Radio Theater, which is a highlight of the week for our family. And another highlight which helps us in many ways every day in the year is Lux Flakes. So here's wishing you and the Lux Radio Theater and Lux Flakes many happy Thanksgivings to come. We appreciate Mrs. J.J. Carter's gracious letter. And tonight, we're also grateful to Mr. James Hilton. But stories like Goodbye, Mr. Chips are still being written. In my opinion, Chips is one of the most engaging characters in literature since Dickens. I was particularly delighted with the success of the picture because it was directed by my assistant director of Silent Picture Days, Sam Wood. Our cast tonight is headed by two stars who are making their first appearance in the Lux Radio Theater. Laurence Olivier and Edna Best. Mr. Olivier is an actor who refuses to take his stardom very seriously, and that makes him an ideal Mr. Chips. When Laurence Olivier learned that in the Hollywood idiom he was considered terrific in Wuthering Heights, his answer was, I wonder how I did it. As Catherine, we have Miss Edna Best, distinguished star of the London and New York stage. Miss Best is in Hollywood for the RKO picture, Swiss Family Robinson. Now we pay a visit to the peaceful quadrangle of Brookfield School, where, during the past few hundred years, many thousands of boys have investigated the mysteries of Latin grammar. And we pay a visit to a gentleman who is a tradition at Brookfield, a certain Mr. Chipping, commonly called Chips. The curtain goes up on the first act of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. When you're getting on in years, between 80 and 90, you get very sleepy sometimes, and the hours seem to pass like lazy cattle moving across a landscape. It was like that for Mr. Chips, as the autumn term progressed and the days shortened, till it was actually time to light the gas before evening classes. For Mr. Chips, like some old sea captain, still measured time by signals of the past. And well he might, for he lived at Mrs. Wickett's, just across the road from Brookfield School.
Mr. Chippin, shall I light the fire? Oh, Mr. Chippin, are you awake, sir?
Hey? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Is that the bell for call over?
Yes, it is, sir. Well, I'd best stir up a fire.
Thank you. And you might bring me a cup of tea before prep, will you?
The tea's right there, an old pot of it, sir.
Oh, so it is. And the cake, Mrs. Wickett. You didn't forget the cake, did you?
There's a walnut cake if you'll only take the trouble to look, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Wickett.
You're expecting the boys then, sir?
No. I've learned never to expect anything, Mrs. Wickett. I always make a point of being taken completely by surprise.
Well, I'd a mind to go visiting this evening,
Had
sir.
you? Well, run along. I'm quite old enough to take care of myself.
Very well, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Wickett. Mrs. Wickett, the door. Mrs. Wickett. Oh, well, never mind. Do it myself. Well, hello.
Please, sir, does Mr. Chips live here?
Mr. Chips? Yes, he does. In fact, you're looking at him.
Oh.
Well, what can I do for you?
I was told you wanted me, sir.
And who told you that?
The boys, sir. They said go over to Mr. Chips and ring the bell and tell him he wants to see you.
I see. Well, you better come inside. Now, sit down.
Thank you, sir.
The boys were quite right, you know. I did want to see you. I wanted you to have some tea with me.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I haven't seen you before. How's that?
I've only just come out of the sanatorium, sir.
Huh?
I've been there since the beginning of the term. Measles, sir.
Yes, well, that accounts for it. Tell me, what's the name?
Linford, sir.
Tell me, Linford, what do you think of Brookfield? So far, I mean.
Well, sir, I'm not quite sure yet.
I know. But you'll like it when you get used to it. Just now, you're a bit afraid of it, eh?
Well, yes, sir.
Yes, so was I at first. But that was a long time ago. 63 years, to be precise. Yes, when I first went into Big Hall and saw all those boys, I tell you, I was quite scared. But it didn't last long. I soon made myself at home, so will you.
Were there a lot of other new boys that term, sir?
Eh? But bless my soul, I wasn't a boy at all. I was a man. A young man of 22. A master.
Oh. But, sir...
Yes?
If you were 22 then...
Yes?
You must be very old now, sir.
Well, I'm certainly no chicken. Yes, when I came to Brookfield in 1870, the place was just the same then as it is now. Even the names of the boys were the same. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnard, Bassenthwaite. Almost the same. Old Mr. Weatherby was head then. Fine man. I'm probably the only man in the world who remembers old Weatherby. And the boys. I remember them all. 63 years ago, Linford. And I can still hear their names as they call them off before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Avonmore, Babcock, Baggs, Barnett. Concentrate. Back to me.
Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip, sir. Are you asleep, sir? Shall I go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir. Mr. Chip.
Barnett. Bassenthwaite. Batterby. Beckle.
Pardon me, sir. Are you Mr. Chipping, the new master?
Yes, I am.
The head would like to see you in his study.
Thank you.
Come in, Mr. Chipping, come in. Welcome to Brookfield.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby.
Sit down, sit down. I understand you've been a master before.
Yes, sir, for 1 year at Melbourne.
1 year, yes. You are a young man, Mr. Chipping, and Brookfield is an old foundation. However, youth and age often combine well. But don't let the boys play tricks with you. I gather that discipline was not always your strong point at Melbury.
Well, no, perhaps not.
Never mind, you have another chance here. Take up a firm attitude from the beginning. That's the secret of it.
I shall, Mr. Weatherby.
You'll take prep this evening, Mr. Chipping. At the start of the year, you may find the boys inclined to be a bit restive, but I trust you will encounter no great difficulty.
I think so, sir.
Bagley, I hear. He is not. He's the new master, Chipping. Chipping? What's he like? Stuffy. Just the new chap, here he is.
Good evening. As you know, this is a period of quiet study. You may busy yourselves in any way you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Quiet, please.
Please, sir, what is your name?
My name is Mr. Chipping.
Did you say Chip, sir?
I said Chipping.
Thank you, Mr. Chipping.
You there in the second row, you with the red hair. Did you drop that desk lid?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Polly, sir.
Very well, Collie. You have 100 lines.
100 lines, sir.
Did you hear me, Collie?
But 100 lines, sir. All I did was to drop...
Did you hear me, Collie?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chipping. Bowden's my name. History.
Oh, how do you do?
I hear you were blessed with first prep. How did it go?
Well, I'm afraid I've got off to rather a bad start. I had to give young Collie 100 lines.
100 lines on the very first day. That's a bit rough, isn't it?
Well, I thought it necessary.
Well, I suppose you know, and you'll have a long time here to correct any bad impressions. Good night, Chipping.
Good night. A long time to correct any bad impressions.
Billy! Vista.
Oh, Tommy. You've been here a long time, Chipping. Your work has been quite satisfactory. I know it won't come as a surprise to you after all this time that we're making you a housemaster. Good luck, Chipping.
I say, Chipping, going my way, old man?
I believe so.
Good. Well, another term ended, eh? Where are you going for the summer?
I hadn't thought, Bowden. Perhaps up to the Lake District.
Very nice. Oh, by the way, congratulations, Chipping.
Mm-hmm.
You've been made a housemaster, haven't you?
Oh, yes. I've been waiting for it so long, I can hardly get excited about it now.
Oh, they don't come quickly. I was here 10 years before I got mine.
Do you know how long I've been here?
Well, now, let me see.
Almost 25.
25 years. It doesn't seem possible.
No, it doesn't. You know, when I first came, I had some fine dreams. I thought, what a wonderful thing it would be to be headmaster of a school like Brookfield. Well, youth is entitled to dreams.
Chipping, you've really done a fine job here. I can't understand why promotion has been so slow for you. I've often wondered...
Have you heard the news?
What news?
The new housemaster. Know who it is? Old Chip.
Chip?
No.
I say, that's my house.
Bad break for you, old man.
Chip, do you suppose I could move?
Were we looking for a reason?
I'm sorry, Chipping. Heartless little beggar.
No, it isn't their fault. I suppose I just don't understand them the way you chaps do.
Oh, nonsense. Well, here's where I turn off, old man. You'll write me from the lakes, eh?
Oh, of course.
You going to do any mountain climbing?
Climbing? Yes, I expect so. I've always wanted to try old Stony.
Fine. Well, good luck, and be careful up there.
I will. Deeper than I thought. Not too many footholds. What in the world? Hello? Is there anything wrong? Where are you? Wherever you are, don't move. I'm coming. Must be in trouble. I hope there's nothing. Oh! 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 Oh, Lord. Oh.
Hello down there.
Oh, hello.
Was it you who called?
Yes, was it you?
Yes. However did you get down there? The path's upstairs.
I know. I'm afraid I slipped.
Wait a minute. Are you hurt?
No, not very much.
You really should have been more careful. It's very steep here.
Yes, I know, but when I heard you call,
You were coming to me. Why?
Well, for a moment, I thought...
That I was in trouble?
Yes.
I'm terribly sorry. I was calling to my friend down the mountain.
Oh, I see. Well...
It was very thoughtless of me and very nice of you to come to my rescue, I mean. Was it your ankle you hurt?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Try standing up.
No, I'm sure I can manage.
Oh. Oh, no, you can't. Here, sit down. You can never get down the mountain like that. We'll just have to wait until my friend comes.
I'm putting you to a great deal of bother.
Oh, no, of course you're not. My name is Catherine Bridges.
How do you do? Mine is Chipping.
How do you do, Mr. Chipping? My friend and I are taking a... I beg your pardon.
No, you were saying...
No, please. What was it, Mr. Chipping?
Well, I was about to say... It really is quite a wonderful day.
Yes, we've had fine weather all the week. My friend and I are on a bicycle tour of the whole Lake District. I've enjoyed every minute of it.
A bicycle tour?
Yes. Why?
Oh, nothing.
Don't you believe in ladies riding bicycles, Mr. Chipping?
Oh, it's a very helpful exercise, I imagine.
Hello there. Oh, Martha, come down. That's my friend, Mr. Chipping. What's the matter, Catherine? Oh, Martha, this is Mr. Chipping. Mr. Chipping, Miss Taylor.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Is he hurt?
Yes, Martha. You see, he tried to rescue me, and he slipped.
I see. And now we shall have to rescue him. Well, I imagine the two of us can carry him.
Oh, of course.
Oh, no, really.
Come along. Take his arm there, Catherine.
Already.
Now, lean on me, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, but I feel so very silly.
Nonsense. Lift him, Catherine. Lift.
And she has come to see me every day since the accident. I imagine you are surprised, Bowden, that I write so much of her. But she is really a very charming person. Yes, and I must admit, very beautiful, too. But please do not misunderstand me. She is far too charming and far too beautiful for me.
Catherine, what is the matter with you?
You must realize we've overstayed our time as it is. We shall have to take the train back this morning. Now, are you coming with me or aren't you?
No, Martha, you know I can't leave yet. Also, he's still not entirely well, and well, it was my fault in a way, and... Well, I can't desert him.
Is that all, Catherine?
No.
Catherine, listen to me. He's a great deal older than you are. He's stuffy and slightly gray, and his opinions date from the 70s. He thinks Bernard Shaw is completely irresponsible, and he told me in confidence he's not at all sure women should have the vote. Have I said enough?
You've said everything. Except that he's a thoroughly honest person. That his eyes are deep brown, and that he's very charming when he smiles. Oh, Martha, I've never met anyone like him before. And he's really very lonely. Did you know that?
He won't be much longer.
Martha.
Goodbye, my dear. Have a pleasant holiday. I'm off for London.
Oh, Martha, wait. And they call you Chip.
Yes. But never to my face, of course.
I'm so glad you are what you are. I was afraid when I first met you that you were a lawyer or a dentist or a man with a big cotton business in Manchester. But schoolmastering's so different, so important, don't you think? To be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world. It's rather thrilling.
I hadn't thought of it like that. But I do my best. That's all anyone can do in any job.
Yes, of course. I love you for saying these simple things like that.
Catherine, I really must tell you something in all fairness.
Yes?
I'm not a very good schoolmaster. My degree is quite mediocre. I have a certain amount of difficulty with discipline, and I'm sure I'll never get another promotion, never get to be head or anything like that. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that I'm completely ineligible to marry a young and ambitious girl. Can you laugh at those
I
things?
am laughing.
Oh, Catherine, you make me very, very happy.
When shall we be married? Before the new term begins?
Oh, that would be quite wonderful. Shall we say in a week?
Or tomorrow? Here, in Wasdale.
Tomorrow? Tomorrow? Of course, why not? I'll see a clergyman tonight.
Yes, you'd better. And I'll meet you in the morning at the inn.
Oh, Catherine.
We'll both have a great deal to do today.
Oh, yes. Letters and everything.
In the morning, then.
In the morning.
This is an occasion, you know. This last farewell of ours. I feel rather like a new boy beginning his first term with you. Not afraid, mind you, but just for once in a thoroughly respectful mood. Shall I call you sir? Or would Mr. Chips be the right thing? Yes, I think it would. Until tomorrow, then. Goodbye, Mr. Chips.
The curtain falls on Act 1 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and life seems to have taken on a new meaning for the quiet schoolmaster. Before we continue with Act 2, here's Mr. Ruick with a story from real life.
During this short intermission, before our stars Laurence Olivier and Edna Best return in Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, we bring you a real-life scene. This scene actually happened last year in a very charming home in Portland, Oregon. The mother told us in an interesting letter that she was making plans for the marriage of her daughter. One day, she writes, she and her daughter were discussing the wedding dress.
Oh, Mother, your wedding dress is so beautiful. I'd love to wear it.
Oh, I don't know. 33 years.
I know. There'd have to be some remodeling.
It's not only that. The dress is so gray and dingy looking after all these years. And it's so fragile. I'm afraid it wouldn't clean or wash well.
I know. With all that lovely lace and embroidery. But don't you think with luck?
Well, Lux Flakes would certainly be safe. I could try them.
Oh, Mother, please. I'd adore wearing the dress.
Well, dear, I'll try.
And so she washed the dress in mild Lux suds. And the next day...
Come here, dear, and look at the dress.
Oh, Mother, darling. It's beautiful. It looks just wonderful. Oh, you darling. Thanks a million.
Oh, don't thank me. Thank Lux Flakes. They did a wonderful job.
I'll say they did. And they're going to have the place of honor in my new home. Why, they've given me my wedding dress.
That's a true story. The sort of thing that happens in homes all over the country. Women know they can depend on Lux. They call on Lux because they know they can trust it. They use it every day for their dresses, sweaters, stockings, and underthings. Lux Flakes are so mild, so pure, they won't harm anything safe in plain water. There's no harmful alkali to fade or streak colors or hurt sensitive fibers. Your house dresses, your everyday washables, as well as your most treasured possessions, stay fresh and lovely looking and wear longer with regular Lux care. Remember, Lux is so pure, a little goes a long way. Lux is thrifty. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of Goodbye, Mr. Chips, starring Laurence Olivier in the title role and Edna Best as Catherine. by the fire in his comfortable room, old Mr. Chips dreams on. Dreams of a day long ago, a time of great and overwhelming happiness. For his marriage was a triumphant success, and Catherine conquered Brookfield, as she'd already conquered one of its masters. But most remarkable of all was the change she made in Chips. He became, to all appearances, a new man.
Well, you've done it, Catherine. They're quite mad about you.
Oh, Chips, what are you talking about?
The head, the masters, the boys, everyone, they're all in love with you, just as I am.
Chips, you know, everyone's been so wonderful. I was horribly afraid for a while that I might not fit in. I wanted to so much.
You've been here 2 weeks, and you're more a part of Brookfield than I am.
Evening, Mr. Chips.
Oh, good evening.
Evening, sir.
Evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Chips. Hello, boys. How did the match go today?
Oh, very well, thank you.
You really shouldn't watch it now.
I'll have to come down and watch you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good night, ma'am.
It's 4:00 tomorrow.
I'll be there.
See what I mean? They'd never have spoken if you hadn't been with me.
Oh, Chips, must you be so formal with them?
Formal?
Well, relax a little, joke a little. You know they'll like you ever so much better.
I've often wished I could.
Oh, you tried it and see. You've got a wonderful sense of humor, Chips.
I have?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I don't believe I ever said. And now we come to the old Roman law known as lex canulia. Lex canulia was the law which permitted patricians to marry plebeians. So you see, if Miss Plebs wanted Mr. Patrician to marry her, and he said he couldn't, she probably replied, oh, yes, you can, you liar. What king was first to bear the title Defender of the Faith? Answer by Master Lytton in his most illegible script. The first king to bear the title Defender of the Faith was Henry VIII. He married 6 wives, but only one at a time.
You'll have to mark it right, Chips.
Well, the future of England's in good hands.
Mr. Chippin?
Yes?
The Master Babcock is here.
Babcock?
Yes, Chips. I sent for him.
You sent? Well, tell him to wait, please.
Yes, sir.
Well, Catherine?
Chips, I thought it would be better if you spoke to Babcock here. I mean, instead of taking him to the head study as you planned.
Catherine?
Oh, please. After all, it wasn't anything very serious that he did.
My dear wife, if you think that releasing a mouse in the middle of Mr. Ogilvy's choir practice is not serious.
Oh, but such a small mouse.
What?
About so big, that's all. Oh, please, Chips, he won't do it again. I'll vouch for him.
You will.
Chips, have I ever been wrong?
No, my dear, you haven't. Well, I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Chips.
Well, good evening, Babcock.
Good evening, sir.
Well, Babcock, that was quite an ingenious prank in choir practice today.
Yes, sir. I mean, no, sir.
Why did you do it?
Well, sir, I had the mouse there, and...
You just thought you'd let him go, eh?
Well, it's against the rules to keep it, sir.
Yes. Well, tell me, Babcock, can you think of any reason why I shouldn't take you to the head?
No, sir, except...
Except what?
It was a very small mouse, sir.
Oh, I see. Were you here earlier this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
I thought you were. Well, that's all, Babcock.
You mean I can go, sir?
Well, in view of the fact that the mouse was... Oh, get out, Babcock, get out for goodness.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good night, sir.
Good night, good night.
Chip,
Yes?
you let him go, didn't you?
Yes. Because it was a small mouse. Heaven knows, Catherine, what kind of discipline I'd have from now on.
Oh, better, Chip. Much better. You wait and see.
Perhaps.
You know, you must be very kind and very understanding with the boys now. You never can tell. Your own son might let a mouse go at choir practice someday.
My son? Never.
Well, mine might.
He probably would. He'll be very much like you. He'll be honest and kind. And he'll make people happy wherever he goes.
Oh, Chip.
When he comes, we must be very careful to bring him up just right, mustn't we?
Very careful.
I have such wonderful plans. He'll go to Brookfield, of course.
Of course.
And he'll probably play cricket And soccer. Captain of cricket, I think, don't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Unless, of course, he turns out to be a girl.
Oh, no, I never thought of that. Catherine, are you ever afraid?
Afraid, Chip?
That all the wonderful things that have happened aren't quite real.
I know what you mean.
I know they've never happened before, just like this. Sometimes I wonder if they ever really happened at all.
Too much like a fairy tale.
Yes. Always found it rather difficult to believe in fairy tales.
Oh, but you must believe. That's the wonderful thing about them, Chip. They're so true. And perhaps a long, long time from now, when we're quite forgotten, there'll be another story told of two people who wandered alone on a mountainside. And suddenly they were not alone any longer, for the clouds opened below them. And there was the world at their feet. The whole wide world, all bright and shining in the sunlight.
Catherine, what have I done to deserve such happiness? Yes?
Oh, Doctor, can you come at once?
What is it?
It's Mrs. Chipping, Doctor.
Mrs. Chipping?
Yes, Doctor. Mr. Chipping's very worried. He asked me if you would please come right away.
Of course. I'll get my things.
I say, where's Chip? He's late for class this morning.
Oh, but when did he come? What means? Did you put the letters on the step?
8 of them.
Who could?
What's that? A joke on Chip? Be careful. It's April Fool, you fool.
We've put a lot of letters on Chip's step. They're all addressed to him. There's only blank paper inside. Don't read the word now.
Not I. Shh. Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir, there are a lot of letters for you.
Stop it, Bag. He'll hear you. I can't help it. Don't keep opening. Be quiet, you fool.
There goes another one. Oh, good.
I say, look at his face. Look at his face. But what do the letters say, sir? Please, sir, are they very important? I say, doesn't he like the joke? What's the matter with him?
I don't know.
Do you suppose he's angry? He doesn't look angry.
Then why doesn't he say something? Why doesn't he laugh?
Catherine Chipping, the mother, and the child just born, died on the same day, April 1st, 1898.
You know how we feel, Chipping. How the whole school feels. Just try to keep going, old man. Time will help you. Time and your work.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's the quad. And over there's Big Hall.
It's nice of you to show me around.
Oh, we always show the new boys around. Oh, look. You see that old fellow over there in the torn gown? That's Chip. Been here since 1870, they say.
1870 to 1930?
That's right. 43 years now. You'll like Chip. Everybody does. Oh, Mr. Chipping, sir.
Hey? Yes?
The head would like to see you in his office, sir.
Who?
The head, sir. Mr. Ralston.
Oh, Ralston. Thank you.
Oh, come in, Mr. Chipping. Come in.
Oh, it said you wanted to see me?
Yes, sit down, will you?
Well, sir?
Mr. Chipping, how long have you been here?
43 years.
Yes, I thought it was about that. Have you ever thought that you might like to retire?
Retire? No, I can't say I have thought about it yet.
Well, Mr. Chipping, the suggestion is there for you to consider.
But I don't want to retire. I don't need to consider it.
Nevertheless, I suggest that you do.
When I suggest, I don't see why I should.
Well, in that case, Mr. Chipping, things are going to be a little difficult.
Difficult? Why difficult?
Well, since you forced me to use plain words, Mr. Chipping, you shall have them. For some time past, you haven't been pulling your weight here. Your methods of teaching are slack and old-fashioned. Your personal habits are slovenly. And you ignore my instructions in a way which in a younger man I should regard as rank insubordination.
But did you say slovenly?
Yes. Now look at that master's gown you're wearing. I happen to know that torn and shredded gown is a subject of continual amusement throughout the school.
Is it? You also said something about insubordination, I believe.
Yes. I was speaking to the question of Latin pronunciation, Mr. Chipping.
Oh, that.
Yeah, I think I told you when I first came here that I wanted the new style used exclusively. The other masters obeyed me. You prefer to stick to your old methods, and the result is complete chaos and inefficiency.
But I don't agree with the new pronunciation.
Oh, really?
No, in my opinion, it's a lot of nonsense. Making the boys say Kikero at school when for the rest of their lives they'll say Cicero, if they ever say it at all. And instead of "I sis him," heaven bless my soul, you'd make him say "we kiss him."
There you are, Mr. Chipping. That's exactly what I'm complaining of. You hold one opinion and I hold another. And since you decline to give way, there can't very well be any alternative. What's that? Mr. Chipping, Brookfield is an up-to-date school. I understand, however, that your Latin and Greek lessons are exactly the same as they were when I first began.
Yes, they are. For that matter, they're the same as when your predecessor, Mr. Meldrum, was here. We began here, Mr. Meldrum and I, in 1870, and it was Mr. Meldrum's predecessor, Mr. Weatherby, who first approved my syllabus. "You'll take the Cicero for the fourth," he said to me. Cicero, too, not Kikero, and I don't intend to resign, Mr. Ralston, and you can do what you like about it. Good day.
That was Act 2 of our play. I don't think Mr. Chips is going to be an easy man to fire. In the intermission before Act 3, here's a little presentation of a picture in sound.
Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act 3, he has as our guest the author of our play. But first, let's take time enough to make a demonstration of special interest to housewives. We're going to give you a sound picture of what happens when you put Lux Flakes into your dishpan. First, you pour in a few flakes. Then you turn on the water. And almost at once, the flakes melt into a soft, frothy mass of bubbles. Listen to them. By actual test, Lux dissolves into suds 4 times as fast as old-fashioned cake soaps. Now listen to those bubbles again. Can you picture them? A panful of rich, active suds that make short work of grease and grime. They leave your dishes sparkling in almost no time. And while you're working, Lux is ever so kind to your hands. There's no harmful alkali to bite and sting your hands the way harsh soaps do. Lux is as mild as the finest toilet soaps. It helps your hands stay soft and smooth. And you want hands like that, I know. So try Lux for your dishes. It's so inexpensive. About a penny's worth of Lux does your dishes for a whole day. You need a little more in hard water. Buy the thrifty large box of Lux Flakes tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before the play continues, we have a special guest, James Hilton, who wrote Goodbye, Mr. Chips. For the last 4 years, he's been a regular resident of Hollywood and responsible for some of the finest writing done for motion pictures. His most recent assignment at Warner Brothers was the screenplay of his novel, We Are Not Alone. And so, without further explanation, I'll introduce one of Hollywood's most interesting people, James Hilton.
And you'll probably decide that he can't live up to such a very flattering introduction.
I should have added, ladies and gentlemen, that he's not fond of what Hollywood calls a build-up. I suppose, Mr. Hilton, the first question anyone asks about Mr. Chips is whether there was a real Mr. Chips.
As the author, I don't seem to be an authority on that point. I've had rather a large number of letters from people who assumed that their own personal Mr. Chips was mine, too. Actually, I never knew any one schoolmaster who was the complete 100% Mr. Chips. He is a combination of many schoolmasters, including my father.
Is your father pleased or annoyed to find himself a fictional character?
Oh, he denies it altogether, which is exactly what Chips would do in the same circumstances.
I wonder what he thinks of motion pictures.
Well, I can only guess. My father saw a picture about 25 years ago, and the flickering hurt his eyes, so he didn't see another until I became involved in the business. Now he's extremely interested and very, very uncritical. He never says a picture is bad.
The perfect critic for a producer. But you said Chips was a composite character. Are there many like him?
There are fewer every year, and when they die, Chips will have disappeared forever from real life. You see, the English public schools, which are not really public at all, but private, have had to undergo many changes to fit the times.
Just as the schools in this country have had to adapt themselves to the shifting scene.
Of course, there was room for change. They had their faults. I've forgotten most of what I was taught in school, but I remember a few things I learned without being taught, such as blowing glass tubing into fancy shapes, or a slight aptitude for ventriloquism, which I developed to circumvent a master who was very deaf. These things have never been of much practical use to me since, but just the same, I know the whole experience was valuable. Any boy that comes under the influence of a Mr. Chips usually turns out to be a better citizen. That's why I'm sorry to see his type disappear, even though I know it's inevitable. And it's inevitable that the third act follows the second act, so I'll make my way for Mr. Chips now.
You couldn't make way for a better man, Mr. Hilton. We continue with Goodbye, Mr. Chips. The news that Ralston had asked Chips to resign was soon public property, and the result was a spontaneous outburst of sympathy. The masters and the boys rallied to Chips' cause, threatening a public riot if he was banished from Brookfield. And so, he stayed. But in the winter of 1913, the old man fell ill and was off duty for almost the entire term. It was that which made him decide to resign. At the end of term dinner, given in Chips' honor, he received a farewell presentation from the boys.
And so, sir, the boys of Brookfield have asked me to make this presentation of this gift. It's from the boys of Brookfield to show our esteem and in recognition of the great service you've performed for Brookfield.
Thank you. I'm afraid young Mr. Colley here has been guilty of an exaggeration in speaking of my services to Brookfield. But then, of course, he comes from an exaggerating family. I remember once having to thrash his father for it. I gave him a 1 mark for Latin, and he exaggerated it into a 7. I have been at Brookfield for almost 44 years, and I have been very happy here. It has been my life. Oh, my high praeteritos referat side Jupiter ados. I need not, of course, translate. I remember very many things about Brookfield. So many things that I've often thought I ought to write a book. Now, what shall I call it, I wonder? Memories of Rod and Line. Well, perhaps I shall write it someday. But of all the things I remember, the things I remember best are your faces. I never forget them. I have thousands of faces in my mind. The faces of boys. And if you come to see me in the years to come, as I hope you will, and if I don't seem to recognize you, you'll probably say to yourself, the old boy doesn't remember me. But I do remember you, as you are now. That's the point. In my mind, you never grow up at all. Never. Well, I mustn't go on all night. I shall be living just across the road at Mrs. Wickett's. Think of me sometime, as I shall certainly think of you. Hec olim meminisi, juvabit.
Then I need not translate.
Are going to form training squad. My father's going.
So is mine.
Mr. Chipping, sir, do you think it will last long?
Last long? Of course not. Impossible, Lancaster. We ought to have it finished by Christmas at the very latest. But why are you thinking of joining up, Lancaster?
Lancaster's a little short for a soldier, sir. Don't you think?
Oh, only by a foot or two, eh, Lancaster? Who have given their lives for their country. Brill, Evans, Jackson, Lancaster.
Do you think it will last long, sir?
Lancaster. More boys. More and more and more. Going up to the front. Boys I've known.
Chips, old man. Come and sit down.
Yes, Sir John.
Chips, as chairman of the board, the governors have asked me to have a talk with you.
Yes, Sir John.
It's about the matter of our masters joining up. I suppose you know the head's gone.
I heard, yes.
Leaves us very short-handed.
Yes.
Well, briefly, Chips, the board wants to know if you feel well enough to come back.
Out of retirement?
Mm-hmm. They want to know, Chips, if you'll do us the very great honor of coming back for the duration of the war as headmaster of Brookfield School.
Headmaster of Brookfield? Me?
Yes, you're the man for it, the only man. You belong here.
Oh, but it's such a great responsibility. I'm a ranker, Sir John. I'm not meant
Will
to be
you
a head.
think it over?
Oh, yes, I will, but I really don't.
Please, Chips. Don't answer me now. Come back and see me in the morning.
Very well, very well.
Good night, Chips.
Good night, Sir John. Headmaster? Head of Brookfield? Catherine. I must be getting very old. Very old.
Chips, dear. You know I'm here, don't you? You can't hear me, not really. But you know that I'm here in your heart. It's been such a long time since I come to you. For it's only when you need me that I can come. Such a great honor, too. Headmaster of Brookfield. Do you remember the day you told me you would never be head? I think I knew then that someday you would be.
My time is over. My work is done.
Look down there, Tim. It's quiet. The long green sloping to the river. This is Brookfield. This is the home, the world of boys. Boys who are looking toward manhood, waiting for some person to show them the way. Tim, you are that person. Don't you remember? A long, long time ago.
Schoolmastering. So important to be influencing those who are to grow up and matter to the world.
Yes, Tim. It is a great responsibility. But they need you. And you must have courage. Do your best, Tim. That's all anyone can do. But don't fail them now. I tell you to accept the headmastership. I tell you from across the years. To keep faith with Brookfield. And with you. I believe in you. Tim, have I ever been wrong? I believe in you. I believe.
Hello, Chips. Back so soon?
Sir John, I've made my decision.
I think I know what it is.
I'll do my best, Sir John, because that's all anyone can do in any job.
Mr. Chips, sir, it's Mary.
Mary! Quiet, please. Quiet. The class will continue. It may seem to you that at this particular moment in the world's history that the affairs of Caesar in Gaul some 2,000 years ago are of somewhat secondary importance. But believe me, that is not really the case. You cannot judge the importance of things by the noise they make. Oh, dear me, no. And let us resume our work. Is there anyone who will volunteer to construe?
I will, sir.
Very good. Turn to page 40 and begin at the bottom line.
Yes, sir. Genus hoc erat pugni. This was the kind of fight quo si milites exercuerant, in which the soldiers busied themselves.
You see?
Oh, sir, that's good.
Yes, you can see now that these dead languages sometimes come to life again,
The officers, they declared peace. It's over. The war's over. It's over. It's over.
Oh, come in, Doctor. Come in.
Thank you, Mrs. Wickett. Thank you.
Wickett? Is that the doctor?
Yes, it is, sir.
Well, good afternoon, Doctor. What brings you here? Not I, certainly.
No. The head asked me to look in. He wanted to know if you were going to the old boys' dinner in London this year.
Oh.
I told him I didn't think you were.
No, I'm afraid not. It's been a long time since I left here. Not since the war.
Chipping, do you really think you should be up?
Oh.
There's a lot of flu about, you know.
There's nothing matter with me, Doctor. Nothing at all. And what would I do in bed? Why, one of the boys might drop in. A fine reception.
Well, I leave it up to you. Goodbye, Chipping.
Goodbye. And if you see a chap in the quad who looks as if he just couldn't wait till dinner, send him along, will you? I've a cake.
I will.
I remember them all. 63 years ago, infants. And I can still hear their names as they call them before the classes. Ainsworth, Atwood, Abelmore, Babcock, Barnett, Bassenswaite.
Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Are you asleep, sir? Shall I, go now, sir? Mr. Chip, sir? Mr. Chip! Mr. Chip!
Well, Doctor, what do you think?
I don't know, Sir John. He's a very old man.
Who's that?
Hello there. Waking up?
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. You threw a faint, that's all.
Oh.
It's lucky that boy was with you. Try to sleep again.
Yes.
Poor old chap. Must have lived a very lonely sort of life. All by himself?
Not always by himself. He was married, you know.
What? I never knew that.
She died a great many years ago.
Pity he never had any children.
Oh, what was that?
Careful.
What were you saying about me?
Nothing. Nothing at all, old chap.
I heard you. A pity I never had any children, eh? But I have, you know. I have. Thousands of them. And all boys.
Ainsworth, Atwood, Babcock, Barnum, Bassenswaite, Batterby.
Before our stars return for their curtain call, I want to present Miss Libby Collins, who ferrets out news behind the scenes here in Hollywood. What have you for us tonight, Libby?
2 or 3 fascinating things about the stocking habits of some of the Hollywood stars. For example, do you know that Kitty Carlisle rinses her stockings in perfume instead of water?
Well, she walks in beauty. What else, Libby?
Well, Jane Wyman uses adhesive tape instead of garters to hold up her stockings. A cute idea is to cut the tape into little designs, like hearts or clubs or your zodiac sign. And here's one item that's a little closer to home. Willie's of Hollywood, who designs most of the gorgeous stockings we see in motion pictures, says the average woman should have 20 pairs of stockings. If she gives them the right kind of care, they should last a year.
What does he mean by the right kind of care, Libby?
He says you should never soak stockings or rub them. Just dip them in lukewarm Lux suds and rinse in water the same temperature.
He's right, isn't he? Lux Flakes save elasticity and cut down on runs. If you rub your stockings with cake soap or use soaps with harmful alkali, you're apt to weaken elasticity, and then runs come easily. With gentle Lux Flakes, there's no harmful alkali, and, of course, no rubbing. Your stockings wear longer and fit better with regular Lux care. Lux is thrifty. And now Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Mr. Chips has retired to immortality, and we bring Laurence Olivier and Edna Best back to our microphone.
You know, Mr. DeMille, this play brought back a few memories of my own school days.
Were you the small boy who released the mouse? The very small mouse at choir practice?
No. The most pronounced mischief I created at school was acting in plays.
We're glad you didn't perform.
As a matter of fact, I went from bad to worse, turned professional, and joined a repertory company.
Playing 4 or 5 different parts a week, I suppose.
If you get a passing mark in that school, you're an actor.
Yes, anything can happen in one of those theaters. I remember one incident with a traveling company when the juvenile was taken ill. The manager wired to another company in the next county to borrow an actor. When the borrowed juvenile arrived 10 minutes before curtain time, he turned out to be a character man about 70 years old. The manager was frantic. There he was 10 minutes before the curtain time with a character man to play a juvenile role. Only the visiting actor remained calm. He inquired for his dressing room. 5 minutes later, he reappeared with his makeup on.
Now, my good man, he said to the manager, where is the stage and what is the play?
I know just the kind of actor you mean. Give him the right cue and he'll play Peter Pan or the second gravedigger in Hamlet.
But I imagine he'd be pretty startled if anyone told him that there was a theater with an audience as big as this one. What's your play next week, Mr. DeMille?
Next Monday night, we're going to present a play by George Bernard Shaw, the one which was so very successful on the screen this year, Pygmalion. And our stars will be Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne. Pygmalion is the story of an unromantic gentleman of learning who trains a Cockney girl to impersonate a duchess, an experiment which produces startling and romantic results.
That sounds like a grand show. Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. I'm anxious to hear it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Mr. and Mrs. Chips. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Jean Arthur and Brian Aherne in Pygmalion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Ruick, inviting you to enjoy the popular Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. Susan's enemies are plotting to set the whole town against her. Tomorrow they reveal their scheme. Listen then. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Alan Napier as Weatherby, Clifford Severn as Linford, Ronald Sinclair as Colley, Frederick Warlock as Ralston, Lillian Kemble Cooper as Martha, Mary Gordon as Mrs. Wickett, C. Montague Shaw as a doctor, Eric Snowden as Bowden, Ian McLaren as Meldrum, and Douglas Scott, Bobby Winkler, Harry Duff, Bobby Mock, Brian Killaway, Tommy Martin, Ernest Carlson, Cliff Oland, Bill Martin, Bob Stevens, Edwin Mills, and Richard Kukas as schoolboys. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Rebecca, produced by David O. Selznick. Edna Best will soon be seen in the RKO picture Swiss Family Robinson, produced by Gene Town and Graham Baker. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. Now, The Halls of Ivy.
The halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, president of Ivy, has been working in his study all morning. But he leaves it now to join his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the English musical comedy stage. As he enters the living room, Mrs. Hall says,
"Oh, I'm glad you're finished, Toddy."
Vicky, I am never finished. And why should you be glad? Outside of the fact that naturally you can't stand being without me for a minute.
You're not going to feel so good when I remind you that today is the faculty tea at Mrs. Quincannon's.
Oh, that doesn't disturb me a bit, my dear. A legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Not me, we.
Oh, no, you don't, no.
And not only that, but you need a haircut.
I'll get one next week, Delilah.
Why do you hate to go to the barber?
My dear girl, I do not hate to go to the barber.
Well, then why?
I do, however, dislike to have the administration of this college subjected to the haphazard analysis and preposterous suggestions of a certain tonsorial artist.
The barber, Doc Fish.
Doc Fish. Fish, indeed. He seems to be trying to make up for 1,000,000 years of silence on the part of his submarine namesakes.
Well, I suppose any barber who's been in the same shop for 30 years has certain rights.
Which he abuses constantly. But to a college barber, there is a new generation every 4 years. You know, Vicky, there are a lot of people who never leave a campus without having
Daddy.
Huh?
You're trying to change the subject.
Oh.
I want you to get your hair cut. And I've made an appointment for you.
Is there a slight strain of bulldog in you?
With a trace of bloodhound, I'll be following you all the way.
Oh. Do I get some lunch before I tackle the fish?
Oh, it's not fish, sir. It's cheese souffle.
Oh, is lunch ready, Penny?
Yes'm, but if the doctor likes some fish...
thank you just the same, Penny. Mrs. Hall has already ordered mine.
Afternoon, Mr. President.
Oh, Doc, how are you?
Busy. You're 5 minutes early.
Yeah, but there's no one in the chair.
Your appointment's for 2 o'clock, Doctor. I'll be ready for you at 2 o'clock.
All right, Doc, I'll wait.
Heard your talk in chapel last week.
Oh, yes? And?
Didn't sound much like a sermon to me.
It wasn't.
Ministers are supposed to give sermons, ain't they?
I'm not a minister.
What was you doing in the pulpit then?
Doc, may I ask you a question?
Shoot.
If your cat had kittens in the oven, would they be biscuits?
Step in the chair, Doctor. It's 2 o'clock.
Thank you. That's better. I think I'll just doze a little.
Been wanting to talk to you.
No, please don't. No, just cut my hair and your conversation. Now, I'd like to take a nap.
Got something on my mind. Glad you stopped in. Because it's important to this school what I've got to say. As long as nobody else seems to take enough interest, it's up to me to do something about it. I'm going to do it. Right now.
I give up. What is it, Doc?
Know a kid named Eddie Gray?
Yes, I do indeed. What about him?
He buys a lot of magic stuff at the campus bookshop. You know about that?
Oh, yes.
A lot of magic stuff and plenty of other things have been disappearing. That's a good trick, too.
You mean stolen?
Guess that's what you'd call it. About $500 worth.
Why do you connect Eddie Gray with this?
Not many students buy magic stuff.
Doc, our founding fathers provided that any citizen accused of crime was entitled to a jury of his peers, competent legal counsel, and a qualified judge. Who then are you to constitute yourself judge, jury, and executioner?
I got eyes and ears.
So is a three-toed sloth. And about the same lofty conception of justice. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
You know he sold that big car of his. Know he's running around the campus looking like a bindle stiff. Looks like he sold all his good clothes. Looks like he maybe needed some dough.
Eddie Gray needs money like I, as the saying goes, need a hole in the head. Have you talked to anyone else about this?
Nope. Figured it was your job to handle it.
Oh, I'll handle it. Are you a betting man, Doc?
Well, I know where you can get a little bet down. What's the horse?
The horse is a gray, Doc. And I'll lay you 8-5 he comes in on top. Oh, Vicky.
Yes, my darling. Oh, you do look divine and smell.
I have to tell you, darling, that
No, don't.
our barber
That
friend...
little sniff. Absolute heaven.
No, stop smelling me. I must talk to you.
All right. Oh, stop. What did Doc Fish do? Throw out the whole curriculum?
Worse, he has completely revised the laws of evidence. Have you seen Eddie Gray lately?
Every day, Toddy, at rehearsals. He's just wonderful.
Is he making friends?
He's the happiest boy in school. Everybody likes him. And his magic act is going to be the hit of the Follies.
You remember when you advised him, and I think I did too, to get rid of his flashy car and expensive clothes?
Certainly. And he did it right away. Now he dresses just like all the other students. If you can call that dressing. I sometimes think they simply hold a suitcase over their heads and open it. They just wear whatever falls onto them. Well, what about Eddie Gray?
Now, there's been some stealing going on at the campus bookshop. He is around there a great deal, and he's suspected.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yes, I thought so, too. I have a feeling someone has found out who his father is. And if so, Eddie is being pronounced guilty by association.
Oh, no. Oh, I hope not. It'd be too tragic for him just at this time when everything's beginning to go well.
I know, but Mike Malott is too important a public enemy to be kept undercover very long. If someone has found out that he is Eddie's father, well, it's natural to point an accusing finger at the boy.
Well, we've got to clear him, Toddy. I know he's all right.
Oh, we're going to try, my dear. Look, I'll ask him to come over, will you?
Yeah, what'll we do about the Quincanons?
That seems to be a fair question.
Yeah. Any answers?
Only one. I consider it a legitimate function of the president's wife. I think it's quite proper that you should attend all faculty teas.
Well, you said that, and then I said, not me, we.
That's enough, Victoria. Let's now go on. I don't need another haircut.
Mr. Gray to see Dr. Hall.
Oh, show him in, Penny. Don't go, Vicky. This is your case as much as mine.
Well, I'm glad. I want to stay.
Hello, Dr. Hall.
Oh, Gray.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Hall.
Hello, Eddie.
You sent for me, sir?
Yes, I did. Sit down.
Thank you.
I wanted to see how you were getting along.
Oh, great. Thanks to some good advice from you and Mrs. Hall, I've been having a swell time. I never knew there were so many nice guys and gals in the world.
I'm glad to hear that. Eddie, I'm going to be very direct with you.
Yes, sir?
Have you heard from your father lately?
Oh, sure. He sneaked down here to see me 10 days ago.
He did?
Yeah. He knew I wanted a set of Joseph Conrad's books, so he came down and bought them for me. I'm not apologizing for what he used to be, Dr. Hall, and neither is he, but to me, he's been great.
Did he buy you the books at the campus bookshop?
Yeah, I did. Oh, it's a terrific set. Boy, it would sure ruin my allowance.
Has anyone told you of the recent robberies at the campus bookshop?
Why, yes, sir, I did hear something.
Has anyone told you that you are suspected?
Me? Suspected of stealing? Oh, now, just a minute, Dr. Hall.
Calm down, Eddie, please. We're not accusing you.
On the contrary, we want to clear you. But to do it, we'll have to find out everything we can.
And you can help us. Tell us everything you know about it.
I don't know anything about it.
If we're going to try to help, you must do your part. It's beyond just you and us. It's a matter of this college's reputation. And a little thing called justice. Gray.
Yes, sir?
Just for the record, have you stolen anything from the campus bookshop?
No, sir.
Of course you haven't. Do you know who has?
No, sir.
You know, but you won't tell. Isn't that it?
This can be very serious if you don't, Gray. It involves the honor of the whole college.
Look, Doctor, I can't tell you anything. I'm sorry, really sorry, sir, but I wish you'd remember one thing. I've got to do what seems right to me, and please don't ask me to do something that doesn't fit with my own rules. You know, this is where I learned about honor, Doctor, and values, right in this room. From you, both of you. You gave me a lot to hang on to. Now, don't ask me to let it go.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
In just a moment, we'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. But first, let's hear the story of a young go-getter who set out to make an impression, but wound up by being impressed.
Give me 5 minutes alone with the boss, I used to say, and he'll know what a live wire he's got in his organization. That's what I used to say. Well, the other day, the boss invited my wife and me to spend an evening at his home. I knew my big opportunity had arrived. I had a whole evening in which to sell yours truly to the boss. I could just see myself drawing on a mild Havana and giving the old boy a couple of pointers on how to clear up that situation in the sales department. Yes, I had it all planned. But somehow it didn't quite work out that way. I should have known it the minute I saw the boss's house. He and his wife were as simple and friendly as the people next door, but the living room was lush with antiques, oriental rugs, and original oil paintings. I couldn't help staring, but at least I did manage to keep from saying, gee whiz. But still in all, the evening passed very pleasantly. The boss talked about art and music, showed us his collection of rare prints and first editions, and finally served us some Schlitz beer. Now, naturally, I didn't admit that I'd never tasted a beer as famous as Schlitz. So I took up my glass as though I were an old Schlitz drinker from a way back. Actually, I could hardly wait to find out if my boss's taste in beer matched the good taste he showed in other things. I took a deep swallow of Schlitz and found out that it did. The same luxury was there. A luxury of flavor that matched the paintings and the prints and the first editions. It was then I realized what had happened. I had come to make an impression, but as it turned out, I was the one who was impressed. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
that surround us here today.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, we find a tenseness not often to be found in the home of the Halls.
Please sit down, Toddy. You've been pacing like that for an hour.
Oh, I can't, Vicky. I've got to make some sense out of all this. Obviously, Gray is protecting someone else.
It's a terribly difficult spot for you. You who've been teaching him integrity.
Oh, yes, I know. Integrity, a splendid, glowing word. 9 letters, the 9 old men of character. You know, my darling, it's not enough simply to present the idea of integrity to a youngster. That's merely planting the seed. The harvest comes when integrity is put to the test and found to be a source of pride and self-respect and growth. Well, fortunately, it's usually a habit-forming virtue. Anyway, that's why we can't afford to have Eddie Gray fail to pass his first real test.
Toddy, dear, the longer I know you, the more conscious I am of the wisdom in simple decency.
Well, I only hope my simple wisdom is adequate to get Eddie clear. If this gets into the newspapers, the boy's life is ruined. With his father's record to help pull him down, he's finished.
Even if he's innocent?
Oh, his innocence will be shouted down by mob judgment. When a man has been accused in headlines on page 1, it's difficult to clear his name with a retraction in small print on page 22. I've got to make Eddie talk.
You'll never do it, William. Eddie has a code. Telling tales, even if justified, violates that code. And you'd be wrong to insist.
Someone has to talk.
Speaking of talk...
Yes?
Why don't you go back where you started?
Doc Fish, of course. Oh, Vicky, what would I ever do without you?
You'd never have your hair cut.
Oh, my dear, worse than that. Without you to advise me, I'd have far too many close shaves.
Look, may I come with you, or do you think I'll make Doc Fish self-conscious?
My dear, if you, Alexander the Great, and Lady Godiva's horse walked into that shop together, the man would never turn a hair. No, he has the imperturbability of intellectual density. Let's go.
Again, Mr. President? Didn't Mrs. President like your haircut?
It was a fine haircut, Doc. But I think you gave Eddie Gray a crooked part.
Huh?
Doc, I'm very disturbed about your accusation of the Gray boy.
Been thinking about him myself. I talk too much, always blabbing.
Why did you do it?
Can't stand his father. Saw him at the bookshop, put 2 and 2 together.
And they added up to a number on Eddie's back.
How did you know who his father was?
Friend of mine in Chicago. Racketeer wrote me.
Your bookmaker?
No, my bookie's a local... I mean, no, ma'am.
Have you told anyone else about this?
No, and I'm not going to. Going to shut up from now on.
Splendid idea, if it's not too late.
We've got to find out who is doing the stealing. Can any of your Chicago friends tell you that?
Probably could if they was here. I'll help all I can. Sorry I started it.
And you don't know anything more than you've told us?
No. I just suspected this kid right off. Shouldn't have, I suppose, but I did. When I think something, I speak my mind.
Loud, too.
Beg your pardon, ma'am?
Never mind. I was just speaking my mind. It's contagious, I guess.
Doc, you've started something that I, as president of this college, must see through to a conclusion. A campus bookshop can be restocked. But the honor of our student body is something else.
You know the kid's innocent, Prexy?
You know he's guilty.
We have an absolute conviction that Eddie Gray is on the level.
Look, Mr. President, I'd like to make you one suggestion.
Be very unlike you if you didn't.
Well, what is it, Doc?
Give me a little time on this. If I'd given this Gray kid a bad deal on account of I got no use for his old man, and he turns out to be innocent, I figure I owe him a little help.
You owe him a great deal more than that, my friend. But I prefer not to have this matter talked about. You understand?
Leave it to me. Just give me the time I need, and if I don't keep shut from then on, I'll guarantee you can shave me next time.
And if he doesn't, I will.
What What a day. And it all started out to be so serene.
Well, there's a small silver lining. You'll miss the faculty tea.
True, my darling, yes. I wonder what that old rascal Doc Fish has up his sleeve.
At least he's going to stop gossiping about Eddie.
I hope so. You know, Vicky, it's so easy to be swayed by preconceived ideas and prejudices. It's very often most difficult to hold a steady course when your whole being cries out to take another path.
What are you thinking about now?
Well, just for that tiny moment, I digressed, my darling. I was thinking of myself and you. I wonder if you remember that day in London when I ran up the stairs to your flat, whistling a tune, gay as the air itself. When I knocked and you opened the door...
My William, what a nice surprise.
Vicky, my darling, I was so close I couldn't pass by without... Oh, I beg your pardon. I shouldn't have come in. I didn't know that...
William, this is Paul Hunter, Dr. Hall.
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to intrude.
Well, you haven't. We were just having tea. Do you want some?
No, I really don't think so, thank you. I'd better run along.
Oh, no, don't go. Are you a medical man, Dr. Hall?
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Hunter. I'm a school teacher.
Oh, a school teacher. He's a professor, Paul. A very learned professor in a very beautiful American university.
Oh, now, Victoria.
On your sabbatical?
Yes, and not too much of it left.
Well, that's pretty tragic. Vicky and I were just talking over plans to spend most of the winter on the Riviera.
Doesn't it sound wonderful, William? The blue Mediterranean, the white sands, the striped umbrellas, and warm sunshine.
Yes, it does. Sounds beautiful.
We thought we might stay between Nice, Cannes, and Monte Carlo for the entire season.
With any luck, I don't see why not.
No, of course. Why not? With any luck.
Well, darling, if it's all okay with you, I'll start making arrangements. There's quite a lot of arranging to do, you know.
Oh, I do know, Paul. Yes, by all means. Let's do it.
Oh, certainly. It would be awful if you didn't.
Well, I'm off then. It's nice to have met you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Winter. I hope you have a nice winter, Mr. Winter.
Bye, Paul. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. He's an absolute pet, that boy.
That boy? Oh, yes. Yes, he is. A real... pet.
Doesn't it all sound heavenly?
Heavenly.
William, what is it, dear? You're so down.
I wish I were an actor, my darling. I wouldn't let you so easily see my feelings.
Your feelings about what, dear? What is it?
Oh, the Riviera, under winter skies, with me in America, and you with that Hunter fellow on the white sands.
Oh, William, my dear. You thought...
Well, you said that...
Oh, you couldn't have.
Yes, I know, but
you did.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean that you could...
thought I was going away with Paul?
Well, of course. Well, aren't you?
Well, yes.
Well, that's what I thought. What did you think I thought?
I thought you thought... I thought you must have thought that...
Yes, I still think that what you thought I thought was... Well, I just hate to think of it.
William, listen. Paul is the company manager of Give Them Tears.
Oh.
And we're taking the whole company on tour.
Oh.
And Paul, by the way, is very happily married.
Oh, Vicky, what an idiot I am. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. It took considerable intelligence to find and fall in love with a girl like you. Oh, darling, I am a happy man.
Oh, not too happy. I want you to be a little jealous of me. So go ahead and worry a bit.
Worry a bit. I shall worry winter, spring, summer, and fall.
For all the Easters and Christmases and New Year's.
We shall help each other ring the old ones out and ring the new ones in. I can hear the bells now, Vicky. Happy New Year to Victoria and William. Happy.
Toddy, dear, it's not New Year's Day. It's the 24th of February. And the telephone's ringing.
The telephone? Well, it's probably that Hunter fellow to ask if... yes, the telephone. Here, you mean.
Yes, that's what I mean. Yes. And you don't have to run it down, dear. It's right here, for once.
Thank you. Dr. Hall's residence. Who? Oh, yes, Doc. Well, that's extremely interesting. Yes, do, by all means. Come anytime. Thank you for calling. The Doc's coming over right away.
Doc Fish, the barber?
Yes.
I mean, there's so many doctors of one kind or another around a college, one has to get used to it. By degrees, as you might say. Now, why is Doc Fish called Doc?
He holds the degree of Doctor of Inanity. Yes, it was conferred upon him in 1938 by a group of fun-loving and quite perceptive seniors. Not having looked up inanity in the dictionary, he's quite proud of it.
By the way, Toddy, were you daydreaming again when the phone rang? Or were you just worrying?
No, I plead guilty to the first accusation. I was daydreaming.
And where did you go this time?
Oh, down a wrong road for a bit, and then I found you and came back on the right one. Fine trip.
I wish I could go with you on some of these meanderings. You always have such a happy expression on your face.
Well, of course. That's what a daydream is for comparison with life itself. And usually life looks a little sorry by contrast. But not mine. No. My life with you, Vicky, is so like a daydream.
Beg pardon, sir. A Dr. Fish is calling.
Oh, Dr. Fish.
Oh, yes, ask him in, Penny, please.
Yes, sir. Right this way, please, Doctor. And on your way out, sir, I'd like to consult you about a slight cold in me head.
Won't be necessary, sister. Take a couple of aspirins and hit the hay. Hello, Mr. President.
Ah, Doc.
Mrs. Prez.
Hello, Doc.
Have a chair. You have news for us?
Yeah, case is closed. Eddie Gray is in the clear, and the real crook is known. And I feel like a louse. Excuse the expression, Mrs. Hall.
That's quite all right, Doc. You were a louse.
Yeah, I know.
How did you get Eddie Gray,
Off the hook?
Yes.
Same way I got him on. I talked. In this case, I talked to a friend of mine, sort of a tough guy. Tough and nosy. Kind of a guy that knows how to find things out. He just snooped around till he found a kid that had too much bookshop stock for his kind of dough. Then he brought him over for a haircut and a shave. Free.
A free shave and haircut?
Yeah. We put him in the chair, locked the door, and I started to hone my razor while this friend of mine asked questions. You'd be surprised how chatty a guy can get with a mug like my friend has hanging over him and a razor waving in the background.
Who was it, Doc?
Mrs. Prez, I've already talked too much. I ain't saying. But any time you happen to go into the campus bookshop for the next 3 years, you'll see him. He'll be working off his charge account. Hey, look. How did you people get so sure it wasn't Eddie Gray?
My husband is a fair judge of character.
Yeah, looks like it. What do you think of my character, Dr. Hall?
Oh, you're a simple subject, Doc.
I am?
Yeah, you have a moronic tendency to leap at erroneous conclusions.
Yeah?
And a strong urge toward character assassination.
Yeah?
And a lamentable weakness for turning on a conversation and leaving it running.
Golly, that's wonderful, Prexy. That's me to a T. How do you do it?
Oh, I studied under a great teacher, a doctor of inanity.
Gee, I got one of them degrees myself. Just honorary, of course.
Yes, we know, Doc. Good night.
Good night.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman. The other players were Earl Ross, Gloria Gordon, Ben Wright, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Tonight's script was written by Nat Wolfe and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolfe, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Now, hear We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Jack Armstrong!
Boston High boys, show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, what favorite American sport comes to your mind the very second you hear the names of Sam Berry and Dave McMillan and Nat Holman? That's right, it's basketball, championship basketball, because those men are three of the best-known college basketball coaches in the country. Nat Holman is in charge of the great team of New York City College. Dave McMillan looks after the famous Minnesota Gopher squad. And out on the West Coast, there's Sam Berry, who coaches the University of Southern California basketball team. I'll bet you'd give plenty to play on a team coached by Holman or Berry or McMillan. It's a cinch you'd learn a lot of basketball. You'd get the very best and latest dope about the right kind of training for basketball players. And here's a good bet. If you followed your coach's personal recommendation of a good training diet for athletes, you'd eat a breakfast of champions nearly every morning. That gives you something to think about, doesn't it? Every one of these top-notch basketball coaches eats Wheaties and recommends Wheaties for young athletes in training. First, there's Nat Holman of City College. Nat Holman says, to eat a nourishing breakfast every morning is part of my personal training schedule. And my favorite dish is Wheaties. Then there's Dave McMillan of Minnesota. Dave tells us, Wheaties pack solid nourishment for an athlete in training and a flavor that's always mighty easy to take. And now we come to Sam Berry of Southern California. He's another Breakfast of Champions fan. Sam Berry says, a big bowl full of Wheaties with plenty of milk and fruit makes a nourishing, well-rounded meal. One I recommend to everybody who likes keen flavor and a good, substantial breakfast. There you have it. 3 famous coaches put their okay on one famous Breakfast of Champions. The very same training dish you can enjoy every morning right at your own breakfast table. And believe me, Wheaties really deserve all this tremendous popularity. They're good, plenty good, and brimming with nourishment. Be sure to get some Wheaties today. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. While Malleus Moros are driving tent pegs for the night's camp along the Jungle River, Uncle Jim and Betty are watching the late afternoon sky for the arrival of Jack Armstrong and Billy in the Autogyro airplane. It's the end of the second day's trip up the river into the interior of Mindanao to rescue Professor Loring. And all day long, their heavily loaded Vita, paddled by Malleus Moros, has been skirting the impenetrable jungle. They're making camp on the edge of the river now, and Betty is very much worried because Jack and Billy haven't appeared. Listen.
Oh, Uncle Jim, I'm afraid that something's happened to Jack and Billy. Why, they should have been here long ago.
If they had been here long ago, Betty, they wouldn't have known where to stop. They couldn't tell exactly how far we'd get up the river today.
Just the same, I can't help being worried about them. After all, Jack hasn't had much experience piloting an autogyro.
He's got enough experience, Betty. I let him take the controls yesterday. Why, he put that ship through her paces just as though he'd always flown the windmill plane.
But the engine may have stopped, and he might have come down in the jungle.
Jack never takes unnecessary chances, Betty. He'd always be above the river where he could make a good landing if he had to. I'm much more worried about our beachcomber friend. Whisper should have returned to us by this time.
Oh, I'm worried about him, too, Uncle Jim. If those Moros that he went up the river with ever suspect that he's not their friend, well, they might do something terrible to him.
They certainly might. And on top of that, it'd take us a long time to find out just what tribe is holding Professor Loring. And I'm somewhat surprised that we haven't overtaken Chapato and Lazaro yet. They've got a heavy Vita to paddle, and I figured we'd get inside of them by this time. As soon as Jack and Billy arrive, I'll have them fly up the river a little way and see if they can spot Chapato's Vita.
Oh, look, Uncle Jim. There's the autogyro now. See it? Way down the river, flying close to the tree.
I see it, Betty. Jack's flying low to make sure he won't miss it. Well, one of our worries is over. I'd feel better if Whisper'd show up. I'm really uneasy about him.
Oh, I am, too. But maybe Jack and Billy will see him when they fly upstream. Jack will be surprised to find that we've stopped so soon in the afternoon.
We had good reason to stop so soon, Betty. Do you see that curve in the river just ahead of us?
Oh, I see it, Uncle Jim, but I can't see around it.
Malua tells me that the Moro village of Colita is just around the bend.
Colita? Why, that's the village of the Moro tribe that attacked Cotabango when we were there the first time.
It's the village, Betty. And those Moros are all for Sultan Baloa. We outwitted them and when we were here before, and they haven't forgotten it.
Oh, Uncle Jim, will they try to stop us when we go by?
I don't think so, Betty. We gave a pretty convincing demonstration of the magic of the luminous dragon's eye ring. They're afraid of the power of the ring. But just the same, Malua sent one of his mortals into the village to get what information he could. Here comes Malua now. Did your man return, Malua?
He not come back yet, Uncle Jim. But he comes soon.
But maybe they'll capture him, Malua. Maybe he'll never come back.
Patty, you very smart girl, but you not know all about Malua. My men go everywhere. My men always come back.
Malua seems to have a secret intelligence service of his own, Betty. The man he's sending to the village used to live there. They think he's still one of the village.
Oh, I hope he'll come back soon. He may have some information about Chesterton and Lazaro.
Here come Jack and Billy in Eagle that flap wing. Pretty soon, everybody in village see Eagle that flap wing.
Is that what the Moras call the auto gyro, Malua?
That's right, Uncle Jim. They call him Big Eagle that flap wing. They afraid of him. They think maybe he comes down, fly away with someone.
It's a good thing to remember, Malua. If we ever get in trouble with the Moros, we'll threaten to have the eagle come down and fly away with him.
Oh, look, Uncle Jim. Jack and Billy are right overhead. Why, they're going to come straight down.
Didn't I take it Jack was an expert with that windmill plane, Patty? Look at him. He's going to set her down right next to the Vita.
Oh, he'll hit the Vita.
Oh, no, he won't. But he's going to come pretty close. He's down safely.
How's that for landing, Uncle Jim? Jack is some pilot, isn't he?
He certainly is, Billy. Stay where you are. I've got another job for you. I'll come down to the river. Come on, Betty.
I wish I could go with them this time, Uncle Jim.
Nothing doing, Betty. That ship only holds 2 people. I'll take you up with me someday. Well, Jack, Betty was a bit worried about you.
Well, up the coast a bit, Uncle Jim. I wanted to see where Chesterton's lugger went to. It's sailing back from the direction of Zamboanga.
Well, I want to find out what's happened to Chesterton and Lazaro. We should have overtaken their Vinta by this time.
Well, shall I fly up the river a little way, Uncle Jim?
Well, I wish you would, Jack. And I'm worried about Whisper. He hasn't rejoined us yet.
Holy smoke, I hope nothing has happened to him.
Keep an eye out for his Vinta, too. And remember, the village of Culita's just around the bend. Don't make a forced landing there.
We'll try not to make a forced landing anywhere, Uncle Jim. Say, if he'll swing the tail of the ship around so we point to midstream, I'll take off right away.
All right, Jack. I'll wait it and swing the tail around.
Slide the cowling close, Billy, so the engine won't make so much noise. Okay, Jack. There. Boy, it gets hot with that cowling closed. We'll get some ventilation as soon as we get going. Well, we're pointing all right now. I'll start her up. Is everything all clear, Billy? All clear, Jack. Okay, I'll feed her the soup. Shall I apply power to the rotors for the takeoff, Jack? Not this time, Billy. We've got room for a long run. We'll be off the water in half a jiffy. I wonder why Whisper hasn't rejoined Uncle Jim yet. I don't know, Billy. Maybe he hasn't got the information he wanted yet. And maybe those 2 Moros in his Vita got suspicious and did something to him. I hope not, Billy. How are the rotors? Revving up okay? Yep, okay. Then up we go. Golly, we're almost climbing straight up. I want to get altitude quickly, Billy, so we can see around the bend in the river. Look, Jack, I can see over the trees now. There's the village ahead of us. Oh, it comes right down to the edge of the river, doesn't it? And the nipa shacks are built on piles just like all the other Philippine villages. You see any Venus in the river? They're nothing but Venus, Jack. But they're all pulled up on the beach or tied up under the shacks at the edge of the river. Maybe Chesterton and Lazaro have tied their Vita up there, too. And maybe Whisper's made a landing there, Jack. Say, he'd better not be there. Chesterton's there. Chesterton will tell the Moros who he really is. Look right under us, Billy. There are a couple of Venus right next to the riverbank. And there's somebody in them, too, Jack. Jumping Jiminy, gee whiz, there's Whisper in one of the Venus. What's going on? I'm going to drop down, Billy. I'm going to drop down right over those Venus. I think that Chesterton and Lazaro are in the other one. And there's something funny going on. Down we drop. I see what they're doing, Jack. Chesterton and Lazaro are getting into the other Vita. They've told the Moros about Whisper. They see us, Billy, but they know we won't land. They're going right ahead. They're capturing Whisper. Holy mackerel, Jack. Isn't there anything we can do to save them? Now there's not, Billy. There's just the 2 of us against Chesterton and Lazaro and the Pandita and 2 Moros. Well, they'll take him to the village for sure. Maybe we can rescue him there. No, they haven't got him yet, Jack. Boy, oh boy, look at Whisper scratch. He's knocked Chesterton into the water, and he's knocked the Pandita overboard. But he can't lick them all, Billy. There, Lazaro has a jiu-jitsu hold on one arm, and the 2 Moros are jumping him. Ah, they've got him down. Doggone it, I'd give $1 million if we could get down there and help him, Jack. We have to keep our heads, Billy. We can't risk Chesterton capturing this plane. There, I'm as low as I dare get. Whisper knows we're around. He'll know that we'll try to rescue him. Let's get back and tell Uncle Jim. Let's fly over the village for a minute, Jack. Then we can get the lay of the land. Okay, Billy. Look at the Moros swarm out to watch us. I bet they've never seen an airplane before. Jumping crickets. Look, Jack, they're right. aren't so brave. Look at them run. I bet they think we're some gigantic hawk that's swooping down to carry one of them away. Look, they threw their spears at us, but they aren't waiting. They're running, too. Well, I guess we've scared them enough, Billy. Let's get back now. We'll fly over the Venus to see what they're doing with Whisper. Wow, that's a steep turn you're making, Jack. Oh, there. Feel better now. I was afraid that you'd slip right down into the village. Not with this machine, Billy. Now we'll be over Geppetto in just a second. What are they doing now? Oh, they've got Whisper and Geppetto's Vita, Jack. They must have him tied up. They'd better tie him up tightly. Ah, I see what they're doing. They're paddling onto the village. They're going to take Whisper to the village. We're going to have to do some tall thinking to rescue him, Billy, and we're going to have to do it quickly. Yeah. I wonder if Whisper found out all about Professor Loring before he ran into Geppetto. I bet $1 million he did, Billy. I'll bet everything would have been all right if they hadn't run into Geppetto and Massaro. We'd better make it all right anyway, Jack. Hey, look. We passed the bend in the river now. Why, we're almost back to our camp already. I bet Uncle Jim is wondering why we've come back so soon. He'll guess that we have some important news. There's Betty waiting at us, Jack. Hey, look out, Jack. You're getting down awful close to the water. We're all right, Billy. Set the ship down right next to the Vita. Careful, Jack. You're going to come right down smack on the Vita. You haven't got much faith in me, have you, Billy? Yeah, we're all clear now. Slide the car back, Billy, and hop on. I'll make the plane fast. Okay, Jack. Now go out and tell Uncle Jim.
Well, Billy, you're back where they're still. They got good news for us?
Well, we've got lots of news, Uncle Jim, and it's all bad.
Oh, Billy, what happened? Did you see Whisper?
We saw him all right just around the bend. Being captured by Geppetto and Lazaro, Uncle Jim. They're taking him into the village right now.
Is that right, Billy? That is bad news. We've got to rescue him somehow. Where's Malua?
He went to talk to his man who just came back from the village, Uncle Jim. Oh, here he is. He's coming now.
We'll find out what Malua's man discovered in the village. Malua, Geppetto's captured Whisper and he's taking him to the village.
Oh, Malua, isn't there some way we can save him?
Maybe we save him, Betty. My man just come back. He say that all village very much afraid of Uncle Jim. He say everybody still talk about ring that shiny night.
So, they're still afraid of the Dragon's Eye ring, eh? And I suppose they were all afraid of the auto gyro, weren't they, Billy?
Oh, yeah, Uncle Jim. They ran like mad. They thought that we were going to swoop down and fly away with one of them.
That gives me an idea, Billy. We're going into that village right away. Jack will take the Dragon's Eye ring with him. And Betty and I will be hovering overhead in the auto gyro. If Malua can't make them give up Whisper with all that magic, I miss my guess.
It looks as though there's going to be a real magician show put on in the village, doesn't it? But it won't fool Geppetto. Do you suppose that he and Lazaro can convince the village dato that they have nothing to fear from the ring that shines in the night or the eagle that flaps its wings? You'll certainly want to be there when the show comes off, so listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode in the adventure of the missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, what do you say to having a real champion athlete's breakfast tomorrow morning? That means lots of Wheaties, a big bowl full of those good whole wheat flakes with plenty of milk or cream and a glass of fruit juice. The fellow who named that dish a breakfast of champions really knew how to call them. You just try it and see.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land, with the Piper Hudson High Boys.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the Piper Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, you've heard of some mighty strange and mysterious things happening at midnight. But can you imagine a stranger happening than this? It's 12 o'clock. The whole town is sleeping. Let's suppose we can walk into one of those dark houses, up the stairs, and into a room where Jim Griffin is sound asleep. There's something very unusual going on in Jim's room. Listen.
Hey, you
You think I can wait around here all night? I got work to do.
What's that? Who's poking me?
I am, doggone it. Wake up, will you?
Holy smoke, am I seeing things? The little man sitting on the bedpost. Who are you?
Me? Well, I'm a vitamin. Vitamin B1, they call me.
Go on, a vitamin is something you eat. It's a kind of nourishment.
Sure. I know I'm nourishing. I'm nourishing as the dickens. And listen, buddy, the reason I'm here is that you're not getting enough of me in the food you eat.
Oh, heck, I must be dreaming. Vitamins can't talk.
I can when I feel like it. Of course, I'm most always too busy to talk. Got a lot of work to do, helping to make good appetites, helping fellas and girls to grow, and helping to keep their nervous systems working right. I'm absolutely a...
Vitamin B1, huh? Where do you live?
One place you find me is in wheat. There's a lot of me in a grain of wheat.
But I eat lots of food made from wheat.
Aha! But that's the catch to it. You see, by the time they take wheat and grind it, or cook it to make it good to eat, I may not be there any longer. If you really want to get all the vitamin B1 that's naturally present in wheat, you'd better eat Wheaties.
Wheaties? Say, I've heard about Wheaties. They're pretty good then, huh?
Good? I'll say they are. They taste absolutely swell. And along with other kinds of valuable nourishment, Wheaties give you all the vitamin B1 of natural wheat. You'd better start eating Wheaties tomorrow morning.
You know, fellas and girls, I wish vitamin B1 could talk to you like that. It's so very important, so necessary in a good diet for athletes and everybody else who wants to get a champion start for the day. Remember this, will you? Those good Wheaties flakes are extra nourishing. They give you lots of vitamin B1. I hope you have Wheaties for breakfast every single morning. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Do you hear Uncle Jim's windmill airplane, the autogyro, as it circles over the Moro village of Colita in Mindanao? Uncle Jim and Betty are in the autogyro, and the odd-looking plane has been hovering over the village like a gigantic hawk ready to pounce. Their friend, the beachcomber Whisperer, is a prisoner in that village, where he's been taken by the notorious adventurer Dr. Chevato and his Lieutenant Lazaro. But Jack Armstrong and Billy and Nellie are about to attempt a daring rescue. Although the village Moros are hostile, Jack has, with him, the luminous dragon's eye ring, which the Moros believe possesses magic from Allah. He's going into the village with this ring and demand the release of the beachcomber. While the attention of the Moros has been diverted by the autogyro, Jack and the others have approached to the very outskirts of the village. Now they are waiting for the autogyro to alight on the edge of the river so they may get final instructions from Uncle Jim. Listen.
The autogyro's coming down, Billy. She's floating down like a parachute.
And the Moros are coming out of hiding now, Jack.
Look at them come out of their nipa shacks. Boy, oh boy, that autogyro threw a scare into them, didn't it, Malua?
They very afraid of Big Eagle that flap wing, Billy. They think him got magic from Allah, like a ring the China knife.
Gee, didn't Uncle Jim set her down gently? There, he's opened the cowling. Did you see anything of Whisper, Uncle Jim?
I certainly did, Jack. They were just taking him into a large nipa shack when I flew over the village.
And what about Chepeto and Lazaro, Uncle Jim? Did you see them?
They were all I did see after I hovered over the village for a moment, Billy. The Moros thought I was going to pounce down and swoop off with some of them, and they took to their shacks.
Shall we go into the village now, Uncle Jim?
Now's the time, Jack. The Moros are pretty well frightened, and I think that Dotto will give up Whisper if you put on a big bluff.
But what about Chepeto and Lazaro, Uncle Jim? They'll try to tell the Dotto that we haven't any real magic. They may make all sorts of trouble.
They'll certainly try to make trouble, Billy. But you and Jack and Malua have got enough to convince the Dotto that you're more powerful than Chepato. You've got the dragon's eye ring, which the Dotto's afraid of. And Betty and I will be circling overhead in the autogyro.
They very afraid of Eagle that flap wing, Uncle Jim.
I know they are, Malua. Now, Jack, listen carefully. We've got to exploit their fear of the autogyro. You've got to make them believe that if they don't release Whisper, the Eagle will swoop down and carry off the Dotto.
I'll do my best, Uncle Jim.
Betty and I'll keep an eye on you, Jack. Whenever you hold your arms straight up, I'll make the autogyro come straight down just like a hawk. When you lower your arm, I'll shoot up in the air again. Have you got that straight?
You bet I have, Uncle Jim. And I'll make the Dotto believe that the dragon's eye ring is doing it all, too.
All right, Jack. Betty and I'll take off now. We'll fly up the river a little way and give you time to get to the Dotto before we circle overhead. Watch yourself, Betty. I'm going to close the cowling.
We'll get started right away, Uncle Jim. Goodbye, Betty. We'll get Whisper back or out. Hey, Jack, make certain you've got that ring with you. We're sure going to need it.
Here, I'll slip it on my finger, Billy. There's too much daylight for it to shine, but the Dotto will recognize it. Come on.
Look at the Moros, Jack. They're watching the autogyro take off. They don't know whether to run back into their shacks or not.
They'll see us in just a minute, Billy. Say, Manuel, where will we find the Dotto in the village?
You no worry, Jack. We get in village, Dotto find us plenty quick.
I bet Chepato and Lazaro will find us plenty quick, too. Where are we heading for, Jack?
Well, there's a sort of main street that comes down to the river, Billy. See? Just beyond that first row of Nipa shacks. We'll get to that street and walk up on it.
Holy smoke, Jack. The Moros see us. They're pointing at us. They're giving the alarm to the whole village.
That's fine, Billy. That'll get the Dotto out to see what all the excitement's about.
We think he out now, Jack. He out see eagle that flap wing. We see him soon.
I hope we can see Whisper soon. Say, Jack, do you suppose that before they captured Whisper, he found out what tribe is holding Professor Loring?
I hope so, Billy. It certainly would be a help.
Look at the Moros. They're not coming to meet us. They're all crowded together in front of that large shack.
That was shock, Billy. We think that Whisper's somewhere in there.
And that's where we're going, Billy, right in front of it. Look, isn't that Chepato I see at the edge of the crowd?
It is Chepato, Jack, and there's Lazaro with him and that Pandita from Cotabongo.
But I don't see anyone that looks like the Dotto. Do you, Manuel?
We don't see him now, Jack, but he comes soon.
Look, Manuel, there's a large Moro coming out of that shack. He's got a special turban on his head. Is he the Dotto?
You're right, Jack. Him Dotto. Him same Dotto we see for when him try burn Cotabongo.
Golly, I bet you he still hates us for saving Cotabongo.
You no be scared, Billy. We got ring that shine a night. Ring save us.
I wish I had as much faith in that ring as you have, Manuel. But I'll try not to look scared.
That's funny, Billy. All the Moros have stopped talking. They're just waiting for us.
They let Dotto make talk, Jack.
You'll have to do the talking for us, Manuel. You'll have to act as interpreter.
That's right, Jack. Me tell Dotto what you say, me tell you what Dotto say.
I don't like the looks of that Dotto one bit, Jack. Pandita from Cotabongo was telling him something.
That's all right, Billy. We'll tell him something ourselves. Keep your chin up now. We're getting pretty close to them.
Look at Chepato. He's going to have something to say, too.
Well, Jack Armstrong, you have your nerve coming into this village. Suppose you come after the beachcomber.
I'll tell the Dotto why I'm here, Chepato.
Yeah, I think he'll listen to you. Why, when I give the word, he'll put you and Billy Fairfield in that shack with the beachcomber. And I rather think he'll be glad to get his hands on Malua, too.
We'll see about that, Chepato. All right, Malua, do your stuff. Tell the Dotto that we demand the release of Whisper.
Me tell him, Jack.
Subango, Nekusenegang Politikasan, Solakanalgo Mirasega. Orienta, Pensagane Merita Rio Tanto.
What did he say, Malua?
He say he no do, Jack.
Oh, Southern Catfish, Malua. Doesn't he see the ring on Jack's finger? Doesn't he know that it's the magic dragon's eye ring?
He see ring, Billy. But he say him white friend have magic, too. He say they got more magic than ring.
Ah, so that's what Chepato's been telling him.
What are we going to do now, Jack? I wish Uncle Jim would hurry and get here.
I hear the autogyro now, Billy. It'll be here in a moment. Manuel, tell the Dotto that I say Chepato has no magic at all. Tell him that I'm very angry. Tell him that if he doesn't release my friend at once, I'll summon the eagle that flaps its wings. Tell him that the eagle will carry him off into the mountains.
We tell him, Jack.
Sarang, Toesta Capranta, Rega Sole Miranto, Encole ne Morocutechia, Chepato ne Segaculita.
Look at the Dotto, Jack. He looks plenty worried now. He's going into a huddle with Chepato's Pandita.
That's a break for us, Billy. He's not sure of himself. He isn't sure that Chepato's magic is greater than ours.
Jack, Uncle Jim is dropping down now.
Billy, the Dotto has something to say. What did he say, Malua?
He say he throw Shipato magic, Jack. He say Shipato magic keep big eagle way.
All right, Malua. Tell him to look up in the sky. Tell him that I'm very angry and that the big eagle is dropping down to get it.
Sarang, Duela Matoba Seba!
He's autogyro, Jack. They all see him. Oh, look, some of them are running right back into their shack.
I think the Dotto'd like to run and hide, too, Billy, but his pride won't let him. Look at him. He's looking to see what Chepato will do.
What are you up to, Jack Armstrong? You think your Uncle Jim can fight us with that autogyro of his?
He seems to be doing a pretty good job of it, Chepato. Look at these Moros.
These Moros, bah. The Dotto isn't afraid. My Pandita's telling the Dotto now that the autogyro's nothing to be afraid of. Your game will be up when the Dotto finds out the eagle can't harm him.
Jack, Uncle Jim is almost directly overhead now. He's watching for your signal.
Manuel, tell the Dotto that I have no more patience. Tell him that when I stretch the dragon's eye ring to the sky, the eagle will swoop down upon it.
We tell him, Jack.
Sarang, Elane Polanta and Bochila, Sege Morali.
He say he still trust magic of him friend. But me see him not very sure, Jack.
Good. Here goes, Billy. I'm going to raise my arm and give Uncle Jim the signal.
I hope he sees you, Jack. Hooray, does see you. He's bringing the plane down. She's coming straight down, Jack, right over our head.
Boy, it looks just like a big monstrous bird coming down to swoop away with somebody.
Watch the Dow, Jack. He's scared to death.
What do you say, Manuel? He say he get your friend. He say, please, tell Big Eagle not come down anymore. He say he get you friend.
All right, Manuel, tell him to get my friend right away. I'll call off the Eagle.
Sit down.
Billy, give it up to Jim. Boy, oh boy, if the Dow had waited an instant longer, Uncle Jim would have had him fly away, Jack. Well, I could have almost jumped up and touched the ship. That was too close for comfort. Look, Billy, the Dow's gone into the shack to get Whisper. Well, Geppetto, I guess your magic wasn't so hot. Easy there, Geppetto. Remember, you've let the Dotto down pretty badly. If I give the word to him, he'll put you there in Whisper's place. And say, that's not a bad idea. Manuel, will the Dotto do what I say now?
That's right, Jack. He do anything you say.
Good. When he comes out with Whisper, I want you to tell him that I'm still angry at him. Tell him that unless he obeys me, the Eagle will come back. Tell him I don't want Geppetto and Lazaro to go up the river for at least 2 weeks. Will he make them stay here?
We think so, Jack. We go tell him now. He not let Geppetto go up river for a long time.
Look, Jack, here's Whisper. Oh, look at him grin. White, as cocky as ever.
They didn't hurt him, Billy. We'll take him back to our camp and see what he found out about Professor Loring. Come on, let's get Whisper. Boy, that was nip and tuck for a while, wasn't it? But now that they've rescued the beachcomber Whisper, do you suppose he has any information about Professor Loring? For it won't be long now before Jack Armstrong and Uncle Jim and the others will be in the land of mystery, the wild interior of Mindanao. And you'll certainly want to be with them because there's an exciting and dangerous time ahead. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow to another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, get yourself a package of Wheaties right away. The big orange and blue package with the 2 famous General Mills trademarks, Wheaties and Breakfast of Champions. Yes, sir, you'll be having a genuine champion athlete's breakfast when you help yourself to a big bowl full of Wheaties with lots of milk and fruit. Once you taste it, I know you're going to be a regular Wheaties fan.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Say, where'd you put that baseball bat of yours and your favorite glove and all the rest of the baseball equipment you stored away for the winter? Well, you better start getting it in shape because the baseball season will be opening a lot sooner than you think. Yes, sir. Right now, the big league training camps down south are running full blast, and your favorite stars, Jimmy Fox and Bob Feller and Bucky Wallers and all the rest, are working out, getting in top condition for another big year of championship baseball. That sort of starts you thinking, doesn't it? Makes you wonder just what you can do to get in trim for playing games this spring. The answer's easy. Just get in training. Get in training right now, like these famous baseball stars are doing, so that you'll be in better condition to do your stuff when the season starts. Of course, you know the special set of training rules that's recommended for young athletes who want to play better baseball. It's the well-known system of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Let's run over Jack Armstrong's training rules, shall we? Just so that we can be sure we have them down pat. First, get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise. Second, use lots of soap and water every day to help steer clear of dirt and germs. Third, but say, do I need to remind you what that third training rule is?
Hundreds of your favorite athletes have made it a part of their own training programs. Thousands of fellows and girls follow it every day. Yes, sir, it's the rule that says to eat a breakfast of champions every morning. Eat a big bowl full of Wheaties, those super delicious flakes of real whole wheat with lots of milk and fruit. Take my word for it. That keen-tasting breakfast of champions can put a brand new wallop in the old training diet. It's got flavor to it. The rich, toasted flavor of those crunchy Wheaties flakes. Why, I wouldn't blame you a bit if you want 2 or 3 helpings of Wheaties for breakfast. That's how good Wheaties taste. And talk about nourishment. Say, Wheaties are practically made to order for athletes who want a champion supply of bodybuilding nourishment to help them get up and go. Wheaties are extra nourishing, jam-packed with all of the well-known essential food values of the natural whole wheat grain. Get some Wheaties right away, will you? You're going to like them, I know. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen to the Moro boatmen as they paddle their heavily loaded beat against the swift rapids of the narrow river. It's tough going, because here, the river boils out of the narrow gorge that cuts through the mountain range from the mysterious country of the Mandayas, the pagan tribe that is keeping Professor Loring a captive. Yes, the Beachcomber Whisperer actually discovered that the Mandayas are holding Professor Loring. And for long, hot days, Jack Armstrong and Uncle Jim and the others have been traveling up the river in their Vinta, leaving the flat jungle country and climbing ever upward into the mountainous region of Mindanao, which few white men have ever seen. Right now, while Uncle Jim and Betty are overtaking the Vinta in their windmill plane, the autogyro, Malua's urging his boatmen to more powerful strokes. Jack and Billy and the mysterious Beachcomber Whisperer are sitting in the middle of the Vinta, wondering if the angry river has finally stopped their progress. And everyone is keeping a sharp lookout for signs of the Mandayas, for they are just entering the country of the hostile pagans. Listen.
Suffering catfish, Jack. Look at this river rush past us. Why, we're not making any headway at all.
We've got to get through this gorge some way, Billy. We can't dump our equipment and carry it. Both banks are so steep, there's no room to walk at the edge of the river.
Oh, I'll say there's not. Why, there's just a vertical cliff on each side of us.
Manuel's Moros are doing their best. We've only got a few hundred yards more to go, and then we'll be past these rapids and into quiet water.
Yeah, and into the land of the Mandayas, too. I'll bet you that they're watching us this very moment.
Let them watch, Billy. They'll see a lot of us before we rescue Professor Loring, if Whisper has the right dope.
My dear Jack, my intonation came to the best possible source. From those delightful moral messengers of Son of the Law. They've been here.
Well, that proves that someone could come into this country and live to tell the tale. Did those Moros tell you anything about the Mandayas, Whisper?
Oh, yes, Billy, quite a bit. Charming people, these Mandayas. A bit on the cannibalistic side. You know what I mean?
We know what you mean, Whisper. But I'm afraid Billy and I'd make a pretty tough side dish for any cannibal.
Jumping Jupiter, Whisper. Do you mean...
Wait a minute. There's something we can really get excited about.
Oh, what is it, Jack? What do you see?
Look up at the top of the right-hand cliff, Billy. Near that lone tree that grows under the rock. Isn't that a man?
I don't see... Oh, yes, I do. But I'm not sure that's a man, Jack. It isn't moving.
It was moving when I saw it, Billy. At least I think it was. What do you think, Whisper?
Such a nuisance to think, Jack. But I know. The valley thing is moving.
Oh, you're right, Whisper. It's moving back. It must be a man. Gosh, Willikins. Now he's completely disappeared.
He's going back into the hills, Billy. I'd bet $1 million he's gone back to warn the tribe.
Gosh, so all hemlock. And this gorge would be a dandy place for them to trap us, too. Why, they could roll stones off the top of the cliffs and just about sink our Vita.
Yes, we've got to get the Vita through this gorge in a hurry, Billy. And right now, we're hardly moving at all. Let's get out and push.
But it looks too deep, Jack.
It can't be very deep, Billy, or the current wouldn't be so swift. Say, I wish Uncle Jim and Betty would hurry up and come.
Well, what good could they do, Jack?
They could always fly above the cliff and frighten off any of the natives. I mean, if any of the natives started to throw large stones at us.
Excellent, Jack, most excellent. Upon the word, we're actually moving backward now. Shall we jolly well go over the side and do our tuppence work?
I guess we better try it, Whisper. We've got to get through this gorge somehow. Manuel, we're going to hop out and push.
Come on, Jack. I'll be the first one over.
Oh, you won't, Billy? I am over.
Whisper beat us both over. Say, it's only a couple of feet deep. But, boy, is it swift.
I say, Billy, old top, are you going to push the Vita or let the Vita pull you?
Yeah, I guess at that I'm not much help just holding on to the Vita this way. I had to get used to the swift current, Whisper. There, I'm pushing now, though.
Atta boy, Billy.
Yep.
Come on now. All together. Push.
We're not making much headway, Jack. This rate, we'll be all day getting through this gorge.
Yeah, and by that time we'll have a
and get out and push, too. They can do more good paddling. Why don't we get the Vita close into the cliff? The current's just as swift over there, Billy. Slipper and catfish will never get through this way.
I say, Jack, old boy, we really aren't doing much good. Let's stop a minute and talk this very thing over.
Okay, Whisper. Just a minute, Billy. We're going to have to try something else. Gosh, old Jiminy, I wish we had a tugboat. Say, Billy, that gives me an idea. I wonder if it would work. Well, what's eating you, Jack? Let me in on your brainstorm. I was just thinking, Billy. Say, there's Uncle Jim coming now. He's flying low. Maybe it will work. Jumping Jiminy, gee whiz, Jack. You aren't going to use the auto gyro as a tugboat. Why not, Billy? We can run a light cable from the Vita to the plane, and it can taxi on the water in front of us and pull us. What, we'll rip the fuselage to pieces, Jack. Well, there must be some way to make it work, Billy. Look up there on top of the cliff. Holy smoke, there are a couple of pagans up there now. There are more than that. Look at them. They're pointing to us. They're talking it over. We would be right in the middle of a gorge at a time like this. It could be worse, Billy. There's not very much they can do to us as long as they stay up there. Look, here comes Uncle Jim now. He's about to come down in the gorge. Oh, I'm glad there are no rocks in this river, Jack. He'd rip open his pontoons if there were. He'll be safe enough, Billy. As long as he can keep his engine revving, he can control her. There, he's almost down. He is down. He's taxiing up to us. He'll be alongside in a second, and those pagan Mandias will be doing something pretty soon, too, Jack. I can just feel it in my bones. Here's Uncle Jim, Billy. He's opening the counter. Hello, Jack. What's the trouble? Can't you get the Vita past the rapids? It's all we can do to hold our own, Uncle Jim. Hi, Betty.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Billy and Whisper. Why, it seems as though three strong people like you can push the Vita up the stream with all those morals paddling.
I just wish that you'd step overboard and kind of try it, Betty. This is some current here.
I'll take the auto gyro below the gorge, Jack, and come back and help you push. But it's going to be slow business.
It's going to be too slow, Uncle Jim. Look up on top of the cliff. There are a bunch of Mandias there watching us. And I know that they're cooking up something, Uncle Jim.
Oh, Billy, do you really think they're going to do something?
Yeah, you're darn tootin' they are, Betty. It's just a question of when.
So we finally run into the pagans who are holding Professor Loring, eh, Jack? We certainly picked a fine place to meet them.
We couldn't have picked a worse place, Uncle Jim. That's why we've got to get through this gorge before they decide what to do. I was thinking, do you suppose we could run a line from the auto gyro to the Vita? Then you could taxi up the gorge and pull us behind you.
That's quite a large order, Jack. I'm afraid we'd pull the tail of the fuselage loose. But we've got to do something. What do you say, Whisper?
Well, I think, old chap, that it can be done. I've done it.
You've actually done it, Whisper? In a small plane like this?
Oh, no. I once towed a lifeboat with a small seaplane for half a day.
Holy smoke, Whisper. Is there anything you haven't done before you became a beachcomber? What about the fuselage, Whisper? Will it stand the strain?
I fancy not, Jack. But I can run the line from the engine packet to the Vita. That will take the strain off the fuselage.
Yes, that may work, Whisper. Betty, hand me that line anchor cable under your seat. I'll make it fast to the bracket.
All right, Uncle Jim. But you'll have to move over a little.
I say, old chap, if you like, I'll get in the valley ship and do the towing. It's frightfully simple and all that, but it helps if you've done it before.
That's fine, Whisper. As soon as I get the cable made fast, Betty and I'll get in the Vita, and we'll turn the ship over to you.
Here's the cable, Uncle Jim. This was such a heavy load.
This is airplane cable, Betty, and it'll stand a terrific strain. Here, I'll make it fast to this engine bracket.
Oh, you'd better hurry, Uncle Jim. Those Mandias on top of the cliff are acting pretty queer. Why, they've got something up their sleeve.
But what can they do way up there?
Well, for one thing, they can roll big stones down that cliff, Betty.
But can't we get to the other side of the gorge, Jack?
Not a chance. Look at the rapids swelling up among those rocks. We couldn't float the Vita, and we couldn't walk.
Oh, I see now. So we have to pass through the gorge almost directly under the Mandias. Oh, hurry, Uncle Jim.
The cable's made fast, Betty. Now you get out of the cockpit and into the Vita. You'll have to get wet to do it.
I don't mind getting wet. Look out, Jack. I'm jumping down.
All right, now climb into the Vita, Betty. Right in the middle. Don't get in the way of the boatman. They have to paddle like anything to keep us from being carried downstream.
You climb into the ship now, Whisper. I'll keep the controls until you get in. You've got to keep the engine turning over pretty fast.
Right on. Steady there, Billy. I'll swing into the cockpit from here.
Jack, look at Whisper rolled into the cockpit. I bet he's climbed into a good many airplanes in his day, Billy. I've a hunch he was once a freelance pilot in the Spanish Revolution. Oh, he certainly knows his place, Jack. Oh, look out. Uncle Jim is climbing out now.
I'm going to let Whisper handle the ship by himself, Jack. Then I can help push the Vita and take some of the strain off the ship. Billy, take this cable up to Malua and tell him to make it fast to the bow of the Vita.
Okay, Uncle Jim. I'll tell him to make it good and fast. Say, Uncle Jim, before we try to pull the Vita through the gorge, why don't we fly the ship up to the top of the cliff and frighten the Mandias away?
I thought of that, Jack, but I don't want to risk making enemies of them before we have to. They don't know that we have come here to rescue Professor Loring. So until they commit an act of hostility, it'll pay us to act friendly.
I guess you're right,
Lay hold and push.
Oh, she's moving, Jack. The beat is moving through the water. Keep pushing, Billy. We're not moving very fast yet. Beat through the scoop. Boy, look at the beat. It's pick up speed. Hey, I can hardly keep up with it.
I'm in, you two. We'll all get in. Quick.
He's going too fast for me, Jack.
Hey, that, Billy. I'll let you hand as first time in.
There. Hold on now. I'll put you in. Yeah, boy. Now you're all right. Oh, I was afraid you'd go up and leave me. Hey, look. Look up on top of the cliff, Jack. Do you see what I see?
Say, what's going on top of the cliff? Billy certainly saw something that upset him. You can bet your boots that those wild mandias are up to something. So you'll certainly want to be on hand next Monday because there's going to be plenty of excitement in that gorge in the middle of Mindanao. So listen in at that same time, all of you, for an especially thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, be sure to ask Mother to put Wheaties, W-H-E-A-T-I-E-S, at the top of her weekend shopping list. Those crunchy Wheaties flakes will taste mighty good for breakfast tomorrow and Sunday. Yes, and I'll bet you'll be wanting more Wheaties for a quick lunch or an afternoon snack between times. You'd better ask for 2 or 3 packages of Wheaties.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of her bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye till Monday for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Greetings, Mr. Mac.
Hello, Larry. What have you got in that little old bottle?
Oh, that's my genie.
Genie?
Why, sure. I keep him in this bottle. He knows everything and can do anything. When I want to ask him something or have him do anything, I just take out the cork out of the bottle and out he pops. I saw one in the movies, and I figured that whatever they can do in Hollywood, I could maybe do right here. Like to meet him?
Well, I don't know, Larry.
Oh, here. I'll just take out the cork.
Hello, Master. What'll be today, huh?
Genie, old boy, meet Mr. McCormick.
How old is Mr. McCormick?
He knows everything, Mr. McCormick. Ask him a question.
Okay. Mr. Genie, I'd like to have you answer a couple of questions.
Sure. Just ask them and I'll answer them. Glad to do it for any friend of Larry's.
Okay. When's the best time for an athlete to train?
That's a serious question, Mr. McCormick, and here's a serious answer. An athlete ought to train the year round. Yes, sir. 365 days a year.
Okay. Now tell me one good training rule.
Get plenty of fresh air, sleep, and exercise.
Now tell us another good training rule, Mr. Genie.
Glad to, Master. Use a lot of soap and water because keeping clean is mighty important to an athlete's condition.
What did I tell you, Mr. McCormick? He knows everything.
But, Master, there's another mighty important Jack Armstrong training rule.
What's that, Mr. Genie?
Eat a breakfast of champions every morning. Yes, Master. There is another breakfast dish I know of that tastes quite as good as Wheaties, milk, and fruit.
And that championship combination gives you a whale of a lot of mighty important nourishment, too, Mr. Genie.
Master, a breakfast of champions gives you all the well-known essential nourishment of choice whole wheat. The kind of nourishment an athlete needs to help him make a real champion.
Well, I'll tell you, Mr. Genie, I found that plenty of the fellas and girls are going for a breakfast of champions because it's got such a doggone good flavor. Why, say, that flavor is just as different from other breakfast dishes as night is from day.
And that means that when you sit down to a breakfast of champions, you're getting a breakfast dish that gives you plenty of super special flavor, plus a lot of good bodybuilding nourishment. That's why I advise every fellow and girl who has natural ability in sports to start following Jack Armstrong's training rules right away. And say, the best way to start is by asking Mother to serve you Wheaties, milk, and fruit tomorrow morning. Ask her right now, won't you? And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Exciting drama is unfolding in a narrow gorge in the country of the pagan Mandias and Mindanao. Malleus Moros have tried to paddle his heavy Vinta against the raging current, but in vain. And so Uncle Jim's autogyro, taxing on the surface of the swift stream 100 feet ahead, is towing the Vinta. The mysterious beachcomber Whisper is in the autogyro, and Jack Armstrong and Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are back in the Vinta. But there is danger above them as well as on the river, for they were discovered by a group of Mandias on top of the vertical cliff that rises above the gorge, and now, as the Vinta breasts the swelling current, Billy suddenly sees...
Look, Jack. Look at those Mandias up on the cliff. I'm watching them, Billy. They're up to something.
Oh, Jack, what are they going to do?
I'm not sure, Betty, but I think they're going to hurl down rocks on top of us as soon as we get directly under them.
Oh, Uncle Jim, is there anything we can do?
There is, Betty, and we're doing it just as fast as we can. We're getting out of this narrow gorge.
But stop trying catfish, Uncle Jim. They'll have a chance to drop down plenty of stones on us before Whisper gets us out of this gorge.
I know it, Billy, and Whisper knows it. He's keeping the autogyro as far away from the cliff as he can.
But can't we get all the way over on the other side of the gorge?
It's too shallow, Betty. Look at all those rocks sticking out of the river. The autogyro would rip a pontoon if we got over any farther. Look at all our Moro boatmen, Uncle Jim. They're looking at us to see what we're going to do.
There's nothing else we can do, Billy, except go as fast as we can. And Whisper has the engine wide open now. There's a heavy load in this Vinta.
Oh, Jack, look up on top of the cliff. They're getting ready to drop something over.
It's a big rock, Betty. They're going to try to push it over so it hits the autogyro. Gosh, all hemlock, if they hit our airplane, we will be in a bad way.
Oh, here it comes.
It's going to be awfully close. It missed the plane. The rock missed Whisper. It didn't miss him much, Billy. He was just a little too far away from the back of the cliff.
I don't think they're going to be able to hit us with any of those boulders they push over. They can't throw them out far enough.
Oh, here comes another one.
Now, that's a little bit smaller, Betty. I'm afraid to look. Boy, that came close. But a miss is as good as a mile.
They'll have to work fast if they want another chance at Whisper. He'll be well past them in just a few seconds.
But they're going to have one more try at him, Uncle Jim. They're pushing a large rock over now.
They really pushed that one off the cliff. Oh, it looks bad. Wow, that was bad. It didn't miss the plane by more than a foot or two.
Well, that's all they can do to hurt Whisper in the autogyro.
No, it's not, Uncle Jim. They're throwing smaller stones at him. Look at them splash around it.
Oh, if one of them should ever hit him.
It'd have to be a direct hit on Whisper to do much harm, Betty. They might punch a hole or two through the fuselage, but they aren't apt to do much damage.
It's a good thing the autogyro hasn't any wings. A rock through a wing might break a strut.
Oh, Uncle Jim, we're almost directly under the Mandias now. They're getting ready to throw stones down on us.
Betty, crawl under the seat. There's just room for one person there, and it may save you from being hit.
Oh, Uncle Jim, I don't want to be the only person to be protected.
Do as I say, Betty. You can't do us a bit of good by getting hit yourself. Quick now, crawl under the seat.
All right, Uncle Jim, but it makes me seem like an awful coward.
Jumping Jiminy, Betty. Don't worry about that. If there were room for me, I'd be there, too. Me, too, Betty. Look, here's Malua coming back from the bow.
Uncle Jim, they throw a rock on us soon. What to do, huh?
I hope they won't hit us, Malua. They didn't hit Whisper.
They throw big stone at Whisper. Too big. They know better now. They throw small stone at us. Maybe they hit, they kill us.
But suffering catfish, Malua, what can we do about it?
We show you, Billy. Akita, and Maya de Coleta and Sang, Sarango.
Well, I'll be... Look, Uncle Jim, we've forgotten all about the Moro shields they keep under their seats. They're getting them out now. Jumping Jupiter, Jack, they're just the thing. Why, they're long and narrow, and we can hold them right up over our heads.
I'm afraid they'd crush him, too, if a fair-sized stone hit one of them, Billy.
No, Uncle Jim, you're wrong. You hold overhead. You hold tight overhead. Stone hit shield, you safe. Stone will break shield.
But we don't want to take a shield away from any of your Moros, Malua.
That's all right, Jack. You watch my men, see? 2 men get under one shield. Here. You, me, get under this shield. We hold shield. Uncle Jim, here, one more shield. You, Billy, get on us. You hold tight. Betty, she all right on her seat.
All right, Malua. Here you are, Billy. You crowd close to me. I'll hold the shield up. It may do some good.
It do plenty good, Uncle Jim. You get close to me, Jack. We look up at cliff now. But they throw stone. We duck under shield quick.
Hey, you can trust me to get under that shield pretty quick, Malua. We're almost within range now. Look out, here comes the first volley. It is a volley, too. But they're all small stones.
Get under the shield quick, Billy.
Look at them splash around it. Like some of those stones are as big as coconuts. Why, they'd kill a man if they hit him.
But I didn't hear any of them hit the boat, Jack. Did they hit any of the shield?
Now, they missed us all completely, Betty. But they'll get the range next time. Look out, here comes the next volley.
Get under here, Billy. Some of those stones are going to hit.
Oh, suffering catfish. A couple of those stones got the boat.
Oh, Jack, did they knock a hole in the bottom of the Vita?
Not in the bottom of this Vita, Betty. Now, this Vita shoot out of a tree trunk. It's got a solid keel for a bottom.
I'd hate to think what one of those larger stones would do if it landed on top of a shield, Jack. They must have the force of a cannon.
Yeah. Look out. Here comes some more.
You come close, Jack. Maybe a stone hit us, huh?
Stay under your shields now. They're not throwing their stones in volleys. They're throwing them one at a time as fast as they can pick them up off the cliff.
Well, I can't see them, but I hear them landing all around.
And some of them are landing into the boat, too, Betty. Uh-oh, there's a Moro knocked off his seat. Boy, look at him get up and scramble back into that shield again.
Oh, what happened? What happened to you, Jack?
Search me, Betty, but here I am knocked off my seat, and Mallew was with me.
Big stone needs shield, Jack. We get back on our shield quick.
I'm under it already, Mallew. Are you hurt, Jack? Not a bit, Uncle Jim. If anyone's hurt, it's Mallew.
Feel no hurt, Jack. Shield save us, huh?
I'll say it saved us. Look, Uncle Jim, the stones are all falling behind us now.
Well, we're getting out of range, Jack. Yeah, we are out of range. Well, I think they've done their worst now.
Me no think so, Uncle Jim. Look.
Jumping Jiminy gee whiz, what are they up to now? Why, somebody has built a fire on top of the cliff. What are they up to now, Mallew?
Me think they still try to get us, Jack.
Hey, what's the fire for, Mallew?
They shoot at us with fire arrow, Betty. Sarang, and Colanta le Party Sagamea.
Great whales and little fishes. What's going on now, Uncle Jim?
They're going to shoot at us with flaming arrows.
Flaming arrows?
I think so. Look at Manuel's Moros. They're putting up a parapet of shields around the beat and over our heads.
We all get close together now, Uncle Jim. My men put shield up.
Here, Betty. You and Billy crowd together with me and Uncle Jim. That's the way. Give the Moros more room. They're putting up a wall of shields between us and the Mandaya. Great guns, they're starting to shoot at us already. Look at that flaming arrow disappear to the river.
Oh, there's another one. And another.
They're all around us now. I hope these shields are good and tough.
These shields are tough enough to withstand an arrow attack, but make sure that you're behind the shield. Don't expose even an arm.
They're getting the range now. They're hitting the beat.
Oh, there's an arrow right beside me. It's on fire.
Stay still, Betty. I'll beat it out with my hands. Don't move.
Oh, thanks. I was a little frightened for a moment.
Suffering catfish. There's a flaming arrow right next to a gasoline can, Uncle Jim. We've got to put it out. You stay here, Billy. I'll run forward and throw it overboard.
No, Jack. Meet my shield. Lead go.
Oh, he'll get hit by an arrow himself.
He's mostly protected by that shield, Betty. But a lucky shot may wing him in the leg.
Holy smoke! There's an arrow right through his shield. It's just barely through, Billy. Why, it's a lucky thing he had that shield with him.
And it's a lucky thing you didn't go forward to throw the flaming arrow overboard, Jack.
I'll say it is. There, he's got the arrow. He's throwing it overboard. Hey, what's that I smell?
The carabao hide of Manuel's shield, Billy. That arrow's burning it.
Hey, he's pulling it out now. He's thrown it overboard. Hurry, Manuel. Oh, why doesn't he come back?
He's going to stay up there, Betty. Oh, I see what he's doing. He's trying to protect the gasoline can. But, gee whillikins, Jack, he can't protect the gasoline cans and himself. He's putting some equipment on top of the cans, Billy, so they can't get pierced by a flaming arrow. Then we would have an explosion.
Oh, I wish he'd hurry up. I don't like to have him there even with his shield.
Look, his shield has caught another arrow. He'll be back in a minute. There, he's got the gasoline cans covered. Hey, Uncle Jim, it's a lucky thing for us those Mandayas didn't get that fire built in time to pepper Whisper with those flaming arrows.
It certainly is, Jack. I'd hate to think what a flaming arrow might do to the auto gyro.
Why, here comes Malua now. Oh, hurry, Malua.
Here, hurry, Betty. We don't get more.
Good work, Malua. You certainly saved us all then.
Oh, there's an arrow sticking through the shield in front of me, and it's still flaming.
Tomorrow's pulling it out, Betty. That's one shield that saved your life.
Look, Jack. Most of the arrows are falling in the river behind us now. Now we must be getting out of range, Billy.
I'm glad, Tuck. We're too far away now. They no can eat us.
Oh, too good to be true. Is there anything else they can do to us now, Uncle Jim?
I hope not, Betty. I don't think there's anything that this special bunch of Mandayas can do. They're way up on the cliff, and we're almost to the end of the gorge. It'll take them some time to get down off the cliff.
They know what us now, Uncle Jim. They no come close us. They very much afraid of Moro. My men guard you.
But holy mackerel, Malua, you've only got a couple of men with you. You can't guard us against a whole tribe.
No, Billy, but Uncle Jim got big eagle duck-flap wing.
Oh, you mean the auto gyro? Yeah, we still got that. But I don't know how long we'll have it if they shoot flaming arrows at it. Look, Uncle Jim, we're at the end of the gorge. Why, here the river isn't flowing swiftly at all.
Oh, there's a sort of lake ahead of us. It's just as smooth and quiet.
Now, that little lake must empty through this gorge, Betty. I see that Whisper is turning toward the shore.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that, Uncle Jim? What's that terrible-looking thing waiting for us on the bank?
Oh, it looks like half man and half beast. And it's jumping up and down and waving its arms.
Suffering catfish, it's got horns on its head. Why, it's got the head of a carabao, and the rest of it looks like a crocodile standing on its hind legs. Say, that must be the Bagani.
You're right, Jack. That Bagani. That big medicine man or tribe. In come down, scare away, eagle that flap wing.
Oh, but what will he do if the eagle is scared away, Uncle Jim?
I don't know, Betty, but we'll soon find out. Whisper's taking us right over.
What a reception that was for Jack Armstrong and the others. And say, the reception isn't over yet either. There's that remarkable creature, the Bagani, waiting for them on shore, trying to frighten them away. But you can bet your boots it'll take more than that to frighten Jack and Uncle Jim and the others, because they're getting mighty close to Professor Loring. But I don't have to tell you that there's a lot more going to happen before they can get to their friend. So listen in, all of you, at the same time tomorrow for another exciting episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. What's the breakfast lineup at your house for tomorrow morning? If Wheaties are on the list, you've got a mighty fine treat coming your way. Packed with plenty of downright delicious flavor and a lot of good, solid nourishment, Wheaties, milk, and fruit are leading the breakfast parade in millions of homes these mornings. Get Wheaties from the grocer right away.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we...
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Listen, I'd like to have a little talk with you fellas and girls who eat Wheaties for breakfast and breakfast alone. Now, I know, and you probably know, that those famous whole wheat flakes taste plenty good in the morning. And I think we both know that when they're served with milk or cream and fruit, well, they're just about perfect as far as flavor's concerned. No arguments on that, are there? Okay. Well, there's plenty of extra pleasure packed away in that big orange and blue package. Pleasure you might not know about. In the first place, Wheaties with milk or cream make an A #1 afternoon lunch. Yes, they're just as delicious, just as nourishing, and just as easy to fix in the afternoon as they are at breakfast time. Now, get this picture set in your mind. You come home from school and you've been feeling pretty hungry for an hour or so. Well, then you hike out into the kitchen, reach for that big orange and blue Wheaties package, and pour a man-sized helping of those keen-tasting whole wheat flakes into a bowl. Add milk or cream, and at just about the time it takes to tell it, you've got one of the most satisfying afternoon lunches I know. Plenty of downright delicious flavor and a lot of good, substantial nourishment. Sounds mighty good, doesn't it? So right now, before you forget it, remind Mother to have that Wheaties package ready when you get home from school tomorrow afternoon. Wheaties for breakfast? Absolutely. And Wheaties to fix that hungry feeling every afternoon. Now you're eating. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong and the others have just fought their way through a narrow gorge in Mindanao that guards the entrance to the country of the Mandayas, a pagan tribe who are holding Professor Loring a prisoner. Their heavy meter has been towed through the rapids in the gorge by their autogyro airplane, and they have now reached quiet water and are rapidly approaching the shore. But on the shore, a fearsome creature awaits them. A man dressed in the head of a carabao, in the skin of a crocodile, and his arms covered with the wings of many birds. He is the Begani, the medicine man of the tribe, and he is flapping his arms to frighten off the strange visitors. Right now, while the beachcomber Whisper is piloting the autogyro, Jack and Billy and Betty and Uncle Jim are sitting near the middle of the Vinta, and Mario and Miss Moros are in their seats, ready to resume paddling as soon as the line is cast off. Listen.
Soft-run catfish. Does that cross between a bull and a crocodile think he can scare us away by flapping his arms? He's doing his best, Billy. I guess his professional reputation is at stake.
He certainly looks fierce enough to frighten away almost anything. Does the Begani dress up like that all the time?
Only on special occasions, I imagine, Betty. They saw the Vita coming upstream, so they probably told the medicine man to come out and do his stuff.
But jumping Jiminy, Uncle Jim, they did their best to keep us from getting through the gorge. They threw stones at us.
And shot at us with flaming arrows?
And now they're going to meet us with the magic of the medicine man.
Well, Jack, when it comes to magic, we have a few tricks up our sleeve, too. We have the auto gyro, and we've got those walkie-talkie broadcast sets that we can strap to our backs. and we'll probably need them all before we rescue Professor Loring.
Oh, look, Uncle Jim. Whisper has stopped the auto gyro.
Good. I was just going to signal him to stop anyway. We'll paddle up alongside of him and decide what we're going to do about that Pagani and the rest of the tribe.
He's thrown the line over, Uncle Jim. Look, he's turning around. He's going to taxi back to us.
Manuel, tell one of your men to haul in that line. We'll paddle the rest of the way.
All right, Uncle Jim. All right. Hey, Paragon.
Oh, look at the Pagani. He's jumping up and down and waving his arms like mad.
He thinks he's really scaring the auto gyro away, Betty. I'll bet he feels pretty good right now, but wait till that plane takes off and flies over his head. He won't feel so good then.
We won't do any flying for a while yet, Billy. I don't want the Pagani or any of this tribe to know that the ship can really fly until we're ready to turn loose all of our magic on them.
Well, here comes Whisper now. He's coming right alongside of us.
I'll reach over and hold the pontoon. There, I've got it. Well, Whisper, you certainly saved our lives pulling us through those rapids.
On my word, you did have a bit of excitement, didn't you? Stones and flaming arrows and all the rest of it.
We had a few exciting moments there, Whisper. Where's Manuel? Oh, here he comes. We've got to decide what our next step will be.
I say that's a rather frightful-looking creature waiting for us ashore. He's hopping around as though he had some fighters dance.
He thinks he's scaring you and the auto gyro away from the shore, Whisper.
He looks rather like a bad dream come to life.
Well, Manuel, we've got to decide what to do now. Do you know this country?
That's right, Uncle Jim. Me know this country. Me be here for.
But where's the village, Manuel? Where's the village where Professor Loring is held prisoner? Can we see it from here?
No, Jack. We no see village from here. But village not far away. You look on shore. You see hill near shore?
You mean those hills that come almost down to the edge of the water? Why, they're not very high. They're not as high as that cliff over the gorge.
They not very high, Billy, but they very steep. They go straight up, straight down, like cliff.
But the hills stop where the Pagani's dancing up and down, Manuel. There's a ravine through them, a sort of gateway.
That's right, Betty. That way go village. That way Pagani stand there. Him guard village.
But he won't be the only one to guard the village, Manuel. Won't all the tribesmen be there soon to block our way?
You're right, Jack. But first, big chief of village come down. Him come soon. You see, him come down, go in temple with Pagani.
A temple? Manuel, don't tell me that the Mandayas have a temple.
They got many temple, Billy. They worship wooden god in temple. They ask wooden god what do. Wooden god tell them.
But how can an idol carved out of wood tell them anything, Manuel? The idols can't talk, can they?
No, Betty. Wooden idol no talk. But Pagani make believe they talk. Him make believe him hear them. Him tell chief what Kalana say.
Who is Kalana, Manuel?
Kalana, him big wooden idol. Him big like two men. Him guard village. Him stay inside temple in the hillside, close to Pagani.
Let me get this straight now, Manuel. You say there's a temple dug out of the hillside where the Pagani is standing. There's a big wooden idol called Kalana in that temple. And the chief of the tribe will ask Kalana what to do about us before he does anything.
That's right, Uncle Jim.
But suffer and catfish, those Mandayas who shot at us in the gorge didn't ask Kalana what to do.
Kalana protect Lake Village, Billy. Kalana no protect God.
I get the idea, Manuel. We're not really in Kalana's country until we forced our way through the gorge.
But it won't really be Kalana who'll tell the chief what to do. It'll be the Pagani. The Pagani can pretend that Kalana says anything he wants him to say.
That's always the way with pagan gods and oracles, Betty. The oracles speak for the gods. Well, then if we could make friends with the Pagani, we'd make friends with the Mandayas.
But, my dear Billy, I don't think we're going to make friends with the delightful Pagani. He doesn't look very hospitable now. He's jumping up and down, making carabao faces at us.
We'll give it a try anyway, Whisper. Fortunately, he doesn't know that our real purpose in coming here is to rescue Professor Loring.
Oh, look, Uncle Jim. There are 3 natives coming through that ravine. They've got their bows and arrows with them.
They've got war paint and everything else on them. But only one has a shield.
Him chief of village, Jack. Him come see who we are. Pretty soon, him go inside temple with Pagani. Ask Kalana what do.
On my word, they look fierce.
They've got to be fierce, Whisper. They wouldn't live here sandwiched in among the Moros if they weren't fierce and warlike. Can you speak their dialect, Manuel?
Me speak their tongue, Uncle Jim. They know me.
Are you friendly with them, Manuel?
They not like me, Jack. They like Sultan Boloa. They know me, friend of Sultan Natang.
But what are we going to do, Uncle Jim? Are we going to wait until they go into a huddle with the wooden idol, Kalana?
I'm afraid I know what Kalana will tell them, Billy. I think our best bet is to go ashore and talk to them before they go into the temple.
You're right, Uncle Jim. We go now, huh? We go shore, for they go in temple.
All right, Manuel. Tell your Moros to paddle us ashore to the Pagani. We'll see if we can make friends with them before we try anything else. Let's go.
Sarang! Sarango!
Oh, Jack, I'm getting nervous all over again.
That Pagani's a sight to make anyone nervous, Betty. But we've got one advantage on him. We're not afraid of his magic.
Oh, it's not his magic I'm thinking of, Jack. It's his tribe of pagans with the flaming arrows.
The pagans aren't down at the temple, Billy. They're staying back at the village until the chief talks with the great god Kalana.
Oh, if we could only make the Pagani tell the chief that we're friends of Kalana.
Well, there's not much chance of that, Betty. But maybe we can make the chief believe that we're friends in spite of Kalana.
There's still less chance of that, Jack. These Mandayas are the most superstitious people in the entire islands. They believe implicitly in their wooden idols.
I wish I could crawl inside one of the idols and do a little talking myself. And that'd fool the Pagani.
I just know it would. Imagine his surprise if the idol actually did talk out loud.
Uncle Jim, that gives me an idea. Boy, it's a honey of an idea if it'd work.
Most ideas are good if they'll work, Jack.
What's your idea? If we could make the god Kalana actually talk, then we could out-magic the Pagani.
Jumping Jiminy gee whiz. You mean the same way we made the horse talk in Zamboanga?
That's just what I was thinking of, Billy. We have those 2 walkie-talkie broadcast sets in the arena with us. We could strap them on our backs when we go ashore. If we get a lucky break and can get inside the temple, maybe we could slip one of those sets behind the wooden idol.
Oh, Jack, that's a marvelous idea. If we can do it.
What do you think of it, Uncle Jim?
I think just as Betty does, Jack. It's a marvelous idea if we can do it.
Jumping crickets, if we could get away with that, we could challenge the Pagani to a magic contest. We could tell the chief that the great god Kalana will actually speak out loud for us. I bet you the Pagani has never made the idol speak out loud.
Manuel, you've been listening to all this. Is there any chance of our slipping one of the portable radio sets behind the finger of Kalana?
Maybe, Uncle Jim. Kalana, him very big. Him way back in temple. Very dark back there. Maybe can do.
We'll be all ready for the chance anyway. Billy, go forward and get those 2 walkie-talkie sets. You and Jack should have them strapped to your backs when we land.
Okay, Uncle Jim. I'll go and get them now. Hope the batteries are all right.
We'll have to make the idol talk in their language, Manuel. So if we get one of the sets behind the idol, you'll have to stick close to the other set to do the broadcasting.
Me understand, Jack. Me see how you make horse talk in Zamboanga. Maybe we make Kalana talk, huh? That very good. That very, very good.
Oh, look, Jack. The chief and his 2 men have reached the Pagani. They're talking to him.
They go in temple pretty soon, Betty.
But say, we ought to keep them from getting in the temple before we reach them, Manuel. We want to be in there when the Pagani starts asking questions of the god Kalana.
We're almost ashore, Manuel. Can't you call to them and tell them to wait?
We try, Uncle Jim.
Akasegita! Kalata Sugalo! Alime Satapa!
My, that dialect doesn't sound a bit like the Moro dialect.
But the chief understands it, Betty. Look at him.
And the Pagani understands it too, Jack, and he doesn't like it. He's trying to make the chief go into the temple before we get there.
Well, why does he want to do that, Uncle Jim?
I think he wants to set the chief against us before we arrive, Betty.
But he can always do it after we get there, Uncle Jim.
There's one queer thing about all medicine men, Betty. They know that their stuff is all fake, but they're always afraid of the magic from somebody else.
I guess that's right, Uncle Jim. And he's seen our auto gyro pulling our Vita, and he's afraid of our magic.
He's trying awfully hard to get the chief to go somewhere, but I don't see anything of the temple.
I see it, Betty. At least I see the entrance to it. Look at that sort of cliff that comes down right behind the Pagani.
Oh, I see the cliff, Jack, but there are trees and bushes in front of it.
There's one bare spot. See it? To the left of the Pagani. And it looks as though there's some sort of entrance there. What? I think I see a wooden idol on each side of the entrance.
You're right, Jack. You're right. That's where you go inside temple of God Kalana.
And we've got to find some way to get in there. Here comes Billy now with the walkie-talkie sets. Are the batteries all right, Billy?
You bet they are, Jack. I just tested them.
Good. We'll slip the sets on our backs before we leave the Vita. Then, once we're ashore, we'll give that Pagani a lesson in real magic.
Say, if Jack can really place that little radio set behind the great god Kalana, there's going to be one surprise medicine man in that temple. Just imagine how you'd feel if a wooden idol suddenly started to talk back at you. You'll certainly want to be in on the fun and the excitement in that temple. So be sure to listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, here's a tip. If you'd like a different breakfast every day of the week, just leave it up to a breakfast of champions to fill the bill. For instance, let's say you had a big glass of grapefruit juice with your Wheaties and cream this morning. Well, then, tomorrow, enjoy your Wheaties with bananas. Day after tomorrow, have Wheaties with still a different one of your favorite fruits or fruit juices. Do that starting tomorrow and see how much more you enjoy your breakfast. you'll want to be sure that there's a good supply of Wheaties on hand for you all the time. If the supply is running a little low right now, remind Mother to put Wheaties right at the top of tomorrow's shopping list.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the Piper Huts and high boys, show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong!
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Hear ye, hear ye. Today I've got a super special piece of news for you girls who listen to Jack Armstrong. And honestly, once you've heard of what I'm going to tell you, I'll bet you'll say to yourself that it's just too good to be true. Now look, how would you like to have a brand new bracelet? One that's absolutely different from anything you've ever seen. Well, here's your chance because General Mills, makers of Wheaties, are making it possible for you to get a brand new luminous gardenia bracelet. Now, I don't have to tell you just how beautiful gardenias are, I know. They might be your favorite flower. Well, the new luminous gardenia bracelet is made of 5 perfectly formed plastic gardenias all linked together. By removing one or more of the gardenias, the bracelet can be adjusted to fit any size wrist. Each gardenia is an inch in diameter and is surrounded by glossy green leaves. Why, I say, the waxy, white, ivory-like flowers are so realistic that it's hard to tell them from real flowers. The colors in the bracelet are waterproof and cannot in any way soil the skin or clothing. But here's what's made this luminous gardenia bracelet different from anything you've ever seen. It actually glows in the dark. That's right. The gardenias are made of a special Krugerlite plastic which, after it's properly charged under any electric light, will glow in the dark for several hours. Now, just think how unusual and attractive a bracelet like this must be. It's bound to make you stand right out in any crowd, day or night. But here's another surprising feature of the luminous gardenia bracelet. The links may be separated, and the gardenias worn as a wreath in the hair, as a necklace, or even pinned to your dress. Girls, this is an offer you just can't afford to miss. It's your one and only chance to get one of these amazing bracelets. Now, here's all you have to do to make a luminous gardenia bracelet your very own. But you've got to act fast. Just send the top from one Wheaties package, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in cash to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, I'll repeat those instructions. For your own personal luminous gardenia bracelet, send the top from one Wheaties package, together with your name and address, and 1/4, 25 cents, to Betty, Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. But remember, the supply is definitely limited, and if you want to be certain of getting your bracelet, send your order right away, tonight. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. The Pagani, the medicine man of the pagan Mandaeus, is screaming his imprecations to Jack Armstrong and the others as Malleus boatmen paddle him to the shore in their quest for the missing Professor Loring. The Pagani is a fearsome sight, all dressed up in his carabao head, the hide of a crocodile, and the feathers of many birds. He's trying to frighten Jack and the others away from the temple of the wooden god Kalana, whom the chief of the tribe has come to consult about the strange visitors. But Jack and Uncle Jim are going to let nothing stop them in their search for Professor Loring. They know he's a prisoner in the Mandaean village, which is located on the other side of the hills which stretch down to the lake. And so, while the fearfully dressed Pagani shouts and jumps up and down, the Vinta makes for shore with Jack and Billy and Betty and Uncle Jim sitting in the middle of the outrigged boat. Listen.
Holy smoke, Jack. That Pagani X is always going crazy.
He's putting on a good act of scaring us away, Billy.
Oh, but look at the chief of the tribe, Jack. He's getting a little nervous.
I guess he is, Betty. His warriors are all back guarding the village, and he has just a couple of men with him. For all he knows, Malleus Moros may attack him before he has a chance to consult the wooden idol, Kalana. Isn't that right, Malua?
Him not afraid, Jack. Him know me. Him not my friend, but him know me not talking.
It's all right, Malua, but he doesn't know us. He doesn't know why we've come here.
Him not afraid, Uncle Jim. If him afraid, him call him men. Some him men be very close.
Will he really go inside the temple, Malua, and ask Kalana what to do about it?
That's right, Betty. Him always ask Kalana what do. And him always do what Kalana say.
You mean he always does what the Bagani tells him that Kalana says?
That's right, Billy. Kalana, he made wood. Him no talk.
Well, if our plan works out all right, Kalana's going to talk this time. Billy, it's time to strap the walkie-talkies on our backs.
Okay, Jack. Here's your little broadcast set. I'll put mine on right away.
Well, here, Jack. I'll help you strap your set on your back.
Thanks, Betty. Don't turn on that switch by mistake. We don't want those batteries to run down.
Oh, but don't forget to turn on the switch when you hide the walkie-talkie behind the figure of Kalana in the temple.
I won't, Betty. Hey, Manuel, we're going to hit the shore.
We stop in time, Jack. Akang, Salatanayan Sage, Sarendo!
Oh, thank goodness that Bagani stopped screaming.
I guess he's decided that he can't frighten us away, Betty. Hey, look. They're coming toward us.
We'll get out and meet him on shore. We'll have to get our feet wet. You stick close to me, Betty. Come on.
We want to have Manuel with us, too. He's the only one who can speak their language.
The Bagani's staying back a little way, but the chief is going to talk to Malua.
Malua Kalit. Kaya Senega Politenesa. Alo ne Kalit. Alo ne Kalit. Sakita e Salang Kalit.
Oh, that's queer. Manuel and the chief are walking away.
They're walking back to where the Bagani's standing, Jack. I guess they're going into a huddle.
Uncle Jim, what do you suppose they're talking about?
They're probably talking about us, Betty. The chief will want to know who we are and why we're here.
Suffering catfish. I hope Manuel doesn't tell him why we're here. He won't, Billy. He won't tell the chief why we're here until after we've gone into the temple.
But where is the temple, Jack? I don't see a sign of it now.
Well, there's not much to see from here, Betty. But there's the entrance Manuel told us about over there in the cliff with the 2 wooden idols in front of it.
Here comes Manuel, Jack. Now we'll find out what's up.
But the chief isn't with them. The chief is talking to the Bagani.
They're having quite an argument there. It looks as though the Bagani wants one thing and the chief wants another. Well, Manuel, what did you and the chief say to each other?
We say, hello, Jack. Chief say, hello. We say we come in peace. Him say him greet me in peace.
Well, that's a good start, Manuel, but what did you say after the formalities were over?
Chief say, why white people here? Me say, you come in peace. You want be friend.
But what about the Bagani, Manuel? What did he say?
Bagani say, we not come in peace. Bagani say, we not friend. Me tell Bagani him lie.
Well, then what did the chief say, Manuel?
Chief say, him ask great God Kalana what do. Soon him go in temple. Ask Kalana. Bagani tell him what Kalana say.
Yeah, and I know what he'll tell the chief, too.
But did you arrange it so we could go in the temple, too, Manuel?
Me fix, Uncle Jim. Me say you big medicine man. Me say, great God Kalana like speak you.
Oh, my. What did the Bagani say to that?
Lie. Bagani say, great God Kalana speak only him. Me tell Chief Kalana speak you. Me tell Chief Kalana speak out loud to you.
Oh, now we've got to make that wooden god talk. I'll say we have, Billy. If we don't, it'll prove that the Bagani's right, and we'll never get Professor Loring without a fight of some kind.
But what are we going to do now, Manuel? Are we all going into the temple?
We go in temple, Betty. But me no like you in temple. Better you stay here with my men.
Oh, Uncle Jim, I don't want to stay here. Can't I go in the temple with you?
I'm afraid Manuel is right, Betty. If anything goes wrong, there's no telling what may happen. If you're here, Manuel's men can always take you out to Whisper. See, he's still waiting out in the lake in the autogyro. He can fly here to safety if anything happens.
Oh, all right, Uncle Jim. But I know that if anything happens, Whisper won't just stay out in the lake and do nothing.
Perhaps not. But you'll be safer in the airplane. Are they waiting for us, Manuel?
They wait, Uncle Jim. We go now, huh?
Yes, we'll go now. Come on, Jack. Come on, Billy.
We'll have to keep on our toes when we get in the temple, Billy. We've got to plant this radio set behind Kalana somehow.
Yeah, I hope it's dark in that temple, Jack.
Yeah, it's bound to be half dark in there, Billy. Say, Manuel, will you ask the chief if Billy and I can take a walk around the temple? Tell him we've never seen a real temple before.
Me ask him, Jack. But Bagani, him no like.
But we've got to do it whether he likes it or not. We've just got to make that great god Kalana do some talking.
Me try fix, Jack. Uncle Jim, you, Jack, and Billy walk behind Chief and Bagani. We go ahead. Walk with them. That way, better.
All right, Manuel. We'll walk a little behind you.
Gosh, all himwork. I hope that Manuel can fix it up all right with the chief. If he doesn't, we'll have to arrange it another way. And say, Uncle Jim, we'll have to have Manuel at the mic of one of the walkie-talkies. If It wouldn't do to have the great god Kalana speak out in English.
It certainly wouldn't, Jack. You'll have to make him speak in a language that the chief can understand.
There's the entrance to the temple, Jack. I'm getting nervous again. I guess we're all a bit nervous, Billy. We'll be inside that temple in a minute, so keep your chin up.
Well, here's the entrance, Jack. The Bagani and the chief and Mario are going inside now. Come on, let's follow them.
Holy mackerel. It is dark inside here. Your eyes will get used to it in a minute, Billy. Remember, that's a bright tropical sun outside. But I still can't see anything, Jack. Oh, now I'm beginning to see a little. There's Mario and the others right in front of us. I can see quite a bit now, Billy. Why, the temple is a huge cave in the hillside. And look, Billy. Look way back in the cave, right between the double row of wooden figures. Do you see it? Holy smoke, yes, Jack. It's like a great big giant sitting down with his legs crossed. It must be the great god Kalana. Is that right, Manuel?
That's right, Jack. That Kalana.
I'm glad he's way back in the temple where it's kind of hard to see. Say, Manuel, did you ask the chief if Jack and I could take a walk around the temple?
Me ask him, Billy. Chief say no. Him say many men go back there, but no man come back.
But the Bagani told him to say that.
You're wrong, Jack. Bagani say you can go.
Oh, jumping Jupiter. You mean the chief said it wasn't safe for us to go, and the Bagani said to go ahead?
That's right, Billy.
Well, I don't get that at all. I figured it'd be the Bagani who wouldn't want us to go.
So did I, Billy. There's something queer about that.
I know what it means, Uncle Jim. It means there's a trap of some kind back there. The chief doesn't want to do us any harm until he's asked Kalana what to do. But the Bagani, he'd be glad to have something happen to us. But gosh, Wilkins, Jack, we've got to get that walkie-talkie planted behind Kalana. You're darn tootin', Billy. Manuel, tell the chief that we have magic which will keep all harm away from us. Tell him that we'll take a chance.
Wait a minute, Jack. I'm not so sure about that. There may be something dangerous back there.
I know it, Uncle Jim, but it must be something and not somebody. I've got my pocket flashlight with me, and I won't take a step unless I can see what I'm stepping into.
All right, Jack. I guess it's safe enough if you have a light. And we've certainly got to make that wooden god talk. Go ahead, Manuel. Tell the chief.
Me tell him, Uncle Jim.
Akalato ne sula. Munata pa gelita. Achatu, chita gat.
Vega. Tulita ne payo bulita.
What did he say, Manuel?
Him say go. Him wait till you come back for him ask Kalana. But him not think you come back.
Suffering catfish. Maybe this isn't such a hot idea after all, Jack.
Ay, anehora. Saratai brakita ne solo.
Holy mackerel, what's the chief saying now, Manuel?
Him say you better have strong magic, Billy.
We got strong magic. We've got magic and Jack's flashlight. Come on, Jack, before I really get scared. Let's see what's in the back of this temple.
Well, what is there in the back of that temple that's so dangerous? There must be something there, or the Bagani wouldn't be so willing to have him go. But Jack has his flashlight with him, and you can bet that he and Bill will find out what's going on. And say, if they can get their portable radio set in place behind that great wooden god, well, you can just guess what'll happen when the chief begins putting questions to Kalana. You'll certainly want to be there, so listen in, all of you, to another exciting adventure of the missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yes, that's what you're going to have to do to get a luminous gardenia bracelet. And I don't want a single one of you to miss out on this opportunity to get this unusual bracelet. Remember, it's not just an ordinary bracelet, but a beautiful piece of plastic jewelry that actually glows in the dark. It's absolutely new, different, and smart. So do this now. Send the top from one Wheaties package together with your name and address and 25 cents to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. But don't put it off. The offer closes at midnight this Saturday. So get your order for a luminous gardenia bracelet in the mail tonight.
Have you tried Wheaties? Their whole wheat with all of the bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the piper huts and high, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champ.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
Wave the piper huts and high, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Look, if you girls have older sisters or know girls who are in college right now, I don't have to tell you that they really know how to dress and make themselves attractive. And say, there isn't a reason in the world why you shouldn't take a tip from them. For instance, here's what Miss Betty Brang of the Alpha Phi sorority at Northwestern University wrote about her unusual new luminous gardenia bracelet, the one we're offering you right now for only one Wheaties box top and 25 cents. Listen.
The first night I had my luminous gardenia bracelet, I wore it to a movie. All of a sudden, I noticed some commotion near me and looked around. Then it dawned on me. Everyone was looking at my gardenia bracelet, which was glowing brightly in the dark.
And another evening, Miss Brang wore her luminous gardenia bracelet to a dance. She says,
that evening, I wore my bracelet fastened off the top of my head. I had any number of people stop me on the dance floor and ask what was shining in my hair.
Then Miss Brang ends her very fine letter.
The girls in the Alpha Phi house just love these luminous bracelets. There's something new. You can't fool the modern girl. She knows beauty when she sees it.
And there's plenty of beauty in this luminous gardenia bracelet. It's the kind of beauty that shows up day and night. Just think. You can now have for your very own a bracelet of 5 beautiful linked gardenias made of Krugerlite plastic. Each gardenia is about 1 inch in diameter and is nestled in smooth, glossy green leaves. You've never seen anything like it. Just picture yourself wearing it as a bracelet or necklace, or wearing the separate gardenias on your dress or coat when you go out at night. Now, here's all you have to do to own a bracelet that actually glows in the dark as if it were filled with a soft, attractive green fire. Just send the top from one Wheaties package together with your name and address and 25 cents, 1/4, to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. The supply of these attractive bracelets is strictly limited, and you've got to hurry if you're going to be certain of getting yours. So tonight, without fail, send one Wheaties box top with your name and address and 25 cents in cash to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Don't wait. Send for your luminous gardenia bracelet tonight. And now, Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy. Jack Armstrong and Billy are going to the back of an underground temple of the pagan Mandayas to place a little portable radio set behind the wooden figure of the great god Kalana. They are trying to outwit the Bagani, the medicine man of the tribe, who is the oracle of the god. But Jack and Billy have been warned that some secret danger awaits them in the dark recesses of the temple, and they are on the alert for anything. Betty is outside the temple under the protection of Malua's Moros. But Uncle Jim and Malua are in the front end of the temple with the Bagani and the chief of the Mandayas, who has come to ask the great god Kalana about the white visitors. Since the chief is holding Professor Loring prisoner in this village, Jack and Billy are determined that the wooden god shall give the chief the right answer. Listen.
Jumping chimney, Jack. It's pretty dark where we're going, way in the back of the temple. If there's any danger there, we won't know it until we run into it. We've got to make it our business to know it before we run into it, Billy. That Bagani was just too doggone anxious to let us explore back there. I know there's some real danger somewhere near the wooden god Kalana, and we've got to find it. Say, we're getting pretty far back in the temple now, Jack. It's pretty dark. Yeah, I'm going to use my flashlight on the floor of the temple, Billy. Don't take a step unless you can see just where you're stepping. Okay, Jack. There doesn't seem to be anything ahead of us but the pedestal of the idol. I'm not so sure, Billy. I have an idea that the god Kalana is a sacrificial god. I mean, the Mandayas may sacrifice prisoners to him. There's probably something in back of it. But, gosh, all in luck, Jack. We don't want to explore all through the back of the temple. All we want to do is place that walkie-talkie radio set behind Kalana. That's all we're going to do, Billy. But we've got to be careful just the same. Here, we can walk behind Kalana now. Flash your light on him for a second. Why, he's all hollowed out in back. That's odd. He's hollowed out in the shape of a man. Why, a man could stand up in his back. Well, that's just the place for the radio radio set, Jack. I'll swing my set off my back and put it right in. All right, Billy. Don't forget to turn on the switch. I won't. There, I'll turn it on. And now... Billy, wait a minute. Holy mackerel, Jack. Don't scare me that way. What's the trouble? Look, Billy. Look where I flashed my light. Right at the base of Colana. Do you see that? Jiminy gee whiz. It's something cut out of the floor. It looks like a slide to me. Like a coal slide into a cellar. Stay where you are, Billy. Don't move until we see where it leads to. I'll flash my light. What is it, Jack? What do you see? Look, Billy. There's a pit of some kind in the floor. That slide leads to the pit. Oh, golly. If I'd taken another step, I would have hit that slide and slid right down into the pit. I'll say you would. Easy now. We'll step over carefully to the edge of the pit and see what's in it. Jack, I'm almost afraid to look into that pit. So am I, Billy. But here goes. Watch it. We're at the edge of it. I'll flash my light down. Boy, is that deep. And say, there's water in it, Jack. Yeah, there's water in it, all right. What's that? What's that down there swimming around? Jack, it's a crocodile. That's what it is, Billy. A crocodile. Then Colana is a sacrificial god. It looks that way. I've got it, Billy. They tie their prisoner in the back of Colana some way, and then at the right time they push a spring or something, and he slides down to the crocodile. It's whales and little fishes, Jack, to think that I almost took a bath in that crocodile tub. Well, you didn't, Billy, and that's what counts. Let's get that walkie-talkie installed in the back of Colana. I'll hold my light so you can see. Careful now. Don't fall into that slide. Oh, you can just bet that I'll be careful, Jack. There. And wait, Jack. I'll turn up the volume good and loud so that when the great God speaks, everybody can hear him. I'd like to see the Bagani's face when Colana starts talking. Well, you won't, Jack. Not unless he takes off that carabao head he's wearing. Come on. Let's get back. Let's jump over to the other side of the slide. Go back that way, Billy. Just to show the chief that our magic got us safely by the crocodile pit. All right, Jack. We can just about step over the slide. There. I'm over. I'm over too, Billy. I'll turn off the light now. We'll let the chief and the Bagani think we've got some real magic here. I hope the chief doesn't start asking Colana questions until we get back. He told Manuel he'd wait for us, Jack. Say, Billy, when we get back, always face the chief and the Bagani. If you don't, they might notice that the radio set's gone from your back. Okay, Jack. But they think it's just a hiking pack anyway. Say, how you going to work the broadcast? Manuel will have to talk into my mic, Billy. He's the only one who can speak the Mandayan dialect. It wouldn't do any good if the great god Colana spoke English and the chief couldn't understand it. Oh, I'll say it wouldn't. Look, there's somebody coming to meet him. I think it's Uncle Jim.
Hello, Jack. I'm glad to see that you're back all right. Did you get the walkie-talkie installed back of Colana?
It's all ready to sound off, Uncle Jim. Just as soon as somebody talks into the mic of my set.
Good. Get back to the chief.
Oh, boy, I'd like to see the Bagani's face when the great god Colana really speaks out loud so the chief can hear him.
Billy, you stay here with me and the chief. Jack, you and Malua had better go near the entrance with your radio set.
Wait a minute, Uncle Jim. Here comes Malua now.
Is the Bagani still talking against us to the chief, Malua?
Him say bad thing, Uncle Jim. Me come back for make sure everything all right. Because if everything not all right, me got do something quick.
Everything's all right, Malua. The walkie-talkie is all installed in back of the island.
That's very good, Jack. Me tell chief now, Uncle Jim be big medicine man. Me tell chief Uncle Jim make great God Colana talk. Saya tunata, ala kune lata sa ditang, mecha lunita kepola.
Tulitan palo aprepun, repunarat kovato, asachi.
What did he say, Manuel?
Him say Colana not talk. Him say Colana never talk.
Well, he's got a surprise coming to us. Shall Manuel and I go out now, Uncle Jim?
All right, Jack. Billy and I'll stay here with the chief. Don't get too far away. You've got to hear what the chief says.
Come on, Manuel. We'll go near the entrance to the temple where the chief can't hear you.
What do you want me to do now, huh, Jack?
I want you to tell me what the chief says, Manuel, just as soon as he says it. I'll tell you what to say. Then you speak into this mic that I'm getting out of this set. And the great god Colana will seem to say everything that you say.
Oh, that's very good, Jack. Here, me think we come far enough. They not hear us now.
Well, let's say quickly. The chief is getting ready to address Colana now. Here, Manuel, here's the mic you speak into.
Yeah.
Hold it away from you except when you're talking. I'll turn on the switch. There, we're all set.
That's good, Jack.
Oh, Sati Colana.
Chief, him as Colana now.
Necha neprita, salatu mevos, chalita.
What did he say, Manuel?
Him as Colana, our white man friend or enemy.
Tell him we're friends, quick.
Neko chalita, ahola sakebu megu.
Colana knocked him for a loop when he spoke, Manuel. Look at the chief. He looks scared to death. And I'll bet the Pagani isn't feeling any too happy either. Carolina talk good, huh, Jack?
Oh, Sate Carolina.
Chief, him talk again.
Roshari, ne punito apoyet.
Chief, ask why white men come here. I don't want to tell him yet. Tell him we come with much magic and that our magic is stronger than the Pagani's magic.
Lepo chilita, raponko sanea unata, vitane paga.
The great God, Carolina certainly sounds convincing. Let's hear what the chief will say to that.
Oh, Sate Carolina. Akalia lo mejasveran. De aquí.
Chief say he's white man magic, good magic, or bad magic. Tell him it'll be good magic for the chief if he does what Carolina tells him to do.
Lepo chalita, kaya sanita abaya Carolina.
What's going on in there, Mayor? Why is the Pagani so excited?
Him afraid, Jack. Him tell Chief Carolina no should talk. Him tell Chief only him can hear Carolina.
What's the chief say?
Chief tell him hear Carolina. Chief say Carolina mighty God.
Oh, Sate Carolina.
Listen, Chief talk again to Carolina.
Sangre akalet, sayane Carolina.
Chief say what great Carolina want him do.
Now we're getting to it. Tell him that Carolina wants him to give his white prisoner to the white stranger.
Me tell him.
Lepo chalita, arang me kashang me gasulita ave.
Listen to that Pagani. He's about to throw a fit. What's he saying, Mayor?
Him say white man put evil voice in Carolina mouth. Him tell Chief not listen Carolina no more. Chief say him not listen no more. Him look worry.
Look, here comes the chief now. Give me that mic. I'll slip it back in the radio on my back. There we are. I think the chief wants to talk to you, Mario.
Me think him plenty scared, Jack. Here him come.
Akula malua. Ne sangatita lo sanava.
What did he say, Mario?
Him say him want white man come village. Him say he be friend white man.
Do you think he'll turn Professor Loring loose, Mario?
Me not know, Jack. Right now, maybe yes. But Pagani, him make trouble. You watch out for him.
Did you hear that, Uncle Jim? The chief wants us to go to his village as friends. And the great God Carolina told him to turn over Professor Loring to us.
Good work, Jack. We'll take a chance and go with him. But we better keep an eye on that Pagani. Come on, we'll get Betty.
Well, the great God Carolina has spoken through a loudspeaker. But it looks as though the chief may be just worried enough to release Professor Loring. But say, that Pagani isn't through yet. You can bet your boots he's going to have a lot to say to the chief before they get back to the village. So Jack and Uncle Jim had better not trust that chief too far. There's a lot of excitement ahead, so listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Here's an opportunity you simply can't afford to miss. A chance to own a luminous gardenia bracelet. I know you'll get a lot of genuine pleasure out of owning a bracelet that actually glows in the dark. One that's just as attractive and unusual looking in the dark as it is in broad daylight. And say, I'll bet you'll get plenty of compliments from your friends when you wear this attractive piece of costume jewelry. Here's all you have to do to get your own personal luminous gardenia bracelet. Just send the top from a Wheaties package together with your name and address and 25 cents to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. If you hurry, you may be the first in your neighborhood to own one of these attractive bracelets. Send for yours tonight.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of our brands.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Every shark can be champion, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong,
the All-American Boy. Look, I want every girl within the sound of my voice to listen very carefully to what I'm going to say. Today is the last chance I'll have to urge you to send for your luminous gardenia bracelet. Now, I know that once you've seen and worn this unique bracelet, you'll be mighty enthusiastic about it. The luminous gardenia bracelet is made of 5 beautifully designed Krugerlite plastic gardenias. Each little flower has a glossy green background of realistic gardenia leaves. Just think of owning a bracelet that actually glows in the dark as if it were filled with a soft green fire. A bracelet that can be taken apart and worn in your hair or as a necklace or as a decoration for your dress or coat. Why, there are a number of different ways you can use this bracelet. And when you're not wearing it at night, it can be used as a luminous decoration in your own room. But remember, the luminous gardenia bracelet is just as attractive in the daytime as it is at night. The ivory-like plastic flowers against the smooth, glossy green background of leaves gives the bracelet a natural beauty that will make your best-looking clothes even more attractive. You'll be able to wear it to school, to parties, to the movies, and, well, just about everywhere you go. It'll give a touch of spring to your late winter outfits and harmonize beautifully with your spring clothes. And say, here's a mighty good idea for you fellows. Why not order a luminous gardenia bracelet as a surprise for Mother? She'll get a lot of real pleasure out of it. You can take my word for that. Now, this offer absolutely closes tomorrow at midnight. That gives you less than 36 hours to get your order in the mail. So do this right now for sure. Just send the top off one Wheaties package together with your name and address and 25 cents, 1 quarter, to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. That's all there is to it. Your bracelet will be on its way to you just as soon as we can get it packaged and mailed. Now, remember those instructions. Send the top from 1 package of Wheaties together with your name and address and 25 cents in cash to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Now, that's certainly simple, isn't it? But if you delay, you'll miss your one and only opportunity to get one of these remarkable bracelets. Remember, your order must be postmarked not later than midnight tomorrow. So get busy right now and put your order in the mail for a luminous gardenia bracelet tonight. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Jack Armstrong and Billy, Betty, and Uncle Jim are following the Mandaya chief to his village in the interior of Mindanao. They are searching for the missing Professor Loring, whom they know is held a prisoner somewhere in the village. They have just outwitted the Bagani, the medicine man of the village, and have convinced the chief that their magic is more potent than the Bagani's magic. They have also made the chief believe that the wooden gods whom the Mandayas worship are on their side. Right now, while the beachcomber Whisper waits in the out-of-gyro airplane on a nearby lake, and Malua walks ahead with the chief, Jack and the others are approaching the village and keeping a sharp lookout for any sign of the captive Professor Loring. Listen.
Why, Jack, this is the funniest-looking village I've ever seen in the Philippines. Look how high the shacks are built above the ground.
Boy, they are up in the air, aren't they? Why, some of them must be built on posts 30 feet high.
Jumping chimney, they must use a rope ladder to get in and out with.
You're right there, Billy. I can see some of the ladders from here. They're made out of hemp and bamboo. I imagine they pull the ladders into the shacks after them.
But why do they have the shacks built so high, Uncle Jim? Are they afraid of wild beasts or something?
They're afraid of the Moros, Betty. This particular tribe of Mandayas is sandwiched in between the Moros of Sultan Boloa and the Moros of Sultan Natang. And Boloa's Moros have a wicked reputation for attacking villages at night and carrying off the inhabitants for slaves.
Well, they look safe enough from attack now.
They're not as safe as they look, Jack. Manua tells me that sometimes the Moors attack and burn down the posts under the shack. Then the shack falls down, and it's just too bad.
Holy smoke, are we going to have to climb up into each one of those shacks to find where Professor Loring is kept?
Not unless we have to, Billy, and I hope we don't have to. The great god Kalana, with the help of our loudspeaker, told the chief to release Professor Loring to us.
Oh, but do you think he will, Uncle Jim? Do you think he will obey the wooden god?
I don't know, Betty. He's afraid of Sultan Boloa, and it's Boloa who makes him keep Loring a prisoner.
And the chief is still afraid of the Bagani, Uncle Jim. That medicine man will never forgive us for making that wooden idol talk.
Say, where is the Bagani? He didn't come with us when we left the temple. I'll bet you that guy's up to some mischief.
I know what he's doing. He's staying behind to try to find out how we made the great god Kalana talk.
I'm afraid he is, Betty. He'll probably find that walkie-talkie set we planted inside Carolina.
Jumping crickets. I hope he doesn't smash the set.
Well, I hope he doesn't bring it to the village and show it to the chief until after we've found Professor Loring, Billy. If he does and the chief realizes that we've tricked him, we may have some trouble.
Oh, Uncle Jim, what will we do then?
We can always tell Whisper to fly overhead with the autogyro, Betty. That'll frighten the tribe.
But how will we get word to Whisper, Uncle Jim?
That's easy, Betty. I've got my walkie-talkie radio set strapped to my back. And Whisper's keeping his radio set in the plane tuned to me. So you see, we can talk to each other.
You may have to talk to him, Jack. Look at those warriors waiting for us. And they've all got their bows and arrows with them.
Oh, I don't like the way they're looking at us.
Me either, Betty. Some of them are probably the same ones who shot flaming arrows at us in the gorge.
Well, we won't have to worry about them for the present, Jack. See? Chief is giving a signal. The warriors are forming a half circle. Why, they're sitting down on the ground.
Golly, it looks as if they're getting ready to hear a speech or something.
When are you going to ask the chief about Professor Loring, Uncle Jim?
Malua's been talking about Professor Loring to the chief all the way here, Betty. Here comes Malua now. We'll see what luck he's had. Well, Malua, what's the chief going to do now?
Him going to tell him men, great God Kalana spoke him, Uncle Jim. Him going to tell him men, you mighty medicine man. Him tell him men, they no much hurt you.
Is he going to tell his men what Carolina said about giving up Professor Loring?
No, Jack. Him not tell him men about that.
Oh, but why not, Malua? Isn't he going to give up Professor Loring?
Me ask him, Betty. Me tell him white medicine man wants him white prisoner.
What'd he say to that, Malua?
Him say, him no got white prisoner. Him say him never have white prisoner. But him lie. Me know him lie plenty much.
But Suffering Catfish, Malua, isn't he afraid to disobey Carolina?
Him afraid, Billy. But him afraid of Sultan Balor, too. And him still afraid of Bagani.
Oh, what are we going to do, Uncle Jim? The chief won't let us search all of the shacks of the village.
You're wrong, Betty. Chief say, if white man not believe him, white man can search all through village.
If the chief says we can search all through the village, it's a sure sign that Professor Loring isn't in the village. He must be hidden somewhere outside the village.
Me think you're right, Uncle Jim. Me think him hidden in temple.
You think he's in a temple, Manuel? In the temple we just come from?
No, Jack. Him not in that temple. Me think him in another temple.
But great guns, Manuel, do you know where the other temple is?
Me not know, Billy. But maybe we keep eye open, we find out.
Well, the chief has finished his speech, and this is as far as we can go unless we want to get between the chief and his men. Manuel, I want you to tell the chief that the white medicine man is very angry at him. Remind him what the great God said, that my magic is bad magic for him unless he releases his white prisoner.
Me tell him, Uncle Jim, but him not do what you say. Wait, you see? You see who come? Where?
Oh, I see.
Oh, what's that?
Jumping Jiminy gee whiz, Betty. Here comes the Bagani. And he's still dressed up in his carabao head and crocodile skin.
But that isn't all, Billy. Look what he's got in his arm.
Holy smoke, he's got a portable radio set with him. He's taking it from the inside of Carolina.
Uncle Jim, what's he going to do with it?
I don't know, Betty, but I can guess. He's going to show it to the chief. He's going to tell the chief that the great God Carolina didn't really talk at all.
But neither the chief nor the Bagani have ever seen a radio before, Uncle Jim. It'll still seem like magic to them.
That's right, Jack. It'll still be magic to them, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is whether Carolina actually spoke to the chief or not.
Do you mean if the chief believes it wasn't Carolina who spoke to him, but just our magic radio set, and the chief won't do what Carolina told him to do?
That's exactly it, Billy. He may still be afraid of the star magic, but he won't be afraid of the anger of the wooden god.
Oh, isn't there anything we can do to keep the Bagani from explaining it all to the chief?
I'm afraid not, Betty. We can't very well stop the medicine man by force.
I've an idea, Uncle Jim. Maybe we can keep the chief from listening to the Bagani. Maybe we can make him good and mad at the Bagani.
How'll you do that, Jack?
I'll show you. Where's Manuel? Oh, here he is. Manuel, I want you to say something to the chief that'll make him mad.
Jack? Me no understand.
Here, I'll show you. I'll get out the mic to my set. Here it is. Now, just as soon as the Bagani gets to the chief and starts to tell him about finding that radio set inside Carolina, I want you to call to the chief.
Oh, I see what you're doing, Jack. When Manuel speaks into the mic, it'll come out of the radio set that the Bagani is holding.
That's right, Betty. And the chief will think the Bagani's talking.
Golly, that's a swell idea, Jack. You better hurry, though. The Bagani's almost here.
Here, Manuel, you get behind Billy and Betty and me. Then no one will notice that you're speaking into the mic. When I turn on the switch, lay it on thick.
Oh, me understand, Jack. Me tell him something he not like.
There's the Bagani now. He's holding onto that walkie-talkie for dear life. All right, Manuel, talk into the mic.
Oh, look at the Bagani staring at the walkie-talkie.
Oh, but look at the chief, Betty. He can hardly believe his ears. Hey, look at that scowl on his face.
Tell him some more, Manuel.
Oh, look at the the natives. They're jumping to their feet.
Stop trying to catfish. We've started something now, Jack. Say, this is getting serious. The chief is reaching for his knife.
Oh, look at the Pagani. He's taken off his carabao head. He's trying to explain to the chief.
But the chief isn't listening, Betty. He's walking toward the Pagani with his knife in his hand. Oh, boy, is he mad.
They've gone a little too far, Jack. Things are getting out of hand. Malua, say something that'll make the chief feel better.
Me fix, Uncle Jim. Me laugh. Me make 'em all laugh. You see.
All right, Malua. Laugh into the mic. See if it'll work.
Me too,
Betty. Oh, but look at the chief. He stopped in his tracks. Keep it up, Malua. Just a moment more, the chief will forget he was angry.
And a moment more, the chief will be laughing, too.
Just look at the Pagani, Uncle Jim. Why, even his ugly old face is starting to smile. Keep it up, Malua. Everybody's going out laughing.
Are we ever going to stop this? I can't even stop myself.
Hey, Betty. Malua really started something this time. I don't know how he'll stop it.
Now's a good time to get that radio set from the Pagani, Jack, while everyone's doubled up laughing.
Yeah, the Pagani has set down the radio. Explain this chief, Jack. Let's go. We'll take it to the Pagani as soon as we get out of here, Jack. Okay, Jack. I bet you the Pagani won't even know we've taken it. Here it is. Bring it on your back, quick. I got it, Jack. Jiminy, are they going to keep on laughing forever? It looks that way. I can't stop. Let's get back to Uncle Jim. Oh, my throat begins to hurt, Jack. I got to stop, but I can't. I don't know what we're going to do with you, Uncle Jim. I don't know, Jack. I think...
What's happened? What's everyone looking at?
Look, Uncle Jim. Look coming through the village. Why, it's a Moro.
I see him, Jack. From the way he's dressed, I'd say he was a high-ranking Moro. Who is he, Malua? Do you know him?
Me know him, Uncle Jim. Him come from Sultan Boloa.
From Sultan Boloa? What's he doing here?
Me not know, Jack. But me think him bring news. Maybe big battle start soon between Boloa and Sultan Natan. Or maybe him come talk to white prisoner. Me find out soon.
Say, what's up now? Has this important-looking Moro from Sultan Boloa brought news of the impending battle? Or has he come to make one final effort to get Professor Loring's secret from him? In either case, there are going to be exciting doings in that Mandayan village very soon. So be sure to listen in, all of you, at this same time next Monday for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Look, this is absolutely the last call on the luminous gardenia bracelet. Yes, it's the very last time I can tell you about it, so listen carefully. This is your grand opportunity to own a bracelet that's absolutely new and different from any you've ever seen. Just think, you can now wear a beautiful plastic gardenia bracelet that actually glows in the dark. One that's just as lovely at night as it is in broad daylight. So if you girls want one for yourself, or if you fellas want to order one for Mother, this is your last chance. Your order must be in the mails not later than midnight tomorrow. Now, there's no time to wait. Send the top from one Wheaties package together with your name and address and 25 cents, 1 quarter, to Betty, care of Wheaties, Minneapolis, Minnesota. But hurry. After midnight tomorrow, you'll be too late. Get your order for a luminous gardenia bracelet in the mail tonight.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brand.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye till Monday for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. You know, fellas and girls, the thought just struck me this morning. Spring is just around the corner. Look what's happening down in the big league training camps. Your favorite baseball stars are busy getting in shape for another great season. And right now, young athletes all over the country are working out in school and college gyms so they'll be set for early spring track meets and tennis matches. Yes, sir, spring is definitely on the way. And let me ask you, what are you going to do about it? Well, if you're planning to make a name for yourself in school sports these next few months, if you want to start getting in tip-top condition for all the fun that's coming, the thing to do is get in spring training. That's right. Get in spring training just like Joe DiMaggio and Bucky Walters and Bob Feller are doing. These champions know the value of training. They know how it helps to give you a head start toward better performance at your favorite game. And, of course, the training system lots of your favorite athletes recommend is, sure enough, the 3 famous training rules of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Champion Joe DiMaggio himself says, I put my okay on Jack Armstrong's training rules as one of the very best training systems I know for young athletes. You can really learn a lot about training for champion baseball when you start following those swell rules. Here's the system Joe DiMaggio advises. First, get lots of sleep, fresh air, and exercise. Second, use plenty of soap and water every day. Third, eat a genuine breakfast of champions every single morning. A big bowl full of nourishing whole wheat, those crunchy flakes called Wheaties with milk or cream and the fruit you like best. I'm telling you, that breakfast of champions has put a brand new kick into the training schedule of hundreds of great athletes. And it's sure to make training more fun for you, too. Talk about winning flavor. I miss my guess if you don't agree that Wheaties hand you the grandest flavor treat you've ever enjoyed. And nourishment. Well, it would be mighty hard to find a breakfast dish that can top Wheaties at giving you real bodybuilding nourishment. Those toasted Wheaties flakes are a preferred cereal, brimming with all the well-known nourishment of the natural whole wheat grain. You'd better get yourself some Wheaties right away quick. They're swell for training. And now Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. A high-ranking moral messenger from Sultan Buloa had just come to the Mandayan village in the interior of Mindanao. While the chief and his tribesmen are waiting to receive the moral messenger, Jack Armstrong and Billy, Betty, Uncle Jim, and Malua are waiting on the outskirts of the crowd to see what news the messenger brings. They have come to the village to rescue Professor Loring, whom they believe to be held prisoner there, although the chief has denied having any white prisoner. The beachcomber Whisper is waiting on a nearby lake in the Outer Gyro, prepared to fly over the village to help Jack and the others if necessary. This moral messenger from Sultan Buloa is walking imperiously toward the chief. He may bring news of impending war between Buloa and Sultan Natang, or he may have come in a final effort to extort Professor Loring's secret from him. While Jack and the others wait a little distance from the chief, Malua is preparing to edge up and listen in on whatever the messenger has to say. Listen.
Jumping crickets, Jack. The messenger looks as though he has something important to say.
It must be important, Billy, or he wouldn't have come here.
Maybe he came here to try to get Professor Loring to talk, Jack.
That may be one of the reasons, Betty, but I'll bet there's another reason, too. I'll bet it has something to do with this war that's about to break out between Sultan Buloa and Sultan Natang. Don't you think so, Uncle Jim?
Well, I shouldn't be surprised, Jack. Hey, Malua, I thought you were going over there to see what that Mora has to say.
Me go soon, Uncle Jim. Moro not say anything to Chief till he make big talk for everybody.
You mean he's going to make a speech to the whole tribe?
That's right, Betty. Moro always make big talk for everybody first, then in talk to Chief. You see.
I guess you're right, Malua. He's holding up his hand for quiet.
Look how intense all the natives are, Uncle Jim. They seem to think he has something important to say.
They all know that there's going to be a showdown between Buloa and Natang, Jack. And since they're allies of Buloa, they'll have to fight if the war starts.
Sounds to me as though he's talking the Moro dialect.
That's right, Billy. Him speak Moro style, but everybody understand him just saying.
Well, can you understand what he's saying from here, Malua?
We understand, Betty. Soon we tell you what him say. Me not like it.
But why don't you get closer to him, Malua? Don't you want him to see you?
You're right, Jack. He no want him see me yet. Him know me. Him know me, the friend Sultan Natang.
Oh, but the chief is bound to tell him you're here, Malua.
That's right, Betty. But chief not tell him yet.
If Chief Hobb told him not talk like him talk now.
You mean he's giving away secrets, Manuel?
That's right, Uncle Jim. Him tell many important things.
Gee, Manuel, I don't see how you can listen to him and listen to us, too.
Moro talk come in one ear, Billy. English talk come in other ear. We hear both talk.
Well, he's finished his speech now, Manuel. He's just standing there watching to see how the Mandayas took his talk. What'd he say?
Him say war, Uncle Jim.
War?
That's what him say. Him say very soon Sultan Paloa called together all tribes. They get many word in that. They get on big river, go to big lake where Sultan Natang stay. Then they have big battle.
Suffering catfish, Manuel. Does Sultan Natang know that Sultan Paloa is going to attack him?
Him know, Billy, but him not know when. Now soon, him know when. Me go Sultan Natang. Tell him when.
But you're not going until we rescue Professor Loring, are you, Manuel?
No, Jack. Me help you get Professor Loring first.
The Morrow sees us. He's pointing at us.
Look sharp, everyone. We don't know what's going to happen now.
Oh, the smoke is coming over toward us, and the chief is coming with him.
What do you think that Morrow will try to do, Manuel?
Him try get Chief tie me up, Jack. Then him take me Sultan Paloa.
Oh, Manuel. But you don't seem a bit afraid.
Him not afraid, Babby. Chief, him afraid Uncle Jim. Chief think Uncle Jim big medicine man. Chief afraid do anything me.
Suffering catfish. If that Morrow finds out that we're here to get Professor Loring, he'll want the chief to make us prisoners, too.
You know what, Billy. Chief still think great God Kalana our friend. Him still afraid white man magic.
Oh, the chief and the Morrow have stopped to talk things over.
Chief tell him we here get white prisoner.
Did he say he's going to give us the white prisoner, Manuel?
Him say him not give us white prisoner, Uncle Jim.
Oh, Jimonetti, now we've got to discover some way to rescue Professor Loring in spite of the chief.
But first, we've got to find out just where they're keeping Professor Loring, Billy. We know it's not right in the village.
Me go chief now, Uncle Jim. Me go talk him. Me show him manual, not afraid him. Me tell him again, you big medicine man. Him better be very careful.
All right, Manuel. You tell him that the great god Kalana and I are very angry with him, too.
He come back soon. You wait here.
Jack, look at the natives over there. What are they going to do?
Search me, Billy. Look at the medicine man, the Bagani. He's got his Carabao head on again, and he's dancing up and down in his crocodile skin.
And what's that those two natives are bringing to the Bagani, Jack?
Looks like one of their wooden idols, Billy. Yes, that's what it is. It's one of their wooden gods.
Oh, look. They're setting the wooden god on the ground near the Bagani, and he's dancing around it.
Big whales and little fishes. Now the natives are hopping up and down.
Well, Jim, what are they going to do?
Looks as though they're going into a war dance of some kind, Betty.
That's what they're doing, Uncle Jim. They're going into a war dance because of the news the Morrow messenger brought them.
Oh, I don't like it. They look so fierce and ferocious.
I don't like it either, Betty. Sometimes they get very much excited after a war dance. Then not even the chief can control them.
Here comes Manuel now, Uncle Jim. And look, the chief and the Morrow are going somewhere. And they're not going to the war dance either.
That's odd. I wonder. Well, Manuel, what's the point?
You know, Uncle Jim. Chief tell Morrow he will not hurt you.
I'm not worried about that, Manuel. But what's going on? What's the war dance?
Young man are big war dance now, Uncle Jim. For show Morrow, they all ready for fight when below us and work. Chief, him say him want us stay here, watch war dance.
So he wants us to stay here and watch the war dance, does he? But where are he and the Morrow going?
He not know, Jack. But me think they go for top white prisoner.
What's that, Manuel? They're going to Professor Loring?
Me think so, Uncle Jim. That's why Chief say we stay here watch war dance.
Shut them, but if we can watch where they're going, we'll know where Professor Loring is. We've got to follow them, Billy. We've got to find out where they're keeping Professor Loring.
That's right, Jack. You and me and me follow Chief and Morrow. We not let them see us. We find out.
I don't know about that, Manuel. That's pretty risky.
You trust me, Uncle Jim. No one see us. Everybody in village have war dance now. They'll not see us when we go.
But suppose the Morrow and the chief see you, Manuel.
Chief, he'll not do anything. He afraid white man magic.
But what about the Morrow? He doesn't believe in our magic.
You trust me, Uncle Jim. See, me got sharp follow and sash. We take care of Morrow if him get mad. But him not see us. We be very careful. You stay here with Betty. Jack and Billy come with me. We find out something.
All right, Manuel. I'll let Jack and Billy go with you. Billy, unstring your walkie-talkie set, put it back and give it to me. You keep your set, Jack, and we can talk to each other if anything happens. We can talk to Whisper, too, and get him here with the autogyro if we need him.
Here's my radio set, Uncle Jim. Switch it off.
We go now, Uncle Jim. You trust Manuel.
Come on, Billy. Say, where did the chief and that Morrow go to? They've disappeared.
They go this way, Jack. They go downhill this way.
But I don't see anything but trees over that way, Manuel.
That's right, Billy. We go through tree. Then we come little creek. Maybe temple somewhere on Little Creek.
So you still think that Professor Loring is kept in some temple, do you, Manuel?
We think so, Jack. We find out soon.
Are all the temples just like the one we saw, Manuel? Are they all just caves in the hillside filled with wooden gods?
That's right, Billy. Some temple big, some temple little. But all temples got wooden god inside.
We know at least one temple has got a crocodile inside it, too, Manuel. A crocodile in a deep pit.
All temple got crocodile, Jack. Mandaya think crocodile belong wooden god.
Oh, so that's why they feed their prisoners to the crocodiles, to make the wooden gods happy.
You're right, Billy. But we no let crocodile eat us.
You can bet we won't, Manuel. Not if I can help it.
Look back at the village, Billy. That war hint is getting to be something fierce.
Gee, liquor, it sure is. I hope they don't forget themselves and bother Uncle Jim and Betty.
You know worry, Billy. When my morrow at lake hear war dance, they come see what trouble. They ain't not let anything happen, Uncle Jim.
You've only got a handful of moros, Manuel.
But they brave moro, Jack. Mandai afraid of moro. You see.
I hope we don't have to see Manuel. I hate to see your moros fighting this whole tribe.
Watch these thorny vines between the trees, Billy. They'll tear your clothes off.
I'll say they will. Hey, there's a kind of path right here through the trees. The vines and bushes aren't so thick here.
These were chief and moro messenger go, Billy. We be careful now, huh? We not let them see us.
Where are they, Manuel? I don't see them anywhere.
They go downhill, Jack. They downhill by creek. Soon we see.
I want to see in that temple. Say, Manuel, do you really think there'll be crocodiles in that temple?
That's right, Billy. But you know see crocodile. Maybe.
Maybe? Jiminy gee whiz. Somebody's always trying to scare the daylights out of me.
Manuel, do you suppose... I mean, they won't let the crocodiles do anything to Professor Loring, will they?
Me no think so, Jack. Not yet. Maybe later, when they finish with Professor Loring, then they do something.
Suffering catfish and assault and below is about to declare war on floating that thing. They must be about through with Professor Loring.
We see, Billy. But we almost near Greek now. Must be very careful now. Make no noise. See? What do you see, Manuel? We see temple, Jack. There.
Yeah, look, Billy. There's the entrance to the temple, all right. I can see two wooden idols in front of it. Did the chief and the Moro go in there, Manuel?
That's right, Jack. Maybe we find Professor Loring in there, huh? Come. We go there now.
Boy, oh boy. Do you suppose that Professor Loring really is somewhere in that temple? Anyway, Jack and Billy and Manuel are going to find out. And you'll want to be with them when they find out, because there's no telling what will happen. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, make up your mind to have an honest-to-goodness breakfast of champions every morning this week. That means a big helping of solid nourishment and zippy flavor every time you sit down to a big bowl full of those crisp Wheaties flakes with milk or cream and your favorite kind of fruit. Boy, that's eating. Real champion eating pleasure. Better make sure you have plenty of Wheaties on hand.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with olive bran.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just try Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions.
Jack Armstrong! Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions, known throughout the land.
Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, bring you the thrilling adventures of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. I'm telling you, fellas and girls, I wouldn't change this year of 1941 for any other year on the calendar. These are exciting days we're living in, and important days, with America preparing for the greatest national defense effort this country has ever made. We're building a fine army for ourselves, the mightiest army of trained, efficient soldiers we've ever known. And out on the great ocean surrounding us, the United States Navy is on patrol. Battleships, cruisers, and fast destroyers by the score. And up in the blue sky, you can hear the steady drone of airplane engines. Scouts and pursuit ships and long-distance bombers, manned by the finest flyers in the world, pilots of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps. Yes, sir, America really knows how to defend herself. And this national preparedness movement is one we all want to have a part in. That's why I'm proud, mighty proud, to report this exciting news I've just received from the makers of Wheaties. Our own favorite Breakfast of Champions is a regular standby in many Army, Navy, and Marine bases. That's right. A good many soldiers and sailors and Marines are enjoying the very same championship breakfast you can eat every morning in your own home. Why, say, I couldn't possibly begin to name all the forts and airfields and naval bases that are ordering Wheaties every month. They extend from Alaska to Florida and from our East Coast way out to the Hawaiian Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Yes, sir, Wheaties have been sent to the Alaska Defense Forces in Anchorage, Alaska, to Fort Myer, Virginia, to the Philadelphia Navy Yard, to the Marine Barracks in Parris Island, South Carolina, to the Naval Air Station at Jacksonville, Florida, and to many other bases all over the country. Of course, you know that Wheaties are tops at handing out the kind of bodybuilding nourishment active men need. And you can make up your mind to it. A big bowl full of those extra good Wheaties flakes with lots of milk and fruit will really deliver the kind of champion nourishment you want to. I hope you've got your bid in for a Breakfast of Champions every single morning. And now, Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. While Uncle Jim and Betty remain at the Mandayan village, watching the savage natives dancing their war dance, Jack Armstrong and Billy and Melua have followed the Mandayan chief and a Moro messenger from Sultan Buloa. The chief and the Moro have gone into a cave whose entrance is at the bottom of a ravine cut by a mountain stream. This cave is one of the temples of the Mandayas, and Jack thinks that the missing Professor Loring may be held prisoner inside this temple. Right now, as Jack and Billy and Melua are cautiously looking inside this cave, they hear the subdued murmur of conversation coming from the back of the temple. Listen.
Careful now, Billy. Keep close to the side of the entrance as we look in. We don't want anyone inside to see us.
I'll hug this rock wall, Jack. But it sounds as though the chief and that Moro were way back in the temple.
It sounds to me as if there were a flock of men inside there, Billy. How about it, Melua?
You're right, Jack. Soon we see, huh? We think maybe are many sentries in temple.
If Professor Loring is really in there, they must have some sentries guarding him. They wouldn't leave him alone.
I wish I could see inside. Say, this entrance is a sort of tunnel, and it's curving to the left.
Now we can see, Jack. Chimney, why, it's a huge temple inside.
It's hard to see how big it is, Billy. It's so dark in there. But look, there's a kind of light at the far end. Now, how do you figure that?
We think have some kind fire far in temple, Jack.
That's what it is, Jack. There's a small fire that lights up the back end of the temple. And look, there's a bunch of men back there. I can see them in the firelight.
I'll say there are. Well, there must be about 8 men there. And they're forming a circle around something. Who are all those men, Melua?
One man, him chief, Jack. One man, Moro messenger. Other men, maybe they Mandayas. Stay in cave for watch white man prisoner, huh?
Suffering catfish, then Professor Loring must be back there, too.
They must be forming a circle around him, Billy. Look, I can see what's in the center of the circle now. Why, it looks like a tall table made out of rock.
You're right, Jack. That small table made rock. Maybe white man prisoner on that small table.
Holy smoke, you mean they keep their prisoner lying down on a sort of pedestal like that?
Maybe, Billy. Maybe they keep prisoner there so wouldn't God see.
You mean it's a sort of sacrificial table, eh, Melua?
Maybe, Jack. Sometime if they won't find out something from prisoner, they keep him on table long time.
Look, Jack, I think there's somebody on the table now. I think that the Moro is talking to him.
It looks that way, Billy. And it must be Professor Loring.
And we'd better tell Uncle Jim, Jack. If that is Professor Loring, we've got to find some way to save him.
We've got to make sure first that it is really Professor Loring, Billy. For all we know, it may be some native prisoner that they've captured. Melua, do you think we can get back there without being seen?
We think so, Jack. Maybe there be wooden idol in temple. Maybe we hide behind them, huh?
I think we could do it, Billy. We've certainly got to find out if that's Professor Loring.
We go inside now, what, Jack? Maybe sentry come back front of cave soon.
But, Jack, if we get inside, we may be trapped.
We've got to risk it, Billy. Look sharp now. We'll go inside and stick close to the right-hand wall. We'll go as far back as we can without being seen. If any of the natives come toward us, we'll hide behind one of those ugly wooden idols. Come on.
coming, Jack. I'll follow right behind him. Say, Mario, what about those crocodiles that the medicine men keep in these temples?
Crocodile here somewhere, Billy. But you know what crocodile always kept safe place.
Jiminy gee whiz, Mario. There's no safe place for a crocodile. I wish there were more light in this part of the temple. I don't want to step into any crocodile pit.
There's enough light for us to see what's ahead of us, Billy. Stay closer to the wall, Billy. They may see you if you get out in the open.
Okay, Jack. Say, what about the walkie-talkie radio set, Jack? Is it turned on to receive?
Yeah, but it's turned on low, Billy. If Uncle Jim should suddenly decide to talk to me with his set, we wouldn't want the loudspeaker to blare out through the temple.
Maybe you ought to talk to Uncle Jim now, Jack, and tell him what we're doing.
Well, I'll wait until we see if this prisoner is really Professor Loring, Billy. Unless Uncle Jim calls me.
Calling Jack Armstrong. Calling Jack Armstrong.
There's Uncle Jim now.
Jack Armstrong speaking. Hello, Uncle Jim.
Is everything going all right, Jack? Where are you now?
We're in one of the temples, Uncle Jim. We followed the chief and the Moro in here.
That's pretty dangerous, Jack. Do they know you're in the temple with them?
No, they don't, Uncle Jim. They're down at the far end of the temple. And there are 6 other natives with them. They're all gathered around a prisoner.
A prisoner? Is it Professor Loring?
We think so, Uncle Jim. We're edging toward that part of the temple now to find out for sure.
You've got to be careful, Jack. I don't like that risk you're taking.
You bet we'll be careful, Uncle Jim. What's going on in the village?
The natives are still having their war dance. They're getting pretty excited about it, too.
Oh, it seems to me that you and Betty are the ones who'd better be careful, Uncle Jim.
We're keeping an eye on things, Jack. Valuous Moros have come up from the lake. They're acting as bodyguard for Betty and me. And Whisper's standing by with the autogyro in case we need him to fly overhead and scare off the natives.
We're getting pretty close to the back of the temple, Uncle Jim. I won't talk to you anymore unless I have to. But you keep listening in case I have to call you.
All right, Jack. Let me know as soon as you find out if it is Professor Loring. We're going to have to devise some scheme to rescue him.
I'll let you know, Uncle Jim. I'll sign off for a while now.
Okay, Jack. Signing off.
Boy, oh boy, it's a relief to know that Uncle Jim knows where we are, just in case we get trapped in here.
I'll say it is, Billy. Easy now. We're getting pretty close.
Look, Jack, there's a whole group of wooden figures just ahead of us. If we could get behind them, they'd never see us.
Yeah, that'd be a dandy place to watch, Billy, and to listen to what's going on. But if any of them happened to look this way while we were getting there, they'd see us.
But none of them are looking this way now, Jack.
We'll try it, Billy. You go first when I say the word. There. No one's looking this way now. Tiptoe quickly.
That good place for hijack. You go now, huh?
All right, Manuel. And you join us just as soon as you can.
Wait, Jack. Someone looked this way.
I see him, Manuel. Billy got over there just in time. I'll keep behind this wooden idol until that native looks away.
Him look away now. Jack, you go.
Okay, Manuel.
Hurry, Jack. All for me.
I'm all right now, Billy. Now, let's take a look at... Billy! It is a white man on that stone table.
It's Professor Loring, Jack. Remember how he looked back at the laboratory in Hudson?
I'll get my mic out and contact Uncle Jim. Here it is. Calling Uncle Jim. Calling Uncle Jim.
Uncle Jim speaking. What is it, Jack?
We're close enough to see the prisoner, Uncle Jim. He's lying flat on his back, but I'm sure it's Professor Loring.
Now we're getting somewhere, Jack. Is he all right?
He's not moving, Uncle Jim. And he looks terribly thin, almost like a skeleton.
But is he alive, Jack?
He must be alive, Uncle Jim. The Moro's talking to him.
Can you hear him, Jack? Is he talking English?
I can't hear a word, Uncle Jim. Some of the other natives are talking, too.
Are you in a safe place, Jack? Are you where they can't see you?
We're in a swell place, Uncle Jim. We'll stick around a little while and see what we can find out.
All right, Jack. Perhaps Magua can find out what the Moro is saying if he's talking the dialect. I'll keep listening in.
All right, Uncle Jim. I'll sign off now. Look, Billy. Some of the natives are leaving. They're going to the front of the temple.
Suffering catfish. It looks as though they're all leaving except the Moro.
Keep crouched behind these wooden gods, Billy. I wish Manuel... Oh, here you are, Manuel. What's going on?
Meeting Moro send everybody front of temple, Jack. Maybe him want talk white man prisoner alone.
It looks that way, all right. Say, what's the Moro got in his hand?
That coconut shell, Jack.
But Jiminy Jupiter, what's in the coconut shell?
Meeting water in shell, be.
Oh, he's going to give Professor Loring a drink of water.
Me not think so, Jack. Me think him let white man prisoner see water. But him no give him.
What? That's what he's doing, Jack. I bet you Professor Loring hasn't had a drink of water for days, and the Moro is trying to bribe him to talk with that water.
Maybe you're right, Billy. Say, look how Professor Loring is made fast to that stone table. Why, he's fastened with an iron chain and a great big padlock.
Gosh, old Willikins, where on earth did the Mandayas ever get a chain and padlock?
Maybe all Spanish chain, Billy. When Spanish here, they use planation.
That's where it came from, all right. From the days when the Spaniards ruled the country. But that means we've got to get the key to the lock before we can get Professor Loring loose.
Me think he's somewhere in temple, Jack.
Great whales and little fishes, Manuel. It'll be some job to find it. Shh, Billy.
White man want drink, huh?
Yes. Give me a drink of water.
Me give you drink. Me give you drink when you tell where magic land is.
What does he mean by the magic lane, Jack?
He must mean the place where the uranium deposits are, Billy. That's the information Geppetto's been trying to get.
What you say, white man? You tell me where magic land is, huh? Then me give you a drink.
No, I won't tell you. I won't tell Baloa.
Then me no drink. Look, me put drink here. Me put drink here where you see. But you no get drink. How you like that, huh?
Wait, Jack, we've got to do something. We can't just stay here and see Professor Loring suffer that way.
Keep your head, Billy. Let's see what's going on at the front end of the temple. Why, everyone's gone. They've left the temple.
They don't go far, Jack. They go outside, so no one else come in while Moro talk white man prisoners.
Oh, look, Jack. Professor Loring's head has dropped back. His eyes are closed. We've got to help him soon, Jack, or it may be too late.
You're right, Billy. Say, since that messenger is a Moro, maybe he's afraid of the Dragon's Eye ring. What about him, Malua?
That's right, Jack. All Moro afraid of ring the Chinese knife.
I've got it here in my pocket. Here it is. Look at it burn with its green fire. Malua, now's the time to use this ring.
You're right, Jack. You give me ring. Maybe we got big surprise for Moro, huh?
But we've got to get the key to that padlock, Jack. We can't rescue Professor Loring without that.
The first thing to do is to get some water to him before it's too late, Billy. And maybe that Moro knows where the key is hidden. Here, Malua, here's the ring. And just in case that Moro doesn't believe in the magic of the ring, you'd better have your bolo ready for action. Now, go ahead and do your stuff. Say, didn't Jack forget one thing? Didn't he forget to tell Uncle Jim what they're going to do? Because that Moro isn't by himself. Don't forget that the native sentries are just outside the temple, and a single outcry will bring them in. You certainly won't want to miss what's coming in this exciting rescue of Professor Loring. So listen in, all of you, at this same time tomorrow for another thrilling episode of The Adventure of the Missing Professor Loring with Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy. Now, let's have Wheaties for breakfast tomorrow morning. A big bowl full of those extra good Wheaties flakes with lots of milk or cream and a glass of fruit juice. On every count, nourishment and satisfaction and keen, fresh flavor. That's your breakfast of champions.
Have you tried Wheaties? They're whole wheat with all of the brands.
This is Franklin McCormick saying goodbye until tomorrow for General Mills, makers of Wheaties, Breakfast of Champions, who have just presented another episode of Jack Armstrong, the All-American Boy.
So just buy Wheaties, the best breakfast food in the land. Wave the flag for Hudson High, boys. Show them how we stand. Ever shall our team be champions.
Your Beauty Hope and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks manages to keep pretty busy teaching English at Madison High School. But in spite of her preoccupation with her own subject, she's managed to find quite a bit of time lately to pursue the study of biology.
One thing is certain. I've spent more time pursuing the study of biology than the biology teacher has spent pursuing me. It isn't that Mr. Boynton doesn't believe in romance. After all, if it weren't for him, Alice and Vincent, Mabel and Ted, and Bernice and Henry would never have gotten together. And everybody knows they're six of the happiest rabbits in town. Anyway, I was pretty surprised last week when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, told me that Mr. Boynton had borrowed my copy of Rossand's Cyrano de Bergerac from our library. We were discussing it last Thursday morning while Mrs. Davis was getting breakfast ready.
I can't understand it, Connie. Cyrano is a very romantic place. Does Mr. Boynton read that kind of literature?
I doubt it very much, although he surprised me once before this when I saw a book on his desk called Come Fly With Me.
That sounds like a very racy novel.
That's what I thought till I saw the rest of the title. That read, The Life and Times of an African Tsetse Fly.
Yes, maybe now that the weather's getting nicer, we'll warm up a bit. Remember the old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy.
Not Mr. Boynton. He's no fancier in the spring than he is in the winter. Oh, that must be Walter Denton. I asked him to pick me up this morning. Coming. Oh, come in, Walter.
Thanks, Miss Brooks.
Come on into the dinette. I was about to have some breakfast. Will you join me?
No, thanks, Miss Brooks. I couldn't eat a thing. Not the way I feel.
What's the matter, Walter? Are you ill?
Well, not physically.
Mentally?
No, not mentally either. I guess it's what you'd call spiritual mal de mer. You know what they say? When love enters the heart, appetite flees the stomach.
Who says that?
I don't know. I guess it's anonymous.
It deserves to be.
Hello, Walter. Oh, how are you, Mrs. Davis? Fine, thanks. I'll set a place for you right here. Just sit down and we'll have a nice breakfast in a jiffy.
Walter doesn't want anything to eat, Mrs. Davis. He's got spiritual mal de mer.
Oh, that's too bad. But how about you, Connie? I've got a big bowl of fruit cake batter humming in the mixmaster. Or would you rather have a fried egg?
I'll just have some fruit juice and coffee, Mrs. Davis. If I don't watch my figure now, Mr. Boynton never will.
I'll have my eggs scrambled, Mrs. Davis. And just so you shouldn't waste the batter, you can give me a stack of wheats on the side. With maybe a couple of strips of bacon. Let's see now. What was I talking about again?
About love killing your appetite.
Oh, yeah. I'm really worried, Miss Brooks. It's about Harriet Conklin. She's been very cool to me lately.
Why? Have you been eating at her home, too?
No, it isn't that. It's this poetry she's been getting lately.
Poetry? From whom?
That's just the trouble. I don't know who from.
You don't know from whom?
I don't know from nothing. Somebody's been sending her love lyrics like mad. Here are your eggs, Walter. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. Miss Brooks, I suspect that the sender of the notes works around the cafeteria.
Why the cafeteria?
Because that's where she receives most of them. Whoever's writing the poetry has been sneaking it into her desserts.
How did you find that out?
Well, I've been suspicious for over a week. So yesterday, while Harriet wasn't looking, I switched desserts with her. And sure enough, tucked right in the middle of my chocolate eclair, Omar Khayyam. At least I think it was Omar Khayyam.
You mean you're not sure?
Well, it was pretty gooey.
That's Omar Khayyam, all right.
Here are the wheat cakes, Walter. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. Now, this thing has got me all at sea, Miss Brooks. I can't sleep at night. I can't study right. I can't eat.
I know. Here's the syrup, Walter.
Thanks. Some more butter, too, please?
Oh, sorry. Here you are. Listen, Walter, Harriet's just like any other adolescent. She's intrigued with the idea of having a secret admirer. Receiving anonymous poetry is a very romantic thing for a young girl.
Can you remember receiving any poetry, Miss Brooks? Back when you were young, I mean?
Just one, Walter. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow sent me the original copy of Evangeline.
Now you're kidding me, Miss Brooks. You must have been a baby when Longfellow was alive.
I was big for my age. Look, Walter, there's only one thing to do. Beat this unknown rival of yours at his own game.
You mean I should send her some anonymous poems and then after a while tell her it's been me all along?
Exactly. Now, doesn't that make you feel better?
It sure does. Oh, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Walter.
On second thought, I think I will have some breakfast. What have you got in the house?
Just our cat Minerva. You've eaten everything else.
And these are the main points of difference in the circulatory systems of cold and warm-blooded animals. Well, that'll be all for today.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but you asked me to wait after class?
Oh, yes, Walter. About that note you were scribbling while you should have been listening to my lecture on the North American tree toad. Hand it over, please.
But, Mr. Boynton, it's personal.
I'm sorry, Walter. I've got to find out what it is that's so much more important to you than the North American tree toad.
Well, all right, Mr. Boynton. But you won't learn much from this.
Well, let's see. Oh, it's a poem. "'Tis but for you that my heart does beat, and over it does repeat. As it says your name, it twists like a lariat, just because your name is Harriet."
Mr. Boynton, now you know. It's Harriet Conklin that's more important to me than a North American tree toad.
I didn't mean to embarrass you, Walter. I think our esteemed principal's daughter's a fine girl, and I'm quite fond of poetry myself.
You, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, me. There are things in my life besides toads, too.
Really? What?
Well, one of my favorite bits of verse is quite similar to the one you've written. It goes, your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. And the bell swings, and then your name rings out. And everything you do lives in my heart. Well, Walter, what do you think of it?
It's pretty mushy, if you ask me.
Not at all, Walter. That's one of the loveliest passages in Rostand Cyrano de Bergerac. You'd be surprised how efficacious those lines can be.
I sure would.
Here, I'll write it down for you. Now, I'm sure this will help you a great deal in your pursuit of the fair Harriet.
You certainly have a beautiful handwriting, Mr. Boynton. Gosh, Harriet practically swoons every time you write the questions on the blackboard.
Oh, that's very flattering, Walter. There you are.
I sure appreciate this, Mr. Boynton. Gosh, after all the trouble you've gone through already, I hate to ask you, but... Well, if this works, will you be my best man?
I have sent to you, Miss Brooks, for 2 reasons.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
First, I want you to pick up your allotment of report cards. You'll find them in one of those envelopes on the desk.
Yes, sir.
It's marked for Miss Brooks. Have you got it?
Not yet. Let's see here.
Well, now, they're all alphabetically listed. Are you looking under B?
But you said the envelope's marked for Miss Brooks. I've been looking under F. I found it, Mr. Conklin.
Well, good for you. Pick up your lifetime supply of lifesavers on the way out. Now, the second thing I want you to do is change my daughter Harriet's seat in your class.
Why? What's wrong with her present location?
She's right across the aisle from a case of walking arrested development called Walter Denton. Their very proximity has fostered an infantile romance, culminating in Harriet's receiving a series of mushy, ridiculous poems.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, Walter didn't send those
Just move him away from my daughter, or vice versa.
But Mr. Conklin, the poems that...
The only poem I'm interested in, Miss Brooks, goes, yours not to reason why, yours but to do or die.
I believe in private enterprise myself.
Good day, Miss Brooks.
But Mr. Conklin...
I have spoken.
Yes, master, I go.
Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive the way doctors advise.
36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise using Palmolive soap this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal. And using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Oily skin looked less oily. Dull, drab skin wonderfully brighter. Coarse-looking skin appeared finer. Here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvement within 14 days, for doctors prove this way, using Palmolive alone, really works. So get Palmolive soap and start today to win a lovelier complexion. And ladies, enter the $100,000 49 Gold Rush contest. The makers of Palmolive soap offer $49,000 first prize and over 4,900 other prizes. Get entry blanks and complete rules from your dealer now. You may win a fortune in cash.
When I left Mr. Conklin's office, I headed for my classroom again.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Guess what? I just found another poem smuggled into my history book. And this one is the loveliest one of all, and the most important, too. Because I know who sent it. I know at last who my secret admirer has been.
Look, Harriet. How do you know?
By his handwriting. Every time I've seen it on the blackboard, I've practically swooned. But Miss Brooks, he's a little older than I am, and what do you think an older man could become infatuated with a woman my age?
That's happened, but I'd think it over very carefully if I were you. The first man with whom I fell madly in love was a little older than I was, and because of the difference, our romance got nowhere.
How old were you at the time?
I was 3 and he was 68. I just knew it couldn't work out. I figured that by the time I'd come of age, he would have already went.
You're just teasing me, Miss Brooks. But this is a serious matter. I've got to let him know I know who he is.
How are you going to do that?
In a very subtle manner, Miss Brooks. I'll just give him back his poem without saying a word, and then he'll know that I know.
But, Harriet, your father doesn't admire your secret admirer.
Oh, he will. I wish I had an envelope to put this note in, though. I don't want to lose it before I meet him.
Here. You can use this envelope, Harriet. Wait till I take out these report cards. There you are. Now, I'd better be getting into my room, Harriet. I've got to sort these cards before my next class.
Very well, Miss Brooks. And Miss Brooks.
Yes?
Isn't love a wonderful feeling?
It's dandy.
Poor Miss Brooks. In love with the one who loves me. But that's life, I guess. The eternal triangle.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Have you seen Miss Brooks?
Mr. Boynton! Oh, dear Mr. Boynton. Dear Mr. Boynton. Au revoir, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, but Harriet, just a minute. What's this envelope? For Miss Brooks. Oh, I guess she wants me to give it to her. Funny how kids act sometimes.
Come in.
Busy, Miss Brooks?
Why, no, Mr. Boynton. I was just sorting these cards.
Well, I just dropped in to tell you how much I'm enjoying the book I borrowed. Of course, what with coaching the basketball team and all, I haven't finished it, but there are several passages in it that really remind me of my youth. I was a romantic kid, all right.
Them were the days.
In those days, I had a lot more, well, if you'll excuse the expression, intestinal fortitude.
You mean concerning, if you'll excuse the expression, girls?
Well, yes. You might not believe this, but I even wrote poetry. Isn't that silly?
I don't think it's silly at all.
You don't? Miss Brooks, if I were to... Well, that is, if you were to...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
What I mean is, in your honest opinion...
Yes?
How do you think the basketball team will make out tonight?
With you coaching them, they may back right out of the gym.
I've got to be running along, Miss Brooks. Maybe we can discuss Cyrano again at lunch.
All right, Mr. Boynton, but I'm still a little amazed at your interest in such amorous literature.
Well, maybe you've underestimated me, Miss Brooks.
Underestimated you?
Yes, I almost forgot this envelope. It's for you. Well, so long, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Boynton... Now, what is this all about? What's in here? Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. And the bell swings, and then your name rings out, and everything you do lives in my heart. Why, Mr. Boynton, you underestimated dog, you. Well, lunch period finally arrived, and I hurried into the cafeteria just as Mr. Boynton got there. This, of course, was pure coincidence. The same pure coincidence which has occurred every day for the past 2 years. The students' threat to boycott this cafeteria last week seems to have done some good, doesn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, indeed. They've even put flower pots around on the windowsills. Have you noticed them?
Those? I thought those were jars of Jell-O.
Yeah, I'm crazy about flowers, Miss Brooks. I just ordered some for my biology lab, and they certainly do a lot to relieve the drabness of a schoolroom.
So do you. I mean, aren't flower pots a pretty expensive luxury for a teacher?
Oh, they don't cost anything at all, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin gets them through the school nursery. You just tell him how many you want, he signs the requisition, and that's all there is to it. Well, you ought to get a dozen or so for your room.
My room? But it's so crowded, where would I put them?
On the windowsills.
Oh, that's right. The pupils who sit there could hold them on their lap.
Well, I suggest you request the small-sized pots, Miss Brooks. You'll be surprised how a few flowers will brighten things up. Frankly, when I was in your room this morning, it seemed rather cold.
Cold? For a biologist, you're a pretty bad judge of temperature. But if it's flower pots you want, it's flower pots you'll get. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to my room before my next class and make out the requisition.
Certainly, Miss Brooks.
But before I go, Mr. Boynton, this interest you have in flowers, does it extend to bees?
Yes, bees fascinate me.
Oh, then you know about the bees and the flowers.
Of course, that's the first thing a biologist has to learn.
But that was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Boynton?
Yes?
Don't you think you could use a refresher course? And so I would like a dozen small flower pots for my windowsill. Come in.
It's me, Stretch Snodgrass. You gotta help me, Miss Brooks. I got a problem.
A problem, Stretch?
Yeah, it's about Harriet Conklin.
No names, please. What's your problem, Stretch?
As you know, Walter Denton is my best friend, and I know he's gone on Harriet Conklin, but I'm gone on her, too. I realized as soon as I seen her that she was a real gone gal, Miss Brooks, and even though she's my best friend's girl, I can't help it. I'm gone on her.
Thank you, Nellie Lutcher.
Even Mr. Boynton has noticed how it's affected me. He coaches me in basketball, you know, and he said if I don't snap out of it, I won't get to play in the playoffs.
Well, why don't you tell Harriet how you feel about her? I'm sure Mr. Conklin would welcome the change.
I don't want to go with Mr. Conklin. Besides, I can't talk at all hardly when I'm near Harriet. I get so scared, I can't open my mouth.
Sounds like Mr. Boynton coaches you in something besides basketball.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I wouldn't want Harriet to find out how I feel. I just want to worship her from afar.
Believe me, Stretch, and I speak from experience, it's no fun from that distance.
You see, Miss Brooks, for quite a while now, I've been smuggling little notes to her every day without signing them.
So you're the one.
What one?
The one who's been slipping Omar Khayyam into Harriet's eclairs.
That's right. But I lost the book somewhere, so I had to make up today's poem myself. That's why I came to you, Miss Brooks. I want you to hear it and tell me if it's okay.
All right, Stretch, go ahead.
To Harriet. Oh, I love the dear silver that ain't in your hair. And the brow that ain't furrowed or wrinkled with care. I kiss the dear fingers not toil-worn for me. Oh, I love you, dear Harriet.
Well, what's the next line?
I couldn't think of another original one, so I just put down Mother McCree. Well, Miss Brooks, what's your honest opinion?
My honest opinion, Stretch, is that it's pretty abominable.
No kidding? And it's the very first poem I ever wrote.
Amazing. I know poets who've written for years without getting that abominable. Look, Stretch, if you want to make a hit with Harriet and get her mind off Walter, which will get Mr. Conklin's mind off me, you'll have to give her a different type of poem.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Well, something like, say, I've got one right here. There, it's all written out for you.
Let's see. Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. Miss Brooks, what's a bell's tongue?
It's right in front of the bell's tonsils.
And the bell swings, and then your name rings out, and everything you do lives in my heart.
What do you think of it, Stretch?
Keen. What I like about it, it's just the right size to fit into a Napoleon. I'll go right to the cafeteria now.
Oh, wait a minute, Stretch. I'd like you to do something for me first, if you don't mind.
Sure, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Just take this requisition to Mr. Conklin's office, will you?
Sure, right away.
No detours now. I want those flower pots as soon as possible.
Okay, and thanks for the poem, Miss Brooks.
Well, if it isn't Stretch Snodgrass.
Harriet. Oh, gosh, Harriet, you're just the one I wanted to see. Harriet, even though you're Walter's girl, I mean, well, I can't help it. I've just got to tell you how I feel about you. Harriet, I think you're abominable. I felt it right from the start. There's something I want you to have, Harriet. Here, take it.
Hey, wait a second, Harriet. I'll walk you down to the... Oh, hiya, Stretch.
Hello, Walter. I can't talk to you now. I got to hurry and deliver a message to Mr. Conklin. So long, Harriet. Goodbye, everybody.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know. He seems awfully mixed up. He told me I was abominable, and then he gave me this note.
The note? Well, what does it say?
I don't quite understand it. It says, I would like a dozen small flower pots for my windowsill.
Ask Miss Brooks to step into my office immediately, please.
Now then, Stretch, you're positive Miss Brooks told you to give me this note?
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
I see. Well, that will be all, Stretch. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue. And evermore with love I tremble. Now, really. Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, Miss Brooks, I did. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Miss Brooks, I don't know quite how to begin. I received your note, of course, and, well, I never suspected you felt the way you do.
Well, I did decide rather recently, Mr. Conklin.
But, Miss Brooks, you know Mrs. Conklin so well. What do you suppose she'd say?
Don't you think she'd like the idea?
Like the idea?
Mr. Conklin, aren't you exaggerating the importance of my little note? It isn't as if I'm asking for the moon. All I want is some little ones.
Little ones?
Yes. I've got as much right to them as anybody else, haven't I?
But, Miss Brooks...
If a dozen is too many, I'll settle for 6. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have them by the end of the day.
You've been working very hard lately, and I know conditions here aren't too good. And
Conditions aren't too good in any school, Mr. Conklin. That's one of the reasons I want them.
Let me review this request, Miss Brooks. You say you want 6 little ones by the end of the day.
That's right. I'd like to string them along my windowsill.
String them along your windowsill?
Well, that's better than letting them lie around the nursery, isn't it?
But why do you come to me?
Because you supply the whole school.
Miss Brooks, what are you talking about?
Flower pot. I want you to sign the requisition for me.
Requisition? But I didn't get a requisition. Here's what Snodgrass brought me.
Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue.
Excuse me, Daddy, but there's been a terrible mistake.
What are you talking about, Harriet? Why aren't you in class, Denton?
It was Stretch's mistake, Mr. Conklin.
I guess I got excited.
Oh, pardon me, but the door was open, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Boynton, what is this, a convention?
I heard you were called up on the carpet, Miss Brooks, so I thought I'd come by and see if there was anything I could do.
Oh, that was very sweet of you, Mr. Boynton. It's about the poem that was
What's going on here? What's all this poem nonsense, anyway?
But don't you see, Daddy? Stretch gave you the poem he was planning to give me by mistake.
But he wasn't the only one that gave Harriet a poem. I did, too. I put one in her history book.
What?
But it wasn't my idea, Mr. Conklin.
Then whose idea was it?
Did they take women in the Foreign Legion?
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo and be a dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Harriet was so impressed by Walter's efforts to woo her away from her secret admirer that she forgot about Mr. Boynton and Stretch before you could say, your name hangs in my heart like a tongue in Barney's delicatessen. As for Stretch, he, of course, was heartbroken, but out of his soul-shaking anguish came another great original composition, which he cleverly entitled Melancholy Baby. I had a date with Mr. Boynton that night, and while I was waiting for him to pick me up, Mrs. Davis and I were chatting in the living room.
Well, Connie, do you think that his reading Cyrano will change Mr. Boynton's bashful attitude any?
I hope so, Mrs. Davis. He certainly has been backward when it comes... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Boynton. I just wanted to let you know I've certainly had my eyes opened by this book you loaned me.
You mean Cyrano, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, it's wonderful, Miss Brooks, and it's made me realize something I should have known long ago.
What's that, Mr. Boynton?
I don't read half enough. So if you don't mind, Miss Brooks, I'd like to call off our date tonight and stay home and finish the book.
Mr. Boynton?
Yes?
May I suggest another book for you to read?
What book is that, Miss Brooks?
It's called Everything Comes to Him Who Waits. But, brother, you're waiting too long.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch.
Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way.
For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Life with Luigi, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden.
It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, many of the nation's schools commence a new semester on Monday. And Madison High School, where our Miss Brooks teaches English, is one of them. Although the others usually dispense with classes on the last day or two of the old term, Madison did not.
No, indeed. Our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin, saw to that. In fact, he was quite chagrined when a cloudburst last Friday kept almost all of the student body at home. Even members of the faculty didn't get down, except a handful of teachers, me. Since Mr. Conklin didn't show up until quite late, I took it upon myself to dismiss the few soaked pupils who were floating around the halls. Saturday morning at breakfast, I discussed the situation with my landlady.
And what did Mr. Conklin say when you told him you had canceled school for the day, Connie?
He didn't say a word, Mrs. Davis, until he came down off the ceiling. Then he accused me of usurping his function as a principal and throwing a monkey wrench into his plan for getting the jump on the other schools.
What sort of plan did he have, Connie?
Well, he felt that schedules should be revised and classes assigned before the first day of the new semester. Hence, we have all been invited to appear at school today.
But this is Saturday, Connie. Mr. Conklin hasn't the authority to make anybody come to school.
He doesn't make anybody come. He's put it on a voluntary basis. For both the student body and the faculty, it's strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Come or die.
I can't understand some of you teachers, Connie. Why do you let Mr. Conklin drive you this way? What are you all? A bunch of geese?
I don't know about the others, but don't be surprised if some morning you find a feather by my empty bed. You see, Mrs. Davis, I've been in so much trouble with Mr. Conklin during the past term. I don't dare start the new one off on the wrong foot. Oh, that's probably Walter Denton. He's giving down to school. Come in, Walter.
It certainly is nice of Walter to call for you this morning.
Yes, it is, considering that I made it quite clear to him that his driving me was strictly optional.
Really?
Of course. Be here or flunk.
Hi, Mrs. Davis. And to you, most revered and admired of all local educators, I bow deeply from the waist.
Thank you, and get your head out of the milk pitcher. Sit down, Walter. I'll pour you a glass.
Ah, thanks. Would you like something else, Walter? What have you got? Oh, cereal, eggs, sausage, bacon, toast. And that'll be fine.
Obviously, you haven't had anything to eat since breakfast.
Oh, that's right, Miss Brooks. Over an hour ago. A growing boy should eat a lot, especially if you want to grow up and be big and strong like Hopalong Cassidy.
If Hopalong Cassidy ate like Walter, he'd never make it to the saddle.
That's a good one. I'll go fix a nice plate for you, Walter. Oh, how do you take your eggs?
4 in the mouth and 6 intravenously.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, you make me sound like a pig. Just scramble a few with some bacon and sausages, Mrs. Davis, please. All right, dear. Well, this is great. What better way to start off the day than a resounding second breakfast with my favorite school teacher?
For a kid who's going to school on Saturday, you sound pretty chipper, Walter.
Ah, but that's where you're wrong, Miss Brooks. I'm not going to school today. None of the students are. We held a mass meeting last night and decided that the only course to pursue was open rebellion.
What?
The issues are clear, Miss Brooks. If we let old Marblehead haul us into school today...
Now, just a minute, Walter. I won't have you referring to the principal of our school in such a disrespectful manner.
Sorry, Miss Brooks, but don't you see? If we submit to his demand that we attend school on Saturday, what's to prevent him from dragging us down on Sunday? Or even holidays? Oh, I can just picture it. Christmas weekend comes. Everybody's off having fun. But our principal decrees that we must spend every day of our vacation in school.
Old Marblehead wouldn't dare.
Don't you worry, Miss Brooks. Even though we all recognize this for the tyranny that it is a short-lived tyranny. Our spokesman elected unanimously at last night's meeting will see to that.
Spokesman? Whom did you elect?
Let me be the first to congratulate you. What more logical choice, may I add, to slay the tyrant?
Now, wait a second, Walter. It just happens that I didn't renew my card in the Tyrant Slayers Union. I'm in enough hot water now for canceling school yesterday.
Well, that was different. It was an emergency. Plus which nobody was there anyway. But don't worry about it now. We can plan our campaign on the way down to school.
I thought you said you weren't going.
Of course I'm going. I'm in charge of the picket line. As one of the organizers of this rebellion, it's up to me to see that the protest meeting this morning goes off without a flaw.
Are you sure you've got the eyebrows for this kind of work?
Oh, we've got a great program lined up, Miss Brooks. Some of the kids are bringing a dummy down so we can hang Mr. Conklin in effigy.
But, Walter, that's a pretty violent way of protesting.
Oh, it'll all be in fun. Sort of. Well, even Mr. Conklin's daughter Harriet's on our side. So, here's the plan, Miss Brooks. First, we're going to have one last talk with Mr. Conklin. Then we're going to go out and hang the dummy. Well, what do you think of the scheme?
It's a dandy, Walter. Of course, it would be more effective if you had one last talk with the dummy and then went out... Oh, there I go with that wishful thinking. For a group who decided not to come to school today, there's quite a crowd on the campus.
I wonder where Stretch Snodgrass is. He's supposed to carry the dummy over to the flagpole.
As Madison's star athlete, he deserves the honor, but let me offer a word of caution, Walter.
What's that, Miss Brooks?
Well, I don't want to cast any aspersions on Stretch's mentality, but if he's carrying the dummy, be very careful who you string up.
Oh, here he is now. Hi, hiya, Stretch.
Oh, hi, Walter. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Stretch.
I made up a slogan for one of the picket signs, Walter, but I'm afraid it might be a teeny-weeny bit disrespectful. Want to hear it?
Sure, how does it go?
It goes, Mr. Conklin is very unfair. I'm going to wash that guy right out of my hair.
I don't think a slogan like that's too disrespectful. Do you, Miss Brooks?
Not if you want to finish your education in another part of the state.
The real fun will come later, Miss Brooks. We're going to hang Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
In a what?
In a figgy.
Will he fit in a figgy?
No, he means in effigy, Miss Brooks.
Oh, I kind of liked it the other way.
Yeah, I better get the thing now. I'll see you later, Miss Brooks. Bye, Walter.
So long, pal. Well, everything's rolling right along. Let's see if Mr. Conklin got here yet.
Hello, Miss Brooks. Walter? Well, I just talked to Daddy, and he's livid. He blames you for the entire insurrection, Miss Brooks.
Me?
I tried to reason with him. I even told him that you weren't present when we named you our spokesman, although it was a foregone conclusion that you'd accept the honor with great enthusiasm.
That's getting me off the hook.
Daddy says if you hadn't canceled school yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. You're in an awful spot.
Gosh, I didn't mean to get you into such a jam, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm in it, and it's up to me to get out of it. Please don't think I'm a Benedict Arnold, but I'd better get up on the school steps and have a little talk with some of these strikers.
Well, it probably won't do any good, but I can't blame you for trying.
Students! Boys and girls, I'd like to talk to you for just a moment. Quiet, please. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you all have as much pride in your school as any members of the faculty have, or as its principal, Mr. Conklin, has. Please, I'm just trying to tell you that by working for a few hours today, we can be prepared to launch our new semester on Monday with a minimum of confusion, thus assuring us of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all of the benefits and privileges which every American has come to see.
And so, Miss Brooks, I hold you personally responsible for the fact that these malcontents are not in their classrooms yet.
But, Mr. Conklin, I really tried to...
Excuse me. This is Osgood Conklin's office. Mr. Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Conklin. This is Mr. Stone at the Board of Education.
Oh, hello, Mr. Stone. How's every little
I've no
thing?
time for chit-chat. A rather disturbing rumor has reached me to the effect that you've summoned your student body to school today.
My student body?
You realize, of course, that such an action on your part without sanction from the board would constitute a breach of authority that could lead to your immediate dismissal?
Yes, sir, yes, of course. Now, I can't for the life of me imagine where these ridiculous rumors begin. Why, I'm here all alone. Not another soul in the office. Bless you.
Shut up!
I'm sorry, sir. My cat has a cold. But about that rumor, the only reason I'm in the office is to get out some letters.
Good. I thought you had better sense than to do anything that autocratic. Oh, by the way, Osgood, I'll be in your neighborhood in a little while. Perhaps I'll drop in to discuss some board matters with you.
Fine, Mr. Stone. That'll be just grand. I'll look forward to seeing you.
Very well. Goodbye, Osgood.
Goodbye, Mr. Stone. Well, Miss Brooks, sometimes everything happens for the best. Because of you, no child has set foot in this building as yet. Is that right?
I guess not, Mr. Conklin, but if you'll just wait until
I'll be frank with you, Miss Brooks. If they had come in, it could have meant my dismissal. I don't understand Mr. Stone's attitude, but, well, go out to your youthful charges and inform them that there is no school today.
Oh, fine, Mr. Conklin.
You did it, Miss Brooks. I didn't think you could do it, but you did it.
What are you talking about, Denton?
Oh, she was wonderful, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks made a speech a few minutes ago that'll go down in Madison's history. Yes, sir. Every student is in his or her classroom right now. And believe me, Mr. Conklin, wild horses couldn't drag them out of this school today.
Well, Miss Brooks? You You heard the boy. Thanks to your speech, wild horses couldn't drag them out of school today. And now, young woman, may I ask what you propose to do?
Step aside, Mr. Conklin.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith.
No other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Proof that Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
2 years research at leading universities using Colgate Dental Cream, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice history on tooth decay. Conclusive proof that when teeth are brushed with Colgate's right after eating,
Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts.
Yes, the toothpaste you use to clean your breath while you clean your teeth now offers a safe, proved way to reduce tooth decay. Modern science shows decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst right after eating. Brushing teeth with Colgate as directed helps remove acids before they harm enamel.
Colgate Dental Cream has been proved to contain all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care.
Get Colgate Dental Cream today. Big economy size, only 59 cents. Always use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and
help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Remember, no other dentifrice offers proof of such results.
Well, I told Walter Denton to corral the students and herd them into the cafeteria. While I was waiting for them to assemble, I corralled Mr. Boynton and herded him into a corner table. Over a cup of coffee, I told him of Mr. Conklin's dilemma. As usual, Mr. Boynton was extremely sympathetic. So you see, if these kids don't go home at once, Mr. Conklin can get in big trouble with the board.
Well, that's his worry. Oh, he should have known better than to ask students to come to school on Saturday, let alone the faculty.
I wish he would let alone the faculty. But we're in it now. At least I am, up to our necks. At least my neck. Fine English teacher.
Well, I don't like to see you distressed about it. Now, look, when we do leave here, how about going someplace, just the two of us?
What sort of place did you have in mind, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I don't know.
It's a date.
I thought maybe you'd enjoy the zoo again today. Now, I understand they've got a yak over there that's over 60 years old.
Honestly?
Yeah. That's pretty old for a yak, you know.
Oh, I know. Then old yaks are so much more fun than young yaks, don't you think? Or don't you care? I know I don't.
Well, I got most of the kids in, Miss Brooks. Oh, hi, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, hello, Walter.
I'll hold this chair for you, Miss Brooks. Go ahead. Get up on it and make your speech.
Thanks, Walter. Students, attention, please. I've called you here for some very good news. You don't have to stay in school today.
Oh, but Miss Brooks, after your speech of this morning, we want to stay.
Don't you believe it? This, after all, is Saturday, a holiday. One to which you are not only entitled by law, but which is guaranteed to you by the Constitution, by the Bill of Rights and every other document so carefully prepared to safeguard the interests of you, the future leaders of our great nation.
Hello?
Hello, Osgood. This is Mr. Stone. I'm afraid I won't be able to drop in on you today after all. My wife's been driving my car all week, and it's pretty well shot.
Yes. Yes, I've seen her. Your car, that is. Your car. I'm sorry you can't drop in, though, Mr. Stone, but when you do pay us a visit, you'll find as smooth a running educational operation as there is in this country.
I'm sure of it, Osgood. Well, goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks for calling. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I told the students that they can go home any time they want to.
What? Have they left yet?
No, sir. Most of them are still in the cafeteria, but
they're going to pay for this morning's protest meeting. Mr. Stone isn't coming down after all. So you can just tell those recalcitrant mischief makers that they're staying here today until 4 p.m.
But, Mr. Conklin, I can't make another speech.
It's an order, Miss Brooks. Dismiss.
by working for a few hours today, we can be assured of a better start toward that degree of scholastic excellence which has always prevailed at Madison High. Remember, students, education is your sacred heritage, your guaranteed right under the Constitution, as well as the Bill of Rights, which ensures us all the benefits and privileges which every American...
Gosh, Stretch, I don't like to cross Miss Brooks up, but we just got to get out of school today.
But we're all on detention, Walter. We got to stay till 4 p.m. What makes me mad, we didn't even get to burn Mr. Conklin in a figgy.
Yeah, I know it's Stretch. And... Hey, wait a minute. You just gave me an idea. Suppose we had a fire drill. Then when we all ran out of school, we could just forget to stop running until we got home.
Yeah, but the control for the fire alarm bell is in Mr. Conklin's office, and he ain't going to ring it for no reason.
Then let's give him a reason.
You mean start a fire?
No, not a real fire, Stretch. A fake one. We can get some dry ice in the cafeteria kitchen and drop it in a bucket of water. Oh, that makes the most beautiful smoke you ever saw. And then we just fan it under old Marblehead's door until it filled his office.
Then he comes out of his door and hits us with the bucket.
No, he doesn't. We remove the screws from his doorknob from the outside. And then when he tries to open the door, the knob comes away in his hand, and Conklin falls right on his conch.
Boy, you should get a scholarship.
So, Miss Brooks, you've informed the student body that they're all under detention until 4?
Yes, sir, I did. But suppose Mr. Stone does come over and discovers that you're keeping us all in school on a holiday.
Ah, but he won't, Miss Brooks. He has no way to get here. His car broke down.
Suppose he decided to walk over.
Walk over? That's ridiculous.
Well, hello, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Stone.
I decided to walk over.
That's ridiculous. Hello, Mr. Stone. How are you?
Fine, thanks, Miss Brooks. I would have been here sooner, Osgood, but I dozed off for a few minutes in the park. I stopped to rest on my favorite bench, the one under Paul Revere's statue.
That is an extremely comfortable bench.
Such nice, soft slat.
Tell me, Miss Brooks, what brought you to Old Madison today?
Old Mr. Conklin. That is, Mr. Conklin asked me to type some letters for him.
Yes, that's it. She's typing some letters for me.
But, I don't see any typewriter in here.
Well, it's in the next room.
In the next room?
I have very long arms. But now that we've finished, Mr. Conklin, why don't you drive Mr. Stone home instead of remaining in this stuffy old, empty old school?
A splendid idea. Come along, Mr. Stone.
Not so fast, Osgood. There are several things that... what's that? There must be someone loitering in the hall.
Impossible. There's no one in school today.
But I'd swear I just saw that doorknob turning.
Turning into what?
And what's that swirling in under the door?
Oh, that's nothing but smoke.
Yes, that's all it is. Just smoke.
Oh, of course. That's all it is. Smoke.
Smoke! Good heavens, the school's on fire.
Let's get out of here. Follow me.
Oh! The doorknob came away in his hand.
Oh, let me help you up, Mr. Stone. Mr. Stone? He fell on the back of his head, Mr. Conklin. He's unconscious.
Quick, Miss Brooks. Crawl through the window and run around and open the door from the outside. I'll try to revive Mr. Stone.
Yes, sir.
Smoke's getting pretty thick in here. I can hardly see you, Miss Brooks.
I can't see you at all, Mr. Conklin. I never could.
Gosh, Walter, we've been fanning smoke under that door for 5 minutes now, and he ain't rung the fire alarm yet.
Relax, Stretch. With the fog he's in, it'll take him a little while to notice the smoke.
You don't think Mr. Conklin has become expiaxicated, do you?
No, that would be too much to hope for.
But if he is expiaxicated, maybe we ought to open the door and haul him out of there.
Please, let's not spoil a perfectly good expiaxication.
Miss Brooks!
We're cooked.
Oh, it's not a real fire, Miss Brooks. It's just dry ice and water, see? We were trying to get Mr. Conklin to ring the fire alarm so we could escape from school in the confusion. Oh, there's a lot you can do on Saturday on the outside.
Gosh, Miss Brooks, now that you caught us, what are you going to do?
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
You're a swell sport, Miss Brooks. You think you'll ring the alarm pretty soon?
Maybe he needs a little encouragement. Keep up your courage, Mr. Conklin. I'm fighting my way through the flames.
You're right, that old marblehead.
Go ahead, Miss Brooks. Scare him some more.
I'm trying to reach you, Mr. Conklin, but the heat is terrific.
Perhaps I could get you a nice, cool lemonade, Miss Brooks.
Oh, not right now, thanks. I've got to keep fanning this dry ice and...
Now, Miss Brooks, if you're quite finished fighting your way through the flames...
You got here in the nick of time, Mr. Conklin. I just put the fire out.
Yeah, me too.
Well, I better be getting back to my classroom now.
Yeah, me too.
Stand where you are, you culprits!
Why, Mr. Conklin, you should thank these boys for what they've done.
Thank them?
Certainly. When Walter and Stretch realized the trouble you'd get into with Mr. Stone, they took this means of detaining him until the students were cleared out.
Sure. As long as Mr. Stone is locked in there, you're safe.
Hand me that newspaper. I'll fan the smoke for a while.
Here you are, Mr. Conklin.
Pour some more water on that dry ice, Snodgrass. You, Denton, see that all the classrooms are emptied and report back to me.
Yes, sir. I'll clear them out nothing flat.
Mr. Stone will have to get up pretty early in the morning to outsmart old Marblehead. How's he coming?
I don't think you're getting enough smoke under the door, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, well, this newspaper's too flexible. Get me something firmer to fan the smoke with.
Perhaps you'd like to use my hat, Mr. Conklin?
Thank you, Mr. Stone, thank you. That should work much better than this.
Thank you, Mr. Stone!
Mr. Conklin, I will discuss this matter with you privately in your office.
But, Mr. Stone...
Follow me, sir.
Oh!
Mr. Stone!
The door will have the flame away in his hand again. Mr. Stone,